Okay. And then this one. Okay. And then.
Yeah, I hear you now.
Weird.
When did that happen?
I
Weird.
don't know. God. I was giving such amazing performances.
Yeah, because earlier when we were testing
Oh
out the
God. Damn it. Yeah.
when we were testing out the quality and everything, it had sound.
Did we test the quality earlier?
Remember when you were moving your hand in front of your?
Yeah, but that was that, but not the sound. And
I know, but when you were doing that when we were talking, I could hear myself.
on the stream?
Yeah.
Okay, then
So it had to be after that.
something must have happened with OBS then. Huh. Well, I'm sorry, everyone who's watching the VOD, if that somehow screwed something up. Though apparently you could have heard my voice at some point.
Yeah, I heard it earlier.
That's
Weird.
weird. Anyway, hi Ari. Welcome to the stream. A few weeks later, I woke up in Busan Metropolitan Hospital. Tubes were coming out of every part of my body. The EKG machine was beeping steadily next to the bed. Captain Gong told me when he visited me that I was the only survivor from the warehouse. How could this have happened? Someone please tell me that this was all just a dream. Please, Buddha.
Kind of.
They were all good people. Please, help them. Chen Gyeongmin. Alright, let's begin. My child was being a demon. Noctis being a
Pull
demon.
the trigger.
And hands weren't
My
shaking.
hands were shaking. And my hands were weak. Arm spaghetti.
Is there any?
If I
is there
make him
anything
turn
else
to his
or
right,
is
he'll
it
just shoot Kang. Three! Where did they got Choryuhan? I tried my best to aim at his forehead. Could I make the shot? Dude! That was just looking at me calmly.
Apparently, Ari's child was being a demon.
Yeah. Noctis. Her puppy.
Yeah, I know. I figured.
But I couldn't trust myself. One! He was just so. Oh, I pulled the trigger! Bullet flew out of the barrel and hit the officer's head. It exploded right in front of my eyes. Aren't you a funny kid? Why don't you consider joining us? Choryuhan mocked me.
I guess you have to turn it to the right to aim at them.
Turned the gun to me. I still paralyzed with shock. He pulled the trigger. King Baekya, how's it feel watching you die for you? If I killed him, I would become a murderer. Where would I be able to run if I became a murderer? I put down the gun. Tears of pain streamed down my face. I decided that I would survive this. I then swore to myself that I would find another chance. I swore. I didn't turn my head. I didn't close my eyes. I wanted to burn his evil face into my memory, along with the man who sold me for money. What you have done to me. One day I will pay you back, plus extra.
He's gonna be. Are we gonna make an anime villain
Yes.
just by accident?
Where are you story-wise? We just got done with the guns.
We had the kid be in the doctor's office and he started taking off his belt.
Yeah, and he got beaten by the doctor and apparently has schizophrenia. It's probably a lie. Oh, it's right.
Yeah,
Guess.
I'm pretty sure it's a lie.
Oh, that's right. Guess. Turn to my right. I pulled the trigger. There you go.
Yeah.
Hey! Well, yeah, Lieutenant Kang. Choryuhan was not easy for. I had to choose Lieutenant or to save the officer. As long as I didn't hit any critical spots, the Lieutenant would be okay. Also, I could also stall for a bit longer. Tudo! That's all before the gun. You didn't look like he blamed me. I could see that you misunderstood that it was my plan to stall. What? He dropped straight rolling down my face while I pulled the trigger. It flew out of my barrel towards the king and hit the man lying behind him? Lacking the pink stripes, sure grunted, and everything went quiet again. I expected my terrible shooting had just made things worse. How dare you try to trick me? Let me show you the consequences. You know, pulled the trigger with his finger. As his head exploded right in front of me, then I put it to me, but there was a...
So what have we tried? My hands were shaking.
Knees weak.
Spaghetti on spaghetti.
Okay.
Bad. And the kids was S.
Yeah, because he decided that he's gonna murder everyone. Next time, I'll kill everyone.
My
pulled
hand's
the trigger.
shaking. I take it to my right. Pull the trigger, then turn to my right now.
No.
Hands are shaking.
Okay. No.
My hands were shaking. I pulled the trigger. But you can't do that.
Oh.
That kid's gonna get
Shaking
revenge
hands
later on
and
in the
keep
future. He's like, I'm gonna make my own
So
program
same
and
with his
call it
forehead.
Danganronpa.
Can I make the shot? My hands are shaking like never before. It reminded me of the other time I'd ever hit inside the target. It was a very windy day, and I was wearing nothing but a tank top, so I'd been trembling because of the cold. Now that I was shaking so much, maybe there would be another miracle. Oh, there's Lucky Calmly. He seemed to be telling me there's his eyes. Trust you. But I couldn't trust myself. I pulled the trigger. With flat of the barrel and just grazed Choi's hair. It might have been the closest shot I ever made. Fortunately, it was completely useless right now. Also, head exploded right before my eye.
God damn it. Put all three of them.
Yeah. Yeah, there you go.
You need hands shaking on Sengun? I mean, it's the only time he's ever actually hit something. Hands are shaking like never before! Hitting his left arm. I made it! I actually made the shot! However, Trehan was obviously not satisfied with the result. Kid, are you really such a terrible shot? Or are you just trying to fool me? I guess I'll have to teach you a lesson. Damn it. Bang! Red hole appeared in his stomach. Alistair's face turned pale, but he didn't wince even a little, trying not to worry us. What a man he was! Oh well, I'm also a pretty nice guy. How about I give you another chance? This time, aim at the head. See? Right here. He hooked the gun at the officer's chamber while laughing like a maniac. My anger was boiling inside me. I couldn't listen to any more bullshit coming out of the butterface of that bastard. But what could I do? No matter how fast I could move, I couldn't be faster than a bullet. A shadow leapt past me from behind while I was still trying to think. A splash of blood spilled onto the floor. Inside of my shadow that was cast by the dim lights. The gun was sticking out of Toriohan's mouth. Out?
Mouth. Sticking out of his mouth? Jesus.
No, it was barely a mouth anymore. Jeez.
Ugh.
Borf. Choi's body was falling to the gun in the same speed as my vomit. Lieutenant King took the gun out of Choi's hand. There was no warmth in his eyes, and he looked like someone else completely. The will to kill was radiating from him. The will to kill every single living thing in sight, even those that had already been incapacitated. A minute later, those who had passed out in the warehouse would never wake up again. The officer was lying next to Troy Johan's body, still bleeding. I couldn't tell if he was still breathing. Lieutenant King's eyes then turned to the only remaining person alive in the warehouse. He looked into my eyes. Then he raised his gun. Rig S.
What?
That's S?
He went berserk?
Yeah, he goes berserk.
Like gun crazy.
So far, yet so close.
There's no post.
Pills.
Pills here.
Simulation exam was only hours away, yet I'd been lying in bed all night, unable to fall asleep. Every time I'd close my eyes, I could see the sketch that Mr. Wen had drawn to me earlier. It was so beautiful. I thought I should go to school earlier to try and find it in the trash can. Got out of bed, walked across the living room, and grabbed a box of chocolate milk that Rocky had paid me. The smoon seemed... I'm okay, I swear.
And you take the spoon!
And you take the spoon! The moon seemed pretty especially around tonight. Oh, right. Sorry, I need to stop for a moment. Laundry!
Ugh.
I mean, they have that character in JoJo, by the way.
Yeah, that's probably where they got the inspiration from. I was like, ooh, JoJo something. Link to Lunar.
I'm back.
Right.
Yeah, being back,
Moon,
I actually
especially on tonight. I leaned on the railing at the balcony, watching the moon and drinking the milk. Mr. Friend's face is to my right.
well, looking at, petting my snom.
My pet snom. The light was still on.
Pet snom.
Ever since I learned that Mr. Wen lived next door,
And then I was held at gunpoint, and my small had a gun in his hand too. But unlike that petty officer, his shot was true.
Sounds like a bolt action.
Yeah.
I would often
Snom would have a bolt action. No, he'd have a liver action.
Snom posting the Twitter account. I'm pretty sure has a picture of Snom with a bolt action.
Does it?
Of course it does.
I would often involuntarily wander onto the balcony to watch the view outside. However, I had never seen him out here, even once. The curtain was always closed behind the glass door to Mr. Wen's living room. I could see anything except to tell whether the lights were on or not. You know, it was almost 1 a.m. The lights were still on. I didn't think he could be up so late, despite his lights usually still being on when I had gone to bed in the past. What was he doing at this hour? It couldn't be because of what had happened earlier today. It had only been a joke. I suppose I could go and apologize tomorrow. Suddenly I heard a smuffled sound. Then I noticed that his curtain moved slightly and saw a hand appear at the bottom of the glass door. It was Mr. Wren's hand. Smurder?
Oh no.
Shut
Not
up.
Smurder.
What was I thinking?
Lousy March weather.
Immediately called for
I
Andrew's
should
wife.
immediately called these Smadamans. And I was knocked on his door. Like nobody were fried.
But
the
nobody's-
worst of times. It was the worst of times. It was the worst of times.
No one answered the phone in Smander's office either. I heard that people could pass out for many reasons, but the best opportunity for first aid only lasted for the first 5 minutes. It might be too late to wait for the ambulances to arrive. I grabbed a rope on the balcony and tied one end around my waist. Tied the other end to the railing. Finally, I climbed up the railing and stood on top of it, shaking. Mr. Balcony was probably
Arms weak.
1.5 meters away. My own record in long jump was...
Years away, Freelance. Jesus.
Miles. 1 mile
Oh,
away.
meters, right. 1.72
My own
meters
record
away.
for jumping was 1.72 miles.
Meters, if I recall. She can jump! I should be alright then. 1, 2, 3,
Wow, she's
jump!
flying. No, jump good.
Zipper had been tossed on the ground earlier. Damn it, I was so close to reaching the pipe on the other side. I was hanging between the 3rd and 4th floors. The rope tightened around my waist. Thankfully, it was strong enough to hold me. I could still smake it. I held onto the rope for carefully
So
tied.
Ari, how do you like this riveting reading?
Carefully tried to not
Careful,
jump.
or else you're gonna turn into the lizard people from the frontier who just add S's to everything.
Oh god.
God, don't why.
No, it's just
You
things.
ruined this.
No, it's just things that start with M. We're gonna go onto the third floor. However, nobody seemed to be home. It took 20 minutes for the paramedics to get me off the 3rd floor balcony. Then it was already too late for Mr. Wen. I watched helplessly as they carried him into the ambulance. He looked like he was only taking a nap. Suddenly, I had a feeling deja vu of the day I lost my father. No,
Mother.
Lee Wen. I'm sorry, Ari. If someone asked me what I wanted the most at that exact moment, I would say freedom. As for the thing that I wanted second most, I would say death. 2 months ago, a short and skinny old man had bought me from a human trafficking auction house and brought me back to his mansion. At first, I thought he was just like most of the other buyers who had only been looking for some exotic playthings. But I soon found out that he was much more frightening.
Oh, goddammit.
His name was Money Gia.
Really? His name was Money?
Hello, my name is Money. Or as you may call me, Smoney.
His name was Smoney Gia.
He's a smillionaire.
Famous millionaire.
Reminded of the president of the Osaka school in Kill la Kill.
What was their name? Oh, the money guy?
Yeah, the money guy.
Never apologize for the riveting commentary.
Who,
An infamous local smillionaire.
Outside double D in the tub.
The Smithfamous local millionaire.
Slumdog smillionaire. In Hong Kong. On the service, he was calm and right.
What the fuck you say that?
He's the owner of a chemical plant, making his bucks from his pharmaceutical. No, I should only do it with Lee Wen, I'm sorry. Pharmaceutical research and development. Behind the scenes, he had been conducting drug tests on humans. And the tests.
Oh my god, drugs.
Honestly, it's good that he's doing on humans and not poor animals. See,
He developed something called the T-virus.
and the developed tests were not just limited to medicinal drugs, but also experimental ones that were developed solely for the gang, some of which were even from abroad.
Oh fuck. What's the name of the drug in fisticuffs?
What?
Is there just something called fisticuffs?
No, what's the name? In Final Fight.
Final Fight?
Streetwise.
Oh, Final Fight Street Rise.
What's the name of the drug in that?
Oh, isn't it?
It's
I
something
don't
really
remember.
stupid, I
Yeah,
remember.
I remember it being
Yeah, so I
stupid.
assume it's like Apocalypse or something.
I'll look it up.
Yes. The money Gia would create because he's not cool
Oh,
enough.
Glow.
Glow!
Glow.
It's called Glow.
Guy, what the? It actually is a meaning of something.
Right?
Yeah. Gay local Loteric Octanol? I can't even fucking read those words. Or just plain glow. Yeah, it's just called the glow.
What he had spent in buying us was nothing compared to the profits he could make off of us. All his test subjects were people he had purchased from the auction houses. None of us had any legal status. Therefore, nobody would care who we were or where we had gone. It was like we had evaporated from the face of the earth. There were both men and women among us. Sometimes the women might get a little lucky compared to the men. If the girls were willing to become a concubine, they could be spared the fate of trying the more dangerous drugs. Rose had been one of the concubines. She had still died, though. I heard she had OD'd. After her death, her body was taken away like everyone else before her. She had just disappeared without a trace. It's nice that we're getting this, like, smooth Spanish guitar. Wow. We're getting...
You don't talk about horrible drug overdoses while listening to
Dr.
Spanish guitar music?
Mangala? No, I don't talk about Dr. Mangala while listening to Spanish guitar.
I do, though.
I would rather die from poison than become another Rose. People who had made the same choices as I were all locked. It's one word. All locked.
We're all locked inside a dungeon.
Inside the dungeon. They had tied our hands and feet to the bedposts, with our limbs spread out unnaturally. Everyone had been tied down in a separate room. However, the air ducts in the room were all connected. The air was filled with the smell of rotten flesh and death.
God.
Every few minutes I could hear... Every few minutes I could hear horrifying screams coming from the distance. I had endured it.
What is this, the sequel of Metamorphosis?
I had endured a fear for the last couple of days.
God.
What? She's gonna start...
No, don't.
Oh. I thought you were talking about Kafka. Not
No, something much worse.
something much worse. I endured a fever for the last couple of days. I heard them saying that the drug they had been giving me was effective, and if my fever didn't come down soon, I would die. To make sure that they could extract as much profit out of me as they could, they had assigned a new doctor. He'd been checking up on me every day. This doctor seemed more bookish. He might be a good man. In my haze, I tried to talk to him. He never responded. So I kept talking to myself. After setting up my IV drip, the doctor hung the bottle of medicine on a makeshift pole that had been made out of a rusty water pipe. Then his phone rang. He walked to the hall outside and half closed the door. His medicine kit was near a pillow. There were 2 bottles in the corner of the kit, one with sleeping pills, one with poison. The doctor was still answering the phone outside. The day had finally come. If I could just grab that bottle and carry out the plan I'd had in my mind for a long time. The rope was loose. I grabbed the pipe firmly. I wiggled my left hand out of the loosened rope and reached for the kit. I grabbed the bottle close to my left hand, the sleeping pills. I twisted the cap off with my left hand and poured the entire bottle into my mouth. Ah, it was so painful. Then I lifted the pipe and smashed it down on my own hand.
Christ.
I can finally end this life in hell. Carlos, I'm so sorry. Your Alicia can't take care of you anymore. Goodbye forever, Carlos. She's like, oh, I'm die.
Oh, I die. Thank you forever.
I didn't know
This
how.
is my final message. Goodbye.
I didn't know how long had passed. I was so surprised when I
I
woke
don't know
up.
what to tell you, boss. She just disappeared. She disappeared. How? You know the sounds of windows starting up. She just made that before she disappeared before us.
Well, the last word she said was, "This is my final message. Goodbye. Change the world."
Lunar, wouldn't it be the Windows shutdown noise?
No, it's the startup sound.
Is that what that is?
Yeah. It's like the old school startup sound for Windows.
Oh, okay, yeah. Because I know it was a dun 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 dun. I know that one. I actually mashed my face and IV tubes inserted into my arms. Some familiar guards and doctors were standing next to the bed. They had tied my hands and feet to the bedposts. The air was still filled with that rotten smell. I closed my eyes in desperation. Heavenly Father, what have I done wrong? Alicia.
We gonna kill Alicia?
Okay, so these ones are stuck here.
Yeah.
Let's see.
So you flip the poison bottle.
I don't want the rope to be
Poison
loose.
bottle
I also maybe don't want her to take the pills? Or maybe I want her to take the poison?
And she slipped on a slipper. Dun, 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 dun. It sounds like this is the this sounds like this is the music of like an Avengers trailer.
Tried to reach for the cape, but the rope in my left hand was too tight. Whenever I'd gotten a chance to be alone, I would try to wriggle my wrists to loosen the rope a little. You must have noticed that it had gotten loose after my seizure yesterday. They had tied it up again. Damn it.
God, yeah,
I hadn't expected the opportunity to present itself so soon, and I was not prepared. I was such a failure. The doctor came back from his phone call. I was still lying on the bed all spread out with my eyes closed, mumbling quietly to myself. Just as he had left me, he felt my forehead with his hand, fiddled with the IV bit, closed his kit, and left. I opened my eyes when I heard the door close, and I wept. The wind was strong that night. I held onto the pipe and climbed up to Mr. Red's balcony. Mr. Red had fallen to the ground in his living room. I could barely feel his pulse, and he wasn't breathing. So immediately ran through everything I learned about CPR in my head. I put both my hands together. I'm sorry. I made a mistake. I put both my hands together, placed them upon his chest, and began pressing.
I was about to
1,
mention
2,
something, but I was
3.
like, no.
I used
He
as
has to
much
learn himself.
strength as I could with every press. I just hoped I wasn't too weak to save his life. After 30 presses, Mr. Wren showed no sign of waking up, and he was still not breathing. I lifted his chin and started doing mouth-to-mouth with 2 sets of mouth-to-mouth, followed by 30 presses of his chest. Began repeating this routine. Mr. Red's forehead was covered in tiny drops of sweat. His wet hair was stuck to the corners of his eyes. Why won't you wake up? Time kept passing. It had been way over 5 minutes, but I wouldn't stop. Hope was like a flickering light on the single candle. I couldn't tell when it would suddenly go out. My tears and sweats were mixing together and falling on Mr. Wen's shirt, drop after drop, making it wet. It's wet. A rough hand grabs my wrist. Mr. Wren's eyes slowly opened. I didn't know why I cried. I must have looked horrible with my ugly crying face. A few minutes later, the paramedics finally arrived. They asked what kind of first aid I'd been given. I suddenly realized that what I had just done, and I couldn't get a word out. I just did that with Mr. Wen. With our mouths, didn't I? Even had taken Mr. Wen away. The paramedics told me to bring some necessities for his hospital stay. I finally calmed down, and for the first time I had a chance to look around Mr. Wen's apartment. There were all sorts of paintings hanging on the walls. A small seaside town glowing in the sunset, a golden wheat field stretching endlessly, a rainbow crossing a valley through rosy clouds after the rain. They were all smashed to pieces. They were all masterpieces. Weirdly, though, according to the signatures, most of them were from over 10 years ago. The portrait room attracted my attention. The woman seemed to be in her early 20s. Her long black hair spread out on a soft white pillow. Her sleeping face looked mesmerizing, even to me. She was Mr. Wren's wife? I remember when Rocky had asked whether Mr. Wren had a girlfriend on his first day. He hadn't answered the question. But why was he living alone then? Right. I should be collecting necessities, Mr. Wen. Speaking of which, what did one need for a hospital stay anyway? Pajamas, underwear, toothbrush, toothpaste, towels, slippers, razors, face wash, napkins. I scoured the kitchen and the bathroom thoroughly. The only door left had to be the door to the bedroom. I should be able to find a change of clothes in it. Push the door open. To my surprise, what's it behind? To my surprise, what was behind the door looked exactly like what had often appeared in my dreams. It was a graveyard of paintings, torn apart, painted over, pieces so small that they were completely unrecognizable. The remains of various paintings nearly completely filled the room. In the corner of the room, some blankets lay on the floor, with some clothes folded on top of them. Was this where Mr. Wren usually spent the night? The rooms made me feel nothing but sadness and utter despair. They were so much alike, Mr. Wren and he. Rank A! Alright.
I mean, you saved him.
Flip him.
No, rank A for her!
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Flip the poison in the sleeping pills.
She wasn't able to reach for them.
Make her reach for them.
Oh?
Generating
I was
story.
to reach for the kit. Grabbed the bottle close to my left hand. The poison. It's almost the size of half my palm. I need to hide it somewhere. I saw the slipper that I dropped yesterday when I was having a seizure. It's close enough for me to reach it. Thought came back from swim call. I was still lying on the bed all spread out, with my eyes closed, mumbling quietly to myself. Just as he had left me. He fell forward with his hand filled with the IV bit, closed his kit, and left. I opened my eyes when I heard the door close. The bottle of poison was still safely hidden inside the slipper. I know that as long as I do my best, my dream will come true. Okay.
I knew it.
What's wrong with this pen? It's not working again. What great timing. It's so annoying. Really gave me this pen. Although it looks like a pen, it is not for writing. I need to use it to slice up the letters, which then split into pieces. I can then rearrange the pieces for pressing a button on the pen, which makes the pieces reattach themselves into an intact letter. Afterwards, the events in the human's life will happen according to my new arrangement. You can even read about the aftermath in the letter. However, recently the pen has started to act strangely. Rumbling.
Oh, is it hungry?
I'm hungry.
Oh, she hungry.
It's time for afternoon tea. Tea won't fill you up. That's strange. Willie has not really brought me snacks by now. Willie, where are you? It's so dark. Where has he gone? It's so dark here, and these stairs feel very old. What? What on earth are you doing here? Turn around. Don't look. As if I wanted to. Ouch. Why is it so dark here? Is the light bulb out? Yeah, it's been for a long time. Why don't you have it fixed? Wait, why can't we fix it ourselves? Aren't we gods? Shouldn't we be able to fix a light bulb with a simple wave of a hand? Who told you that? Even gods have their limitations, and we can't get whatever we want. You should learn to appreciate...
Yeah, we have to go to the god store.
You should learn...
Please, get some god bulbs.
The only store that is available to gods. Hobby Lobby.
Oh god. Chick-fil-A.
And Piccadilly's.
You should learn to appreciate what we do have. Are you saying we need to buy things too, like humans? Well, we're not entirely like humans in this regard. You don't have to pay rent or mortgage to live here, but not everything is free. We don't need money, but we need faith from the humans. You mean the more people that go to the temple or church to pray to us, even worship us, the better our lives will become? Yes, more or less. However, we are not like those gods in the normal sense. For example, in a place with an extreme drought, people would often pray for rain, right? Normal gods would just give them rain if the faithful were deemed worthy. This way, the humans would know that their wishes had been granted. But if we were to grant their wishes, it would mean that the drought had never happened in the first place. Therefore, the humans would never realize that their wishes had been granted. Because there had never been a drought. Therefore, they never would have had to pray either. I see. So you're saying that all the people who have asked for our help never realize that they have done so? Does that mean we're going to starve to death? That is not going to happen, but we might be living in poverty, and we might be suffering. It's hard being a god. Well, don't think about it too much. Anyway, were you looking for me? Oh right, I almost forgot. The pen hasn't been working well recently. Is it broken? It's too dark in here, I can barely see. Let's go upstairs to your room. Isn't there a room right here? Speaking of which, didn't you just come out from there? Is this your room? Yes, it is. Well, let's... No. I haven't even asked yet. The more he doesn't want me to decide, the more curious I get. Is he hiding something unspeakable? I just my ankle when I fell down. I really don't want to climb the stairs. No problem. We're here. Huh? How did we get up to my room? 'Cause I'm a god? That's awesome! You know how to teleport? Can I do that too? Perhaps.
That was straight up just the King Crimson effect, by the way.
Let me take a look at the pen. Well, it might be getting too old to work properly. Just try again later. It should be fine. Anyway, I'll leave you to it. I'll go prepare some snacks for you. Just lie down and rest your ankle.
Some bug snacks.
Teleportation. Humna humna humna. Want to teleport? Well, that didn't work. How can I do that?
So what
You just have to shout out King Crimson.
what you're saying is you have to do worse for their lives to do better. What?
You don't say. It's Spotty. I remember that sound effect anywhere. Spotty, Spotty, Spotty.
Taste of the earth.
Lo siento.
What are them? Serious.
Yes, too? Alright,
He is
let's
king after all.
let's see another way this cat can die horribly.
No,
Hey, we
please.
say the feline king. What's the name of the other one?
Oh.
Standoff.
Standoff? Alright.
It was the middle of the night. The full moon was high up in the sky.
No. You have to read it in a certain cat way.
It was in the middle of the night.
No, never mind.
How'd you want me to say
It
it?
was stupid when I say it. No, it was stupid when I said it.
You want me to start meowing?
It was the middle of the night. The full moon was in the sky, yeah.
Yeah.
That's why you night.
No, see? No, you can't just add night like that.
Why not?
It's fine.
Why
no,
not?
you know what? It's fine. The whole thing is ruined.
Moon was up in the sky, nya. A group of cats were gathering at the empty lot near the street, nya. They were both house cats and stray cats. They formed a circle around a big empty pipe in the center of the lot, nya. What the fuck? One of the cat just has a bird in his mouth.
Oh yeah, why wouldn't he? So this is what cats look like in Japan.
On top of the pipe sat a fat black cat. He was giving his usual speech, nya. It was unsurprising about how humans like pet dogs and what we should do to make the humans like us more, nya. Those two-legged walking.
You can stop that.
You started this.
I know. That's why I said to stop.
End your sentences with nyan, coward. No, Ari. He's told me to stop. Why can't I only consider dogs be smarter than cats because dogs would fetch newspapers for them? But the truth was the opposite. Why should we bother to beg for stupid humans who couldn't even tell that cats are smarter than dogs to like us?
Yeah.
I turned the dead sparrow in front of me around, making sure that there was nothing edible left.
Oh, so that's Spotty.
Okay.
The old bird in his mouth.
And the tail. Her tail.
Oh, he's a pelican.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, pretty much.
No matter how many times I had tried it, the taste of the organs were still disgusting to me.
Yum.
They rattled around in that sparrow's body. Yuck.
I hate rattling organs.
I puked out a puddle of yellow liquid. A couple of house cats nearby sprinted away from me. Pfft, pussies.
Hey, I get it.
Stupid.
Blackie.
Aki,
Fat
a fat
black
black
cat.
cat, kept running on with his boring and pointless speech. I was picking my teeth with my claws. Suddenly, I felt a chill in the air. It was already late autumn. Soon it would be the worst season for us stray cats. I was 1 year old now, almost 20 in human years, so I was fairly strong. Still, lots of those cats had died at my age. Instead of wasting my time figuring out how to please those monkeys, I'd rather be preparing for the winter. That pipe seemed like a good place to use as shelter. I walked towards Blackie and jumped up to the pipe.
Yeah.
Every shining eye stared at me, including Blackie's. He completely forgot what he was talking about. Excuse me, may I lie down here for a bit? You may keep going.
Whoa. Blackies.
No, Blackie, as like the one black cat that was just talking is Blackie.
You thought I would
That's
say that?
Extremely racist.
Winner
He
take
is named after his skin color.
his fur color.
Yeah, so is Spotty technically.
Oh, right.
Winner takes all, loser loses it all.
Extremely cat-like.
And I, Spotty, wanted it all! I stared at Blackie and puffed up my fur. That's right, overwhelming my opponent was the way I do it! He raised a dried salted fish. He spat on his face. Blackie was surprised when I spit, but he immediately swung the salted fish and hit my face with it. The next piece of dried salted fish represented unquestionable authority. Whoever had the dried salted fish was the leader of the cats. Oh, this fucking Lord of the Flies.
Oh, it's cats, I'm telling you.
Furthermore, whoever was attacked by the dried salted fish, which right now meant me, would be considered the public enemy of the entire cat clan. Can't believe you're trying to cancel a cat, so Ari just said. Dozen cats sprung at me, biting my ears, clawing up my paws, stepping on my back. Humans had a saying, 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. And I was facing 40 claws. Spotty. Next letter! Their house now looked like a scene from hell, with bodies lying all over the ground. Lieutenant King's eyes were cold and ice. He looked nothing like himself anymore. He turned around slowly and stared at me as if I was only a
Whoa,
bug.
we actually get to see them now.
What had just happened?
Wasn't they just silhouettes before?
Yeah. Was he pulling a prank on me? But he looked entirely serious when he killed Choyo Han with one blow.
Bro.
Yeah, just a prank, bro, he says, killing everyone. But he looked entirely serious when he killed Choyo Han with one blow. Or rather, was this some kind of initiation test? A test that I had to pass to become an official member of Unit 4? My brain was still completely disoriented and my body jumped backwards by instinct. There was nothing left in my lieutenant's stare except deadly menace. It was no prank, nor a test. I could feel that what was standing in front of me at this moment was not a normal human, but a dangerous beast. It was
I wasn't careful. I'll be part of the 3 a.m. challenge.
The lieutenant is just has rumble coming off him.
Yeah, it would actually.
Wait for you to spell my ability so that he could lunge at me and tear me out my throat.
Menacing.
We were both standing dead still. We were both staring deep into each other's eyes, and we were both thinking of the best ways to prevail. I didn't have enough confidence. Even at the Shaolin Temple, I'd never faced an opponent like this before.
What?
Nevertheless, yeah, he trained at the Shaolin Temple.
Yeah, he trained at the temple.
He had to feel something, perhaps because of my training at the temple. I was feeling nothing but growing excitement, and I was eager to give it my all in this fight. It was almost.
You wanted to be an action hero, if you don't remember that.
It wasn't my for this day my whole life. It would not do me any good if we kept stalling like this. I decided to at least poke my opponent first. In the world of Kung Fu, speed defines the winner. No moves can be countered, but speed defines the winner. It is saying in Kung Fu that means no matter how strong a move is, there's always a counter move to neutralize it. However, only speed can make sure you will not be defeated. There are 2 layers here. Think so fast that you can come up, strategy for your opponent, move so fast that you can outpace your opponent as well. In Louis Cha's Wuxia novels, power is typically emphasized in battle, with the exception of The Smiling, Proud Wanderer, which emphasizes speed instead. 2 main characters in the novel, Ling Chucheng and Dongfang Bubai, represent the 2 layers of the meaning above respectively. The line also appeared in the Stephen Chow movie Kung Fu Hustle. In the real world, speed also has its very practical application. For instance, Mom, no more money for you!
Okay.
Kung Fu Hustle's a great movie.
Time to fight! He raised the gun. I flung my tail out as hard as I could.
Hold on.
What? Yeah, what?
Is one of the...
Oh, the tail, right.
One of the things gonna be like, you swap, like, I hit a fish, I got hit with a fish.
Maybe. Just like in Kung Fu Hustle. The spear had cut through the air with a shimmer, aimed at Lieutenant Kang's right hand, which was holding his gun. But it stopped right before Lieutenant. Lieutenant Kang's left hand clenched into a fist, and he slowly lowered it. He was holding my tail firmly in his hand, despite having been cut by the spear tip. Blood was dripping down from his wrist. Behind his fist, his eyes were shining with nothing but contempt. No one had been able to stop my tail with their bare hands before! At this point, I had no choice but to drop my weapon. Lieutenant Kang had finally seen his chance. He sprinted at me, still holding my tail in his left hand and the gun in his right.
Is he using the Scorpion's weapon?
Then a gunshot before I sank into a infinite darkness, filled with nothing but regret. I woke up in the ICU we saw in Metropolitan Hospital. I was very lucky to survive the shot to my head. However, the bullet was lodged into my side of my skull in deadly spots. Doctors could not take it out. As a result, I had to endure occasional migraines for the rest of my life. With my health condition, I thought that I would be reassigned to some boring post like the archives. But I didn't expect that they would ask me to resign. Police paid me a lot of money as compensation, but that was not what I had wanted. I wanted to be a police officer. How could everything turn out like this? Cheng Youngmin.
Truth is, kid, the game was right from the start.
Oh, if he was right
I
fishing with a
raised
gun.
I raised the gun.
I think I come up with something funny here. But can I really just switch them like this? How could a cat be holding a gun? Of course, that's what our power is. No matter what, events will unfold exactly according to your arrangement of the text. Even if it's something ridiculous or even supernatural. It is still within the realm of the reasonable for us. This is how we were able to help Jimmy's class when they were in relay race. All I did was switch from Jimmy from the last leg to the third leg, remember? As long as the internal logic of the story is not self-contradictory, there won't be any problems. In this case, what kind of logic shall we consider self-contradictory? For example, earlier we discussed that after someone fainted or even died, he or she would not be able to perform additional actions. Therefore, any additional actions after a piece where the subject passes out, or worse, would automatically disappear. Okay, I think I've got it. we have to see.
This is exactly what I wanted.
We have to see this.
I raised the gun.
I took a shot and flung my tail out from my sleeve. The spear had cut through the air with shimmered and right hand, but it stopped right before the lieutenant. Lieutenant's King's left hand clenched his fist and he slowly lowered it. He was holding my tail in his hand despite having a cup of spear, but yeah. Is there gonna fast forward this, Ari?
Because we want to see a cat.
And a dried fish in his right hand.
He raised the fish, and dried salted fish in his right hand. He raised the fish high up in the air and slapped it down in my face as if it was a hammer. After a loud and crisp slap, it fell to the ground with a fat fish-shaped mark in my face. My consciousness began to drift away. I lost.
Lieutenant hit him with a fish.
That guy surprised me a bit. He then aimed a gun at me and pulled the trigger. Truth is, kid, game was rigged from the start.
From the start.
The game was rigged from the
Dude, meow.
Wait,
why do you have a gun? Bang! And the rest down because a few windows in the nearby neighborhood lit up. That's the thing where it'll just print the sentences in full instead of slowly writing it out.
You fucked up
my the cats were scared shitless. They were all paralyzed where they stood, and the lot was suddenly filled with the filthy smell of urine. I left the lot and felt my own ears, realizing one of them had a hole in it. I thought to myself, perhaps I should go and get a gun too.
B rank.
You swapped the swap. I hit its. I hit my tail.
Okay.
Yeah.
With the gun.
Yes, please, thank you.
I slammed my tail on the pipe.
The
Bang!
Yes.
It was my battle cry! Like he was in shock. This was probably the first time any cat ever challenged him. He nervously pulled the trigger.
Meow.
Wait, why did he have a gun? Bang! Blackie. Only I was still sitting on top of the pipe in the empty lot. And my urine was dripping down from the pipe. In any case, this is my territory now. My spit flew into his eyes and temporarily blinded him. I thought I had the upper hand, but Lieutenant quickly took a swing at me with his right hand based on nothing but his hearing. He was an easy opponent, but that was for sure. A dried salted fish flew out of his right hand, charged toward me like a flash of light. Wait, a salted fish? I quickly moved aside and dodged it. Thank goodness it was just a dried salted fish. Well, now that you have missed your chance, it is my turn. I stomped on the ground and sprinted forward. I tightened my back muscles and rotated my shoulder. Then swung my arm with my shoulder. And finally punched him with my fists. Attack number 3! Thunderbolt Punch!
Thunderbolt to punch you!
I hit Lieutenant Kang straight in his chest. He flew backward and slammed into a pillar. Finally, I could tell that he was dreaming about Buddha for a while. He'd been dreaming about Buddha for a while. I wiped the sweat from my face and let out a long breath. I had avoided hitting Lieutenant's critical spot with the punch earlier, so knew he should be okay. What kind of person was he? I never realized witnessed not one, but 2 masters in Busan Police Precinct today, including your army and Lieutenant Kang. How interesting. I suppose it wouldn't be too bad to stay in Unit 4 then. I'd love to
So hold on.
in the future.
Hold on. So let's go over the events. There was a hostage situation.
Yes.
Which made him. Oh my God! They're both S's.
Yes. So it's canon. There was a gun.
Was a
Cat had a gun.
So there was a hostage situation that was about to turn deadly. He went berserk, went after one of his own men, and then He got blinded by spit. Had a dry fish in his other hand.
Keep in mind, he had that gun in the previous story. He had a gun in the previous story. So all of a sudden,
he had a dried fish the entire time.
Now he has a dried fish the entire time.
Can we? I just want to see all the variations with Blackie with a gun.
All right.
So move the tail. I'm pretty sure that's.
Okay, no, there's a switch.
Oh, move. Yeah. Move, no, get rid of. I flung my tail.
Yeah, he raised the dried fish, and then he raised the gun. I want to see what happens to that.
No, they can only be on one side.
Oh, can they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't question it. It's fun. Yeah.
So this is separate now. Yes. You raised the gun at me. What? Gun?
A gun? Well, I had no idea where Blackie even got a gun from. I didn't believe that he had the guts to pull the trigger. I kept staring at Blackie, trying to scare him off. He was staring right back at me. The sun had come out. All of the spectating heads had fallen asleep a long time ago. Blackie was still staring at me. His eyes were wide open. He had tired black bags around him. How could I tell that he had black bags around his eyes? I just could. Shut up. Finally, I gave up. I couldn't hold it in any longer. I need to pee. This is a big country. I was sure that I could always find another big empty pipe. An emptier, bigger, and better pipe, no less. Meow.
Oh, please tell me that's rank C.
I want that to be rank A.
I thought I had the upper hand.
To be rank
He simply held up his left hand based on nothing but his hearing. Yeah. It was stopped by his bare hand, which was holding the spearhead firmly in front of him. You can do auto.
Gun.
And a dried fish in his right.
Chris slap.
Lost.
Rank A!
Oh, we got S already.
Oh God.
Yeah, I got a pick S now.
Okay.
I want more with Spotty.
Oh yeah, it's also between Alicia.
The fury of the cat. The one-armed man.
Picked a random bottle.
Go out. I can't keep.
Oh, please give Spotty a gun in this and have him save her.
I swear to fucking God. Picked a random bottle from Hutch's bottle.
Traffic. God damn it.
It'll be Cannon too, which would be the best.
Took the hand about from Hunter's bottles of fine wine in the underground wine cellar and put it on a luxurious short table in front of the old man. He nodded with approval and popped the cork. Bright red liquid was poured into an exquisite-looking wine glass. It was swirling and glistening like flowing ruby. Drink it! Drink it! Drink it! I was standing next to him, so it was pouring out of my forehead. As soon as he drank the wine that had just been flavored by me, I would unquestionably become a murderer. I would no longer be a good Catholic. But I had no other choice. I would not let myself be tortured to death in this damn place. I especially would not let myself die without ever seeing Carlos again. He had killed so many innocent people, and I had every reason to send him to his final judgment in front of the Heavenly Father. Money Gia's lips had already touched the glass when the housekeeper knocked on the door and informed him that there was a visitor. A man with only one arm was sitting on the sofa in the living room. A couple tall, muscular bodyguards were still standing behind him, ready for instructions from their boss. I had never seen Money Gia act more like a spineless, ass-kissing weasel before. He had the most cowardly smile on his face. He seemed determined to lower himself as much as possible from the one-armed man. The man yawned and grabbed the bottle of flavored wine on the table. Was he going to drink it? No! He couldn't drink that! I stepped forward. He grabbed the bottle, emptied it with a smile on his face, and forced everything gurgling down. It was already too late. The wine and cyanide mixture went down his throat and into his stomach. He suddenly stood up with his hand grabbing at the sofa. Then he stumbled and fell. His whole body was twitching on the floor. They're gonna think the doctor did it. Sam was now grabbing at his own throat. His mouth was wide open, but he couldn't breathe. The rest of the wine spit out of the drop bottle, turning the white velvet carpet to a bright red color. The guys were all panicking. Boss Ray? Boss Ray? Mr. Tough, Boss Ray is... What are you waiting for? Call an ambulance. No ambulance could be faster than cyanide, though. Obviously, the one-armed man died. Money Gia had been sitting on the sofa as if he had been paralyzed. He kept staring at the body with an incredulous look on his face. He didn't move nor say a word until the bodyguards pointed their guns at his head. It's her! That bitch did it! She poisoned the wine! They wouldn't let anyone get away at this point. They stuffed Money Gia and I into the trunk of the car. The proper greeting would be waiting for us. Alicia. Next letter!
Yeah.
My late daddy used to lecture me, saying that it was dangerous for us to have a predictable daily routine, as the humans might be able to track our activities. Despite that, I do have the habit of visiting the fresh seafood store at the corner of the street every day at noon. Today, as usual...
So I gave the shopkeeper a bottle of cyanide. Where did I get it? Don't, it's not important.
I was tank shopping the tanks in the lobby, pondering the most important question to me. What was for lunch?
Yeah.
The fish in the left tank were all too big. The fish in the tank next to my feet looked delicious. But there were only 6 of them left, and it would be too obvious if I stole one. I decided that I would go with the tank on the top right corner. No one would notice if one fish was missing, as there were so many in it. And they had fewer bones, too. Most importantly, they were really fresh. I tried back and was about to jump up. My ears picked up a tiny noise behind me. The owner had just come into the lobby from the back. Quickly hid behind the tank and watched as he opened the roller door, washed down in front of the entrance, and sat down to wait for the first order of the day. The owner had blonde hair and blue eyes, which was not common in this city. The other humans called him Alex. I sneaked up to the door and meowed softly, pretending that I had just arrived. Following the principle of not trusting humans, I would never intentionally expose my tracks to humans. Still, sometimes I wonder if I need to be so careful around these humans. Whoever moves was always so predictable. Take this guy, for instance. I was sure he would not chase me off. Hey, here you are. Just wait there for a second. Minutes later, he placed a glass in front of me and poured half a glass of milk. Oh, it smelled so good. Milk is truly a cat's best friend. But then I realized...
Even though we're lactose intolerant.
I wouldn't be getting any fish today. I meowed at the owner with my cutest expression. I want a full glass. He scratched his chin, seemed to understand something, and went to go grab something from the cabinet. Then he put a few pieces of dried fish in front of me. Ew! That day I passed away, I spent a whole month eating the dried fish that we had saved together. Ever since then, even the sight of dried fish had done enough to make me sick. He pat me on the head. In the end, stray cat, I did not have the luxury to be picky about food. Besides, as long as I got along with this human, I'd come back often and steal more fresh fish. So I bent my neck and rubbed my head against his hand, pretending to be a docile little kitty, and meowed happily at him. For the record, I was not actually happy.
Baka.
I was licking the milk with my head down when a strong smell of alcohol almost choked me. Ptee! Someone spat his phlegm into the nearest fish tank. Here comes trouble. A man with black hair stood in front of the shop. A half-empty beer bottle was dangling from his hand, making a splashing sound. His eyes were wandering and unfocused. I recognized him. He lived in the small house that was the highest one in the community in the hills. Both his wife and his son had blonde hair and blue eyes.
Oh.
They were much better looking than him. Although I had not seen him for a while, I heard that the wife had committed suicide.
Oh, with the kid?
Yeah.
Yeah. His eyes stayed fixated on his newspaper, his hands were trembling. Well, as far as I knew, the relationship between the owner and the other guys had been complicated, to say the least. Black-haired man's blonde wife had often been seen hanging out with the owner in a very intimate way. Whenever the neighbors nearby saw them together, they would gossip about it. The owner was very concerned, but the woman didn't seem to care at all. Once I heard some humans chatting that the blonde woman had some kind of illness. What kind of illness would make people behave like that? Horny. I couldn't understand. The man had always been very nice to his wife. But the wife was a dragon lady. Not only did she have an affair, she would even beat up her husband and her son.
Wait a minute, what?
What?
I think the husband might have been lying about this stuff, or... Once I even heard her calling her own son a bastard. He looks so much like her. How could he not be her own son? Well, it was terrible. As days went by, the man began to lose his spirit too, and he wouldn't go anywhere without alcohol. The one who had suffered the most must be the little boy. He was so pretty and looked nothing like the other kids. Some other children would play with him. Sometimes I'd run into the boy. If I had nothing else to do, I'd play with him for a little while. If he happened to have some change on him, he would even buy me some milk. Compared to his parents, the kid was almost like an angel with catnip. Anyway, it was not a normal family.
I'm very confused.
The man stared at the owner for a while. His mouth squeezed out a psst. Then his eyes turned to me. He crouched down and knocked over the glass. All the milk spilled out. Some even got on my paws. It wasn't the first time this had happened, but no one didn't move at all, as if it had nothing to do with him. Damn you, stupid human! How dare you eat off my meal? You wait there! He said at somebody's hand, waving my fist. I swear I'm going to stuff dead rats into your bed tonight! Alright, let's begin.
I gave him cyanide. I grabbed the bottle, emptied it with a smile on his face. Knocked over the glass.
Well, will I learn context? Because the kid has might have schizophrenia. Then again, it's a cat, so a cat isn't exactly the most, accurate.
He doesn't have schizophrenia, Freelance. He could develop into schizophrenia.
He has like that, whatever that disorder or thing is.
And the cat heard the mother call him a bastard.
Yeah.
More to this game that beats the eye. It's like a 13. It's like a 14.
Supposedly you already should have had it explained. Well,
like
yeah,
a
but we
14
don't know if we can trust those doctors saying if the kid has the developing schizophrenia. That was a bad doctor.
Unless we forgot something from last time.
But then again, the drunk guy is still a piece of shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, he tipped over my milk. Fuck it. No, but really, was it something last time that I guess
Yeah,
we
did
just
we miss
forgot?
something? Like, unless the thing that the doctor said was actually true, and all that kid was doing was actually hurting his mother, or hurting his dad, thinking that the dad was doing the bad things. Alright.
Shoot the glass.
He put down the bottle. He then spoke to me in his drunken voice. I have won the lottery. He took another chunk of the beer. I have won 1,000,001. Burp. I'm going to get my son back. Sure, you won 1,000,001. What the cat hell did it have anything to do with me? Oh, my head
With a cat hell? With a cat god?
Human.
Cat Satan?
Rank S.
The exquisite-looking glass was smashed into pieces near my feet. Bodyguards of the one-armed man immediately raised their guns in case I tried to do something with their boss. The one-armed man himself was sitting calmly on the sofa, as if he was just waiting for a show. The man looked at the one-armed man nervously and looked back at me. He was still confused. Even though I had hung on his plan, I couldn't give up now. Go to hell, you dirty old monster! Bent down and picked up the largest piece of glass. The right hand was somehow blown into pieces right before my very eyes. And I felt more bullets hitting me in the chest. Shoulders, stomach, legs.
Knees and toes.
I could feel the white velvet carpet touching my face. I felt so soft. Slowly, it turned into a bright red. Rank A!
Bad.
Alright.
Forced everything gurgling down.
I don't know how to put
I'll
this
be right
in.
back.
Alright, if you want to explain it to us. I guess it seems like the father is actually the good person. And the mother's the bitch. You looked at
me.
and that means the kid does actually have developing schizophrenia.
Damn, that sucks.
He looked at me. I looked right back at him. We saw each other with our different sized eyes. Of course, I had the bigger eyes. At a moment like this, I had to overpower my fearlessness. However, I quietly moved the milk glass behind me a little. After this standoff had lasted for a while, he stood back up defeated. He turned away and walked into the nearby lottery place. Look! I won! Stupid human!
Rank S.
I was stretched to his mirror. The wine man stared at me with a smile and emptied everything in the bottle onto the floor. The wine was turning the white velvet carpet to a bright red color. The red kept spreading, almost touching my feet. I wanted to step back, but I was paralyzed by his stare. I couldn't move my body even 1 inch. Then when I came around after a little while, did you poison the wine? You dirty bitch! For his instance, in front of the one-armed man, he grabbed a fork from the desert tray and charged towards me in a rage. No. You were the one that should be dead, not me. Not now. Picked up the largest piece of glass in the store and stabbed at the scumbag. He set the fork into my shoulder, but I had pushed the glass into his heart. Yeah, I don't know too much about the details, but basically Sangun's mind did switch which parent was abusive. That's a shame.
Oh.
So did he actually hurt his father, and the father was being the nice one? So maybe it's good that the wife committed suicide.
Yeah.
No, it's never good. Let's not encourage that.
Not encourage what? Defending yourself? For bad people?
No, committing suicide. Or not wishing death upon people. Just
I mean,
don't wish death upon people, but don't feel bad that they are dead.
Yeah. I mean, that Hitler guy, Freelance.
Wish death upon him. And Stalin. Andrew Jackson's room. It resulted in him being taken for sure. He made a stifled sound and he stared at me with death in his eyes. He probably had never imagined that one day he would die at the hands of one of his lab rats. He realized that nothing mattered now. I knew I would not be able to survive today. Heavenly Father, forgive me. I pulled the fork out of my shoulder and stabbed it towards my own neck. I felt it touching the skin and flesh of my neck. I needed to push a little harder to pierce my skin and force it through my artery. My arm was trembling. My eyes were watering up. I had to use my left hand to support the other one. You must be alive to enjoy life. There's no need to die in a hurry. The fork was gone from my hand. The one-armed man flung his coat over my shoulder, still smiling. Then he held my freezing, trembling hands in his one big palm. I could not remember the last time I felt such warmth. I broke down sobbing uncontrollably. Wow. Huh.
Did it, Freelance. You
did it.
ethic. Blame Wen and someone else.
내 탓이야. 바보같이.
No puedo regresar.
A woman with fiery hair.
Yang?
Well, not usually.
I mean, when her semblance is activated.
Yeah. Could have also said Pyrrha and also been correct.
Mira. Street Fighter fans when someone calls for you the guy from Fortnite. Casually Miss Satsu Child.
It reminded me of the other one that was like, hold deuce the comfortable like hamburger.
Hamburger.
Hamburger. You played Hades yet, Freelance?
A little bit, not enough. I don't have it, but that's a play.
It's good. It's a good video game.
Yeah, I want to wait for it to be on PlayStation 5. Because you know, the DualSense is just a fantastic controller.
I'm back.
All right, so it seems like the father was the good guy all along. And the kid actually does have some form of developing schizophrenia. And switched which one was actually the abusive parent. But at least you killed the old man that was experimenting on people by stabbing him with a piece of glass.
Nice.
And the one-armed man was like, you seem pretty cool. How about you don't kill yourself right in front of us if you think we're gonna kill you, and we'll take care of you.
And now Alice is gonna be like just a cool, like, badass in the future.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, hopefully.
Anyway, taste of early summer.
All right, enough about that. What about the most important character, Spotty?
Spotty got milk.
Yeah, Spotty got milk.
And
Good.
The dad won the lottery, and he's gonna try and use that money to get his son out of.
And Spotty's S rank was her staring down the father and him giving up. That's the S rank.
Yeah. Sunday afternoon, the sun was warm, and the smell of.
All right, I need to go.
Oh, okay. All right, man.
I'll join later.
All right, see ya.
Hey.
And the smell of the flowers was dancing in the early summer wind. I was standing in front of the exhibition center, waiting nervously. A few days ago, Mr. Wen had fainted in his apartment due to exhaustion. Fortunately, I had found him in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been inconceivable. He had given me a ticket to the art exhibition today as a thank you. I had been so excited when I got the ticket that I had forgotten to ask if it was the only ticket he had, or would he be coming too? It also happened to be my birthday. I had not celebrated my birthday in years. But I actually put on my favorite dress before I left my apartment. As a matter of fact, I had never heard of the exhibition's artist. He had prepared I'd visit dozens of bookstores just to find a book of his collection. Even as late as last night, I'd been looking up his work online, and I hadn't gone to bed until it was almost daytime. Schizophrenia does apparently affect one's memories. I don't know if it can affect it to that degree, though.
That can, yeah.
I had set 7 alarms just to make sure that I wouldn't oversleep. At 1 p.m., the show had officially started. The night was getting shorter, but I still hadn't seen Mr. Wen. I took out my phone and hesitated, wondering whether or not to text him. Eventually, I decided not to. Long hallucinations and delusions. Another hour had passed. I couldn't stop myself anymore, and I sent him a text. The art show today is really cool. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the ticket, Mr. Wen. I'm in the gift shop near the north entrance right now. They have a lot of cute little things here. Are you coming today too, Mr. Wen? Another hour had passed. It started to drizzle. I sent him a text. It's raining. Remember to bring an umbrella with you if you're heading out, Mr. Wen. I wanted to do the entrance, but I didn't want to walk too far. Another hour had passed. There's a book signing at the west entrance right now. I just bought an art collection book. I think it's going to be sold out. Say, Mr. Wen, would you like me to buy you a copy? Another hour had passed. Mr. Wen, about to head back. Thank you again. I waited until 5 o'clock and he never showed up. Perhaps he only had one ticket in the first place. It was my fault for assuming too much. The rain had turned from a drizzle to a downpour. I walked home alone without an umbrella. I couldn't tell if it was because of the rain, but I cried. Niwen. I don't think there are obvious leads by reading this letter. In this story, how does the difference between the west entrance and north entrance have an impact on the result? Judging from this letter alone, you're right. We are unable to tell how they impact ending it. But I would still encourage you to give it a try by switching their positions. Maybe then you'll see the effects of the new ending. Sometimes you won't know for sure without trying. So you mean that the clues might not just be in the original letters, but they might also be hidden inside the other endings that we unlock? That's exactly right. Bar, still staying at the rating. Mission was over. My phone's battery had run out. People were coming out of the exhibition center, raising their umbrellas. There were more and more umbrellas around me. Everyone's face was hidden behind one. I slowly swallowed an ocean of umbrellas, and I couldn't even see the road outside anymore. I crouched down. The rain kept falling. I couldn't tell if it was because of the rain, but I cried. Okay, that's rank B.
I mean, it could have been worse.
By I got garbage. I had a sudden flat tire on the road outside the north entrance. There was garbage everywhere. The staff of the exhibition center all put on their raincoats and ran down the stairs to pick up the trash. I decided to go and help out since I wasn't doing anything anyway. Lots of people walked by and took pictures of me with their phones. I struck a pose cooperative with a victory gesture. Haha, look at me. I'm guarding the environment. Sir Spotty. Yeah,
Just kidding.
It was already 7 o'clock when we were finally done. The exhibition had been over for a while by then. My phone's battery ran out. In the end, I didn't see him. Took off the Sir Spotty mascot costume and gave it back to the staff member at the west entrance. Staff member who had to take off early for an episode kept thanking me. He said that if he hadn't found a stand-in for 4 p.m., he would have lost his year-end bonus. Huh. Here showed up. I took off the Sir Spotty mascot and gave it back to the voice entrance. That's ever had to take off early for an episode kept thanking me. Lost his year bonus. And turned from Joseph's downpour. Walked home alone without an umbrella. Jeez. Okay. Alright. Garbage was standing at Flat Tower Road. New in the crowd. It was Jimmy, who had just recently transferred to my school. What a coincidence! We started chatting while picking up garbage. Jimmy said he was a huge gamer and told me a plot from one of his favorite games. In the game, the player could play as a god and help solve the humans' troubles. Funny thing was, those human troubles were all incredibly dumb. I barely understand it, but judging from the excited look on his face, that must be a pretty interesting game. It was already 7 o'clock when we were finally done, and the exhibition had been over for a while then. By then, Jimmy asked if I wanted to go and grab something to eat. I looked down at my phone and realized that the battery had run out. I felt a little choked up in my throat. How's that? How's that? Okay, return from drizzle downpour, still it's just by mascot at the same entrance. Now, actually, you can get out of the costume now. Again, you saved my life today. Staff member who had taken off earlier for enough to kept thanking me. But if he hadn't found a standing, he would have lost his year-end bonus. Just about to pull the mascot head off when someone bumped into me. I couldn't see anything with my head on. I only knew I was flying down the stairs. Ouch, ouch, ouch. I only stopped at the bottom of the stairs. I suspect that every bone in my body had been broken. I was sure that I must have looked pathetic with the mud plastered all over myself. Are you okay? Voice sounded familiar. I couldn't be sure because of the sound from the heavy rainfall. A hand grabbed my arm and pulled me up. I took the mascot head off in a hurry. Saw in front of me that same casual outfit. He raised an umbrella over my head. The shoulders were getting wet. We were two cups of hot cocoa from the cafe on the first floor of the exhibition center and sat at the table next to the window. Rain had become so heavy that we couldn't leave, but I was feeling like the luckiest girl on earth. He told me that the exhibition was organized for a friend of his. He didn't know I was still here until he had seen the text just a little while ago. There had been too many people at the entrance when he arrived, and he wouldn't have been able to find me if I had not been so eye-catching. So it was his friend's exhibition. He hadn't planned to come with me. Lightning suddenly flashed outside the window and all the lights went out in the cafe. Ready to come over to apologize. He lit up a candle and placed it on our table. The outside view became clearer now that it was darker inside. He turned and looked outside the window towards the blurry greenish mountain far away. He suddenly changed the subject. That mountain is called Shuanglong Mountain. In weather like this, you can see the most beautiful rainbow in the mountains when the rain stops. Have you ever painted it? I remember the paintings in his apartment. The rainbow in his painting must be more beautiful than the real one. But he shook his head. The most beautiful views can only live on in memories. I could see the candle light flickering in his eyes. It was supposed to be the color of warmth, but I couldn't sense any temperature. The voice suddenly surfaced from deep within my heart, and it was overcoming my own self-control. I couldn't stop myself from blowing out the question. Mr. Ron, you want to go home now? Sorry, I forgot. It is pretty late. He took his eyes away from the mountain, gave me an apologetic look, and reached for the umbrella next to our seats. No, not that. Could I get a picture with you? Eh? That was I talking about. I pulled out my phone in a hurry, but then I realized that the battery had run out quite a while ago. Ah, how embarrassing. I wanted to crawl into a hole. John took out his own phone instead and handed it to a waiter passing by. I held onto the cup of cocoa nervously and smiled like an idiot. 1, 2, 3, cheese! Ah, let's take another one! Young lady, get a little closer to your boyfriend, please. What? Boyfriend? You don't understand, I mean it really. Before I could explain, the waiter had taken another picture. I turned my head towards him, and he was so close. First thing I did when I finally got home was plug in my phone. As soon as I turned it back on, I received a text from Mr. Wen. It was a photo. Later, I bought a brand new photo album, printed the photo out, and put it in the first page. Yeah, it was the best birthday gift I'd ever gotten.
为什么会这样？
Alright, need to use the bathroom. You still there, owner?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Alright, I'll be right back. Port Busan, near Warehouse 23. About 40 people were there, lying, standing, running. Fishermen who were up early for work had gathered around when they realized that something big had happened. Porters who had heard some tips were huddling with them, hoping to catch any newsworthy material that could make a career. But the only 2 people who knew what happened had already left the scene. The ambulance was traveling fast as it could while trying to remain steady. Lieutenant Kang was lying on the seat opposite me. He was still unconscious. Hank said that he was basically asleep, and that there was no need to worry. I wasn't surprised. After all, I had intentionally avoided his critical spots earlier. Maybe after the nap he would be even more relaxed. Tired. I felt so tired. First, I'd had to knock out a mob of gangsters. Then I had been threatened by Choi Yo-han. And then I still had to fight the lieutenant. I hadn't slept the whole night. Still, I had so many questions in my head that I couldn't rest at all. Why would Lieutenant Kang attack me? And how had he become so strong, like another person completely? What kind of secrets had the lieutenant been hiding? Furthermore, this bald-headed muscular man who was lying between us due to loss of blood, who was he? Considering the situation, Lieutenant, I began to find this big man suspicious too. I quietly took a syringe from a tray near us and hid it, just in case one of them suddenly woke up and tried to stab me with it like a maniac. His veins, the medic mumbled something while trying to give the big man an IV. Suddenly the ambulance took a sharp turn, and the driver slammed on the brakes to slow down. I heard a few curses from the driver's seat. The ambulance started again, and we noticed that the needle had slashed the muscular man. There was a deep cut in his arm. Strangely, though, there was no blood coming out of the cut at all. Transfiguration. I stared at the red operating sign in the ER. So I remember the documentaries about transfiguration that I had seen in the police academy. Transfiguration was a skill that not only could change one's looks, but even one's figure. A transfiguration expert could wear a disguise that was good enough to fool anyone farther than 20 centimeters away. This was the first time ever witnessing it at such a close distance. It was so shockingly real. The bodysuit had different thicknesses in different areas. Thicker parts perfectly resembled the texture of bulging muscles. The suit was also completely skin tight once put on a person, leaving no gaps between the suit and the wearer's skin, preventing people from sensing anything unnatural by contact. It was difficult to replicate the texture of real skin on the suit, though. Most people who wore it to transfigure themselves would be exposed when people touched their skin. However, the senior officer with a perfect body was brave enough and skilled enough to go undercover in a violent gang, all the while pretending to be a shirtless meathead. It simply meant that she must be a master among masters in transfiguration. People in Unit 4 were practically superheroes. Took out a pack of tissues from my pocket and calmly wiped off the blood coming out of my nose. Not only was this my first time seeing someone using transfiguration, it was also my first time seeing a naked, gorgeous woman like this.
Like this.
Lieutenant Kang had told me before that Officer Ji-Yun had never attended police academy, so she was even younger than me. More importantly, she also had a head full of shining, long, and straight black hair. She's essentially a goddess from my dreams. From now on, I'd be able to spend time with a senior officer like this every day. I, Chang Young-min, could die half a man any time now.
Who just came in?
Yo.
Hey.
Oh. Hey, Tom.
Hey.
How you doing?
Yeah, a bit tired, but good.
Someone had just come out of the operating room. It was a young nurse. She had ran towards me, and I was the only person in the hallway. Are you a family member of the patient? I nodded my head, shook it, and nodded again. She has lost too much blood. We need at least 1,200 cc more for transfusion, but we are running out of blood. There haven't been enough donations recently. Our blood bank doesn't have enough blood of her type in storage. We must having storage of another type too. I think it is... Alright, it was type A. What is Officer Ji-Yun's blood type? Type O. What was my blood type again? Remembered I checked it before. Let me think. Yes, it was type A. Lieutenant Kang, who had been asleep since we got to the hospital, was suddenly standing behind me. Mine is... type B. The nurse looked sympathetic. I'm sorry, but neither of your blood types is a match. I'll have to go call another hospital. I hope it's not too late. Are we just gonna change this dude's blood type?
Yes.
Beginning of the 20th century, Austrian scientist Karl Landsteiner and Czech serologist Jan Jensky discovered blood type independently by mixing the blood of healthy people externally. They classified blood into 4 types, which are now known as A, B, O, and AB. In the ABO system, the red blood cell in type A and B blood has antigens A and B respectively. The antigens then suppress the natural existence of the corresponding antibodies in their immune system. People with type O blood have neither antigens, which results in the presence of lots of both antibodies A and B. Consequently, people with type O blood cannot accept blood transfusion from other blood types, as the immune system reaction can be severe and potentially fatal. On the other hand, type O blood can be donated to people with other types of blood, hence the nickname universal donor. Minutes after she hurried, the time went off. The doctor slowly pushed open the door to the operation room. Everything seemed to be moving in slow motion, and the door looked like it was as heavy as a mountain. I'm so sorry. I held my head in my hands, staring at the floor. I couldn't breathe. It was all because of my little trick. If I hadn't shot her, if only I were a better police officer, she would still be alive. Chang Youngmin. Alright. Just looked at me. In this case, we can only take 400 cc's from you, plus the last 400 cc's of typho blood in storage, and it might be enough. You do our best. After she had drawn my blood, Lieutenant Kang and I both sat on the long bench in the hallway. The air was filled with anxiety. All we could do was wait. An hour later, the sign went off. The doctor walked out, saw us, and rubbed his eyes. Our operation was a success, but the patient lost a lot of blood, and we're not sure when she will wake up. Worst case scenario, I clenched my fist. Lieutenant Kang's breathing was getting louder. Oh, it's been a minute since a solo one? We just did a solo one with Li Wen. She might fall into a vegetative state. Rank C! Alright. Great, both of your blood types are a match. We'll take proceeds from each of you, plus the last 400 cc of type O blood in our storage, and it should be enough. I was reading an update to a fanfiction I've been waiting for no problem, alright. I'll draw blood from you both immediately. Gently push a needle in my arm. Watching my blood slowly fill the bag, thinking about how it was going to save her life. You have been in my unit for a while now. I've had the chance to tell you something. Lieutenant Kang, who had his blood drawn earlier, leaned on the long bench next to me and spoke to me. Seeing what I had accomplished today, was he going to reward me with something? Tell me something. Could it be you are very good? You are the best new recruit I've ever seen? Unit 4 is so lucky to have you? Haha, I just couldn't stop my imagination. He took a cigarette and put it in his mouth, but then he must have realized that he couldn't smoke here, so he took it out and put it back into his pack. Never be late again. If you are, I'll have you transferred. Rank S. So we have woman with the fiery hair and Grey World. Oh, Jimmy, we haven't done Jimmy in a while. The manga was gray. The sky was gray. Even the happy 3 friends that had been playing on the screen looked gray. For the past 2 days, I had been faking a foot injury. I hadn't left the room at all. Even all of my meals had been brought home by Rocky. Felt like a lump of sludge rotting in front of the computer, staring at it all day. Why would she spend her birthday with the art teacher, Mr. Wen? Were they a couple? I closed the episode of Happy 3 Friends. I then logged into my secret blog. All of the recent entries had been about her. The most recent one had some pictures that I had taken on her birthday. She had gone to a cafe with Mr. Wen. They then left together, rode the subway together. They even went into the same apartment building. Even though I had soon found out that they were neighbors, it still felt like too much of a coincidence. Did she move next door to him, knowing that he lived there? I kept scrolling through the pictures, imagining that it had been me with her instead. Oh, he's crying!
Oh no.
Anyway, I had been looking at her from far away, but I couldn't summon the courage.
Whatever you say, Light Yagami.
When I finally had my line ready, it was Mr. Ren who had gotten ahead of me. Jimmy, I'm going to eat the last piece of cake in the fridge if you don't. Rocky yelled from the living room. Yeah, go ahead. I my face hastily. Thank you. I'll bring you more chicken legs tonight. Rocky thought it was my birthday 2 days ago. I ordered the cake from Hong Kong. Thank goodness I hadn't put her name on it. Took another glance at those annoying pictures and clicked the delete button. Confirmation dialog popped up. Yet, I couldn't do it. Don't do him like that? I mean, he's kind of creepy. To be fair. Drag myself into the bed. Like, this guy, like, looked up everything about this girl. And even switched schools just to meet her.
And then he's imagining himself with her. Not gonna lie.
I mean...
Some red flags there.
I mean, overactive imaginations can do that. And I know, I mean, but don't compare him to Light. Oh.
Oh.
Don't do him like... I dragged myself to the bathroom. I looked in the mirror. My face was horribly pale. My hair was all messed up and my eyes were so red. Even the reflection seemed to be mocking my loser self. I took a wet towel and went back to the computer. I rinsed my glass with boiled water and poured some milk into it. I got the face cream and squeezed the container. Held the glass up and stirred, then took a big sip. Didn't realize I had just made a huge mistake. I just thought the milk tasted bitter because of my horrible mood. Yet it also had a minty taste. And my tongue was feeling a little numb. Like the bottle I just used. Smoothie face cream. Make your face smooth like a smoothie.
Oh, God.
Then I remembered that I ran out of honey half a month ago. I spread out all the remaining flavored milk onto the floor on the computer. Real tragedy was yet to come. While I was busy wiping the keyboard, I accidentally pressed enter. I never had any backup for these pictures, as I had always felt guilty about them in the first place. So now they were all gone. All gone. Jimmy.
Timmy.
Alright. They might have been seeing it for days. The next thing I knew, I was feeling my stomach really hurting. Rushed to the bathroom. I was feeling like crap. I had to suffer through this. I couldn't have felt worse. Jimmy, let me see your homework. Yeah, it's on the computer. Just check for yourself. No guarantee you'll be right. Got it, Jimmy. You're the man. Let me know if I can help you out sometime. Why did I never have any luck? My God, it's a fortune. Where on earth are you? Rank A. Eventually hit the cancel button. I still couldn't bring myself to do it. I couldn't tell if I was just too tired or if it was because of the milk. I hunched over the desk and fell asleep. Rank S. Depression. Life is like a box of chocolate milk. One with fiery hair. Thursday. On the side of a bush-covered hill 2 kilometers away from Tayo Road. She become an assassin? This goes to my M110. I was staring at a factory 1 kilometer away.
Well, it looks like. She became a Metal Gear character.
She's wearing more clothes than a Metal Gear character.
No, she isn't. She has the top open, like Sniper Wolf.
I was thinking of Quiet.
No, I'm thinking Sniper Wolf.
There's no other vantage point around the factory. This was the closest FFP available. Final firing position refers to a chosen position by a sniper or team in a mission. A spot can be considered a potential FFP if it satisfies the following conditions. Target's location must be wildly visible from the spot. There are covert passageways available in and out of the area. Avoid places that are adjacent to artificial structures and roads, as well as any sites that might attract target's attention. Ideally, it should be in the downwind direction, and if possible, be close to the water. Wind speed was 4.3 meters per second, and there was no signs of that changing. Mil dot 4, -2. I had laid out the bullets next to me in a straight line, warming them up in the sun. 2:10 p.m. Such a drastic change. A small yellow sedan drove up to the factory entrance. Loading. The door opened, and a woman with a full head of fire red hair got out of the car. Her name was Luhua. She was the head of the firearms smuggling team in the Blood Gang. Aiming. I pulled the trigger. The target was down. I saw a flash from a window on the second floor of the factory. There was another sniper aiming at me! Bullet pierced and shattered the scope. I jerked myself to the side. The bullet didn't go through my eye as my opponent hoped, but it did give me a severe injury. The right side of my face was burning. It felt like it was on fire. Look at her silhouette now! It's changed. My body had slid down the other side.
That's awesome.
I got into the
She's
motorcycle.
just a Metal Gear Solid character, and I love that.
I got into a motorcycle that I had prepared in advance. However, on the way back, my consciousness began adjusting, lost control of the vehicle. The bike tumbled headfirst into a ditch. Blood was mixing with the muddy water of the ditch. It was black and red everywhere. While Lua was killed, completing a mission like that was rather embarrassing. Perhaps this wasn't the right job for me after all. Alicia. Alright. Let's begin. She a bad bitch now. Yeah, alright. Well, appears a shadow upon a scope in its skull. Meanwhile, while I was distracted by everyone disappeared from my sight, my body slid down the other side of the slope. I got into a motorcycle at a apparent advance. They would no doubt be enhancing their security after this. I had failed my first mission, didn't know how to report back to Ray. Noise and engine echoed through the valley, and it sounded like a growl from an upset monster that no one else could see, making me feel even more unsettled. Rank A. I seen the scope that my opponent had dodged my killing shot. Nevertheless, I had earned enough time to disengage. Meanwhile, while I was distracted, everyone disappeared from the sight. Alright. Oh, he's on a growl from much more than I see, making me feel more unsettled. Alright. Okay, so he's, yeah. Yeah. That side dropped down instantly when our eyes lined up. I jerked up to the side. Doesn't go through my eyes opponent's hope, but it did give me a severe injury. Right side eyes burning. I didn't anticipate that at all. I only myself to blame. Lua escaped. Mission failed. We'll get him next time.
Permission mailed.
Right in front of my right eye. I had only one thought in my mind, just as about to appear from my skull. I'm sorry, Ray. Ah! Cool. The side blood didn't go through my eyes. If my opponent helped, I didn't get this serious. Alright. I seen the scope that my opponent had dodged my killing shot. Nevertheless, I'd earned enough time to disengage. Mission accomplished. Lowered my body and slid down the other side of the slope. Got to the motorcycle that prepared in advance. Rode away faster than a breeze. Poured the news array and luxury suite on the top floor of the Melody Hall. He was very happy. I have something for you. Ray picked up his coat from the floor and pulled a small box from his pocket. He then handed it to me with his left hand. It's a shame I can't help you put it on. Later, I put the glamorous jeweled necklace into my special treasure box collection. Then I took out a necklace with a cross on it out of the box. It was a necklace that I had worn ever since I was a kid. I put it into an envelope. I wanted to mail it to my brother. Over the last 4 years, I have been regularly sending money to orphanage back home. Albina had also written back to me a couple times. Told me that Carlos had been doing well and that he had worked very hard in school. Carlos must have been all grown up now. He must have become a fine young man. I really wish that one day I could get a letter written by him.
Lo siento.
Lo siento.
만약 돌아갈 수만 있다면.
As soon as I walked to school that morning, I knew that something was wrong. Everyone I knew didn't know was looking at me with a strange look, and they were all talking about something in a hushed voice. That was the girl. Wasn't the teacher new here? He was pretty old, wasn't he? Honestly, I wouldn't say no to a teacher as handsome as him. They're living together? Oh no, that's too far. Living together? What on earth were they talking about? Jing was standing at the door of the classroom. She rushed towards me and dragged me into the restroom as soon as she saw me. She got her phone and showed it to me. It was the top post on the school BBS forum. Senior student Lee went from class 1 living together with hot new art teacher. You be right back? Okay. There were also a few photos of me and Mr. Ren, clearly taken from a distance in secret. All of them were from the evening of the exhibition. There were pictures of us at the entrance, in the cafe, even with us going into our building. Dear God, what the hell were all these? What did you do? Did you piss someone off? Why would someone stalk you and take pictures of you and then make them public? What's going on? Kathy read the post again. It was posted by a newly registered account with no other information at all. The poster clearly wanted to remain anonymous. Thought about it as hard as I could for a long time, yet still had no clue. Honestly, couldn't think of anyone who would be so mad at me as to do this. How would I ever explain this whole thing? I ran to the third floor of the office building, hoping to explain myself to Miss Yang. Just as I was about to step into the hallway, 2 tall boys stopped me, smirking. Miss Lee, we hear that you have been living together with a new art teacher. He isn't even that handsome, is he? What do you think about us, Miss Lee? Would you like to, give us a shot? I was thinking about how to get rid of these losers when I saw Mr. Wen come out of the office and pass nearby. He'd obviously noticed me, but he pretended that he hadn't. All of my strength had suddenly left my body. I was at a loss. Didn't want to stay in school for one more moment. I ran back to the classroom, got my backpack, and ran away from school in plain sight of everyone. There was a 7-Eleven on my way home. My stomach started rumbling when I arrived at the store entrance. Walked in and bought a box of chocolate milk. I also ended up giving them the wrong bill. Then I left the store. I walked to the small alley that led to my building. Felt sudden spell of dizziness and blacked out. I fell to the ground. My wallet fell out. The milk box was opening and glugging down the throat. As I saw a dark and thick hand pick up my wallet and throw the empty milk box into a nearby trash can. He carried me on his shoulder and kept walking deeper into the alley. My eyes began to slowly close shut. I felt as if I couldn't open them anymore. Oh no, I'm being taken away by a bad man. I'm screwed. When I was again, I found myself locked inside a strange room without a window. My school uniform, shirt, and underwear were scattered on the floor. Everything was dirty and ruined, including me. Pain was coming from all over my body, reminding me that this wasn't the first time I had woken up. The door screeched open. A man wearing beach shorts and tank top walked in. I recognized him. I finally realized that for some people in this world, there was nothing beneath them. Robbery, kidnapping even. I tried to back away from it, but my legs were tied to the table and I couldn't move, not even 1 inch. Actually, I was hoping that I could wish myself into passing out again. I hope someone had noticed me when I was taken. If only I had left some clues. Somebody, help me. He went. Alright. And as I saw a dark and thick and pick my wallet, shortly kept walking deeper to alley. Oh no, I'm being taken by a bad man. Using the milk box in my hand, the milk box left a trail on the ground. Soon, the box was emptied out and there was nothing left. I was getting slowly closed shut and I felt like I couldn't open them anymore. I opened my eyes again and I found myself locked inside a strange room with that window.
Door.
Door.
Oh wow, this is.
Somebody, please help me. The darkest against picking me up from the ground. He then carried me off his shoulder. Oh no, I'm being taken away by Batman. I'm screwed. If I was ever going to open over. He was famished, but I thought I saw somebody running towards us. That's why my eyes again found myself lying in my own bed, covered with a warm blanket. My bag and wallet were on a chair next to the bed. There was no one else in the room. Someone who had been passing by must have saved me. Although, how did random hero know where I lived? My phone buzzed twice. Jinga texted me more than once. Are you okay? I just heard that school BS had been hacked. Everything was gone.
1 second free.
Hmm.
So I was reading up just now on Street Fighter V. They just released Dan not too long ago.
Who?
Dan. He's one of the characters. Dan Hibiki.
Yeah.
He's like a joke character.
Mm-hmm.
So people just found out recently he has a move called the Legendary Taunt.
Okay.
Where it's a move that he takes about like 7 seconds to do like 7 taunts in a row. And then he ends with like big sparkles and him giving like a thumbs up.
Mm-hmm.
So people found out if you let it go all the way to the end and then you hit him with a super, it instantly kills him. He takes 600% more damage than normal.
Oh my god.
It's so fucking funny.
Jing, thank you. Hackers, hero who saved me, and Mr. Wen. Things happened today. I pulled up the blanket to cover my face. I've been completely drained. Didn't want to think about anything anymore. Oh, new character. New character.
Theo. It's gonna be the grown-up version of the kid.
Maybe.
So how are you, Tom?
Doing good. I'm gonna probably play a Fantasy Star in a little bit.
Hey, you said you needed my help with that earlier?
Yeah, I'm trying to do the risk explorations.
They're tough.
Yeah, but one of the weapons I need for one of my characters drops from one of the missions, from one of the explorations.
South corner of Hong Kong Island, at the largest, most secure prison in the city.
Hong Kong Central Prison. I gave the guards the interest the name Warden Chris. They glanced at my stripper outfit, casually flipped the stuff in my tiny handbag, and let me through. No one else was in the warden's office except Chris.
I thought that was an elephant sound for a second.
There's a
It's
radio.
like, oh, and they were horny.
There was a radio placed next to the sofa. It was playing some unknown Latin music. Warden Chris's special hobby was likely the only weakness in his concrete fortress. He liked Latin music. Moreover, on the last day of every month, he would invite a young female dancer into his office. None of these guys have ever been seen again. Some people suggested that they might have gotten new identities to start new lives somewhere else. Others insisted that they were dead. In any case, that was the only information I had to gather. The uncertainty made the mission tonight a little risky. Nevertheless, there's no need for me to approach him. I ignored the warden's leering looks and started dancing to the music. I didn't know the song, but the familiar melody still made me feel nostalgic. For a brief while, I felt like I was back in Mexico. I could imagine myself strolling down the street of the lovely Cotepec, bathing in the warm sunshine, waving hello to everyone, saying Buenos dias. I extended my head towards the warden and shot him a passionate, inviting look. He grabbed my hand. I felt a sudden pain in my stomach. I had to run to the bathroom. For some reason, my stomach suddenly started hurting. I had a bad feeling about tonight. If I proceeded with the mission, it was probably not going to go smoothly. My instincts had never been wrong before. Here, I escaped through the bathroom window. Never force yourself when you're feeling uncertain. Ray had taught me that. However, Warden Chris had already seen my face, which meant that I couldn't attempt this mission anymore. Even if he sent someone else, it would be much riskier to follow the same strategy. I screwed up, Ray. Alicia. Officer Ji-young was still in the hospital. Well, Officer Min-jun had not shown up to work for a few days either. Lieutenant Kang had mentioned that he had been absent for health reasons, so he and I were the only active members of Unit 4 at the moment. We were in room 403 of the Sunshine Apartments, but there was no sunshine at all.
Apartments.
The room had no furniture except the fridge, a microwave, simple gas stove, and some bowls and dishes that had not been used in a long time. The thick window shades had blocked all of the light out for months too. The whole room smelled like mold. However, it was a perfect location for surveillance. Quickly set up this telescope and pointed at the window in the middle of the 3rd floor of the opposite building. I could see through the telescope that a full-figured woman was having breakfast. Her lover was a drug dealer in the Yusun team of Muslim gangs who oversaw the transportation of all their goods. He was also an important suspect in a murder case from a few days ago, and he hadn't been seen in the past few days. This is my first time partnering with Lieutenant Kang. I had not been in Unit 4 for long, but I'd come to learn that it was nothing like the rumors that I'd heard. Unit 4 didn't have a lot of people, but it had abundant talent. An amazing marksman, a master transfiguration, not to mention the lieutenant himself, who was a hidden beast. Lieutenant Kang had told me the truth about what happened to him during our fight after Officer Ji-won was stabilized. He told me that I had met his other personality named Yong-Yang. He was a different person altogether. Yong-Yang was very violent and he didn't have access to Lieutenant Kang's memories. Therefore, for the safety of his colleagues, he would usually only go on solo missions. I couldn't believe it at first. I suspected that Lieutenant Kang was just hanging my chain because he didn't trust me yet, but he didn't want me to know the true source of his strength. However, when I later went to visit Officer Ji-yeon, she had told me about her own experience when she first joined the unit, including the same story about the lieutenant. That was when I finally realized it was all true. Multiple personalities were not common, so the lieutenant had always kept it to himself, especially about where it came from. In any case, the small quirk did not stop me from feeling closer to him. Although he was a weird person with being a stranger temper, he cared about us deeply. Just the other day, he had gone streaming Unit 3 because their men wouldn't shut the bathroom door properly, and it was making my seat smelly, so it was so awesome. As for the rumor about how no one wanted to join Unit 4, that was a total lie. They must have all just been sent away by the lieutenant, because they had been too weak. Yes, that must be the case. This is my first advanced mission since joining the force. The more I thought about getting to be with Lieutenant along for the next few days, the more excited I felt. I wonder if he would be willing to spar with me. Or kiss me. Actually, how about now?
More.
Lieutenant Kang, would you like to exercise a little? Welcome back, Ari. Beep, beep. The doorbell buzzed with terrible timing. I opened the door and a young woman was standing outside. She said she was a freelance writer who lived next door. She saw that there was a new neighbor, so she wanted to come by and say hello. Rather than ask me what we did, she kept asking me a lot of other random questions. There were so many that I became completely lost. I like beef women, but I couldn't handle them. As I was studying nervously, Lieutenant King came to the rescue. He explained to her that we were brothers and we had just moved into the city. He was a journalist, and I was his little brother, who was a chef. I couldn't help but give him a look when I heard the last bit. After spending some more time with him, I learned that Lieutenant King, while extremely strict most of the time, also had lots of tricks up his sleeves. The writer had not stopped ogling the lieutenant ever since she had first laid eyes on him. See, that was our lieutenant, attractive in every possible aspect. He quickly got rid of her, and then told me to keep a close eye on the room that we were watching before he left. He must have gone grocery shopping for the next few days. I used to hear Officer Min-jun tell stories about how they'd always had nothing but kimchi-flavored ramen. It wasn't particularly healthy, but as part of the mission, I was perfectly fine with ramen. Besides, I love kimchi. However, 20 minutes later, all I could see in front of my eyes was an entire grocery bag of ice cream. My heart was bleeding. How did I forget that this man ate nothing but high-calorie junk food? Officer Min-jun must have bought that ramen himself. I sat next to the lieutenant, resigned myself to my fate. Head lying a mistress while munching on ice cream. I ate an ice cream cone while she was watching TV. That is not an ice cream cone. I ate an ice cream while she was watering the flowers. I ate an ice cream cone while she was making lunch. I ate an ice cream cone while she was taking a nap. I ate ice cream while she was ice creaming. When it was almost sunset, the ice cream was starting to make the ice cream for the night, and my ice cream began to rumble.
What the?
I think the ice cream is getting to him. Alright, ice cream, ice cream, ice cream, ice cream, ice cream, ice cream, ice cream. Beep beep. The door buzzed at an inopportune time once again. I opened the door. It was the writer again. She was carrying a bag of groceries. You guys haven't eaten dinner, have you? Shall we eat together? I have some extra food. Besides, I would really love to witness the chef's skills. She walked past me and went straight into the house. She changed into a pair of slippers while staying in the doorway, and kept peeking around the room. I could tell that dinner was not her real purpose. However, my stomach full of ice cream had me on the edge of meltdown. Ice cream brain rot. Yeah. Yeah. They gave the bag of fresh vegetables and meat. Yeah. Meats I couldn't help but salivate.
Like ice cream?
I get it! Wait a second. The chef? Was she referring to me? Well, Lieutenant, shouldn't he be responsible for your lies? Just I was thinking about it, Lieutenant King came up to the doorway, too. He slammed one hand to the wall with a bang. At the doorway, Lieutenant King stared at the writers with a lustful look. What a shame. We've just eaten. Sure, ice cream. Although, I used to go to bed later than my brother here. Who between us always starts setting up his bed before 7 p.m.? Can I come over later? I'm not a bad cook myself. Who can cook a milkshake? Well, you could just take the stuff out of the fridge and set it aside for half an hour. That's right, you seem really into the idea. In that case, I won't bother you now then. Well, goodbye, but leave the food! Tonight, I won't sleep until either. You're welcome to join me for a late night snack. You look so excited that I think you could go on for days without sleeping at all. At last, the writer finally left. I let out a sigh of relief and went back to the window. Oh crap! Person at the bottom of the building was the drug dealer we'd been waiting for. He was about to take off! He rushed downstairs, but there was no sign of him anymore. For the next few days, we never saw him show up at the mistress place. Considering that he had left in such a hurry, he probably would not be coming back anytime soon. Mission failed. Jang Youngmin.
Dun 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 dun.
Damn ice cream.
Wait, what?
I'm saying damn ice cream.
Now I want ice cream, and I want it to melt my brain like it melts his.
Must be the ice cream. It's on
Yep, we predicted it.
They let everything run its course.
How do you think they made that noise? You think they actually got something?
How do you think?
Either they found some creative way to make it sound like someone's shitting, or
No. So far, all those sound effects that we've been hearing, other than like the characters talking, have been stock sound effects.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that's what it is. It's just a stock sound effect.
It's
Now,
probably
the origin of that sound effect, however.
It's probably a whoopee cushion.
When I finally got out of the bathroom, both the writer and Lieutenant King were already gone. Not until later did I learned that while I was in the bathroom, I seen the drug dealer show up at the home where I was trying to target. He didn't want to interrupt me, so he'd gone after the guy alone. In the end, the drug dealer eventually at random after more than a dozen blocks. If I had gone with him, we would have been able to catch the guy for sure. Damn it, it was all the ice cream's fault!
Damn it, we were right. It was the ice cream's fault.
Perhaps my passion had infected the warden too. He was beginning to get a little different look in his eyes. There was something twisted and dangerous about that look. Feeling a little uneasy, I decided to make my move immediately so I could complete the mission and protect myself before being exposed. River slowly began struggling to breathe. He fell to the ground while grabbing at his own neck with his hand. His face turned to a dangerous purple color. He would never see the tiny scratch on the back of his neck that was killing him. I calmed myself, took off the poisonous fake fingernails and the excessive dress, and jumped out of the bathroom window.
So she got S rank.
Yeah, she got S rank. It looks.
Oh, yeah,
Wait, did
so
she?
Yeah, she did.
Okay.
Yeah, she got S rank. He got C rank.
He got C rank because of the ice cream.
Go! I barely put
Crap
my hands
rank.
up with a gray arm. Let me have a vision and kept running outside. We ran to the drug dealer who was just leaving the building from the opposite side of the street. He took a glance at the King and immediately started running as soon as he recognized him. The guy was pretty fast. We ran after him for a few blocks, before we finally trapped him in a small alleyway from both ends. Next day, in the interrogation room, he was very tight-lipped, refusing to answer any of our questions. After half an hour without any progress, Lieutenant King stood up and turned off the video camera. Went back to seat and leaned close to the table. Whispered to the guy, "How about we make a deal?" Deal? What kind of trick was Lieutenant King trying to play now? The guy was apparently as curious as me, leaning forward, waiting to hear what the lieutenant had to say. Lieutenant King pulled out a switchblade, flicked it open, and stabbed into the back of the guy's left hand in one clean move. The guy screamed out loud, but he didn't move, worried about hurting his hand even more. Shows even he was unwilling to risk his own life. Finally started talking while he shook in pain. "If I were to cut, are you going to recommend a lighter sentence?" Then King smiled and pulled the knife out. He pulled it away without even wiping the blood off. After he gave us a statement, the dude took off his jacket and threw it aside while cursing nonstop. That was when I saw a giant green python tattoo on his left arm. Lieutenant suddenly went quiet. I called his name more than a few times before he finally came back to himself. I have a request. Only leave the... He takes my hand on King's side? Okay. Step patted me on the shoulder and before he left the room said to me, "He's yours now. Make him pay." Alright, let's do it. What, is it gonna be gay? He's gonna grab my hand. His hand was soft and silky. Go! Then King came out from inside the house, grabbed my arm and led me outside. Ran to the drug dealer who's leaving the house station. Next day, interrogation room. Ah, nice. One of them I swore the girl thought they were dating.
It's probably a later one.
Yeah, you just put one on hers. That basically,
Oh, they're both asked me.
Minnie meow? Minnie need food? I'm gonna go fill Minnie's bowl. I'll be right back.
Alright. Alright, Tom, I'll help you out a little bit, but
yeah. No, so I'm gonna play a little bit before, before I try attempt that mission again.
oh, okay.
Alright.
I'll just play that after that then.
Alright. I'll talk to you later.
Oh, you're heading out?
Well, no, I can still listen to you guys and all that stuff. I just need to lower the volume on my end.
Alright. Gotta see about food later.
I already ate a hamburger, so.
I haven't done that. We have meat here, and we've been using that dry fryer. Sorry, air fryer. Actually, super good.
Yeah, they work for most of the stuff.
Yeah. I kind of want to make a baked potato with it.
Let me check actually our alliance.
Like I said, I don't mind doing a few runs right now. I just don't want to be on for too long.
Oh, that's right. Finished my freelance. So like I said, those missions are a pain in the butt. I don't know how long they're gonna take us to finish.
At least let me get the daily login.
Yeah. I think it's 2 gold tickets and the casino pass.
And is the experience thing already finished?
The double experience?
Mm-hmm.
I think so.
Darn.
I'll tell you right now. Yeah, it's not an add-on.
You know what game I would actually like to see Free go through? Because I think he told me the other day he hasn't gone through the Danganronpa games.
Ah,
We're trying to get Shay to play Ace Attorney,
ah.
and those games are great.
Yeah, the Ace Attorney games are actually pretty fun.
Yeah. Do you remember when Nintendo did the April Fools joke where they got the it was Ace Attorney, but it was with like animal people,
Yeah.
and people thought it was like, oh, this would be a great game, and Nintendo had to break it to them that it was fake.
Full joke, yeah.
It's like, no, this is not a real game. I just came in, and there's a Dark Falls persona there.
Yeah, getting prepared for it. Found a small group getting ready to do a risk exploration in the tundra. Not the area I need, but I'll help this person out. I might be able to get a weapon I also need for my other character.
Sounds good.
Boost up my attack. And they switched it to the Dark Falls.
I'm back.
Hi, welcome back.
My personality switched it to Dark Falls.
Yeah, I do want you to play Ace Attorney. Everyone should play Ace Attorney.
Wait, what happened?
Were you guys talking about Ace Attorney in here?
Yeah, I was telling Tom that one of the games I'd like to see you play through is Danganronpa.
Yeah, I do.
And that we're trying to get Shay to play Ace Attorney, and then we started talking a little bit about. It's like, man, I really like Ace Attorney is just a good game, and even when Nintendo made a fake, like April Fool's trailer for an Ace Attorney game involving animal people, like people were like, man, I really want to play that, and Nintendo had to break it to them that it was fake.
Yeah. Yeah, no. Ari says Free wants me to play Ace Attorney, and yes, I do. You should play Ace Attorney.
It's just a good series.
It's just stupid and great.
Well, not only that, you know how you remember, Ari, when you were playing through 13 Sentinels, you were already like starting to like some of the characters. Okay, that's what Ace Attorney is, like the entire franchise. You like the characters. The characters make the game.
Yeah.
Sorry, I remembered one of the characters in the English version of Ace Attorney, the clown. Because I just remember. No, you know what? I'm not even gonna ruin it. I just want general reactions to that part, to anyone who plays it.
Yeah, I might do Danganronpa as a streaming game after this.
Yeah, I think you'll like Danganronpa. It's got a lot of Ace Attorney vibes to it.
Is that to buy Melody of Memory?
No puedo regresar.
만약
I can't
돌아갈
remember.
수만 있다면
Let's see this new guy. In 113th minute, Mario Götze stopped the ball and hit a perfect shot. Goal! Argentina had lost in the World Cup final. It was over. Game over. Oh, come on. I stayed up all night for this? Pounded the table as hard as I could. No one was going to complain anyway. Everyone had already gone home. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here actually watching the final all by myself. Raquel had been over a month ago. My other friends were all traveling outside the country. No, around the globe. One would have to be completely nuts to still be living in the school dorm. Yes, I was talking about myself. Well, Jimmy too. So my family was moving and my parents were both too busy with their jobs. They had told me to stay at school for a couple more days. What was worse, I had to be in charge of moving myself, so I was only able to go out and have some fun. The last summer of high school wasted. Didn't know what Jimmy had been up to recently. See, it wasn't even 5 AM and he was already gone. But we wouldn't be spending too many more days together anyway. Jimmy had said his father's business seemed to be going well now, so they could be going back to Hong Kong soon. I had told him I'd like to do a formal send-off for him. By formal, I just meant getting some grilled chicken wings at the grill bar near school. He said it wasn't necessary. What a killjoy. I was
What a
too tired.
loser.
I decided to eat that apple before I went to bed. I rinsed the apple off and put it on the desk, but I accidentally knocked it onto the floor. You dare hide from me, Apple? I'm gonna wash you again and you're still getting eaten. I looked down and noticed a basin under Jimmy's bed. It was giving off a faint smell. I had a bad feeling about this. Got him into bed out of curiosity. Oh boy. Dear God. I don't really believe in God, but I had to call out his name. It's filled with dirty clothes and stinking socks, all submerged in water? And the real problem? Who knew how long those things had been there? Didn't even dare to guess the age of the little mushrooms that were growing and thriving on the clothes. Strong
bad. You know how bad it has to be for mushrooms to grow on clothes?
Really bad. Sour smell filled the air. Just like that, it was sitting in the middle of a room for over an hour. Then finally came back. I decided not to go to sleep just so I could confront about this disgusting thing. I've been staring at the entire and I felt like I might pass out at any moment. Jimmy, did you ever worry about us getting cancer with a chemical weapon like this in our room? Alright, I'll clean it up now. And then he just dumped the entire base, including mushrooms, all into the common washing machine. Dear Lord! I had to call out his name once again! Jimmy had always been a great friend, smart, reliable, and loyal. The only problem was that he never cared about hygiene. I'd always considered myself to be pretty messy, but I never imagined I would meet someone even worse. I was stunned. Rocky. Weather had been getting warmer. I sat on the roof of the classroom and watching the boys down on the basketball court. They were trying to compete to see who looked the coolest for making a shot. So childish. A few days ago, photos of me and Mr. Wen had been posted on school BBS and had gone viral in school. I had to explain the whole thing to Miss Yang and even the school supervisor. And people in the school eventually learned that we were just neighbors and we had not been living together. Still, there were some trashy people who insisted that it was not a coincidence that we were living so close. There were even some more blatant people who would follow me after school. However, those people were not going to get anything, because ever since that day I had not seen him myself. He hadn't come to school, he hadn't been home, the lights had been off every night. I didn't have the courage to go and knock on his door even though it was right next to mine. Maybe he had moved away, since I had brought him too much trouble? Just so my
Ow, sorry. Thank you.
Just when my mind was racing all over the place, I got a text message from Jing. Breaking news, Mr. Wen is back. The art class this afternoon will resume as normal. I couldn't believe my eyes. However, he must have gone missing all these days because of the photos and everything. When we went out to his class, wouldn't people in class gossip about us? Then, I'd be causing him even more trouble. If I didn't go, people would still be gossiping, right? What should I do? As of today, in the school cafeteria was yogurt. I opened a cup, but then didn't really have much of an appetite for it. So I just left it on the table. It's just a good waste of yogurt! It was so hot today. Moved my hand and knocked it over. The yogurt spilled all over the floor, making a big white mess. Took out some napkins and wiped the floor absent-mindedly. By the time I was done, the art class was already over. I lay on the roof, staring at the gray sky. Another text from Jing. The classroom was full today. You should have been there to see how I shut those people up for bad-mouthing you. Oh, and at the end of the class, Mr. Wen tore up everybody's sketches. This man! I probably should have gone to class. What should I do about the class the day after tomorrow? Li Wen. I just realized, have Jimmy and Rocky both graduated from high school already? Li Wen's letter was about something that happened not long after the previous incident. She must still be in high school, right? You're right. Even though their letters arrived together for us, the events they experienced might not have happened at the same time. In fact, they could have happened days apart, or months, years, even centuries apart. For us,
200,000 years.
Time is not an absolute concept. It's only relative. When we receive their letters, it's purely determined by the causal link among them. For example, we have received a letter saying that Jimmy would be going back to Hong Kong after graduation. That means this event was already bound to happen. I see. Bad. 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 Your taste changes as usual. I had it gone bad, maybe? Well, that would actually be great for me. I could just go and hide in the infirmary with a stomachache as my excuse. There's no reason nobody should be able to say anything else about me. I held my breath and drank the whole cup. The art classroom was on the way to the infirmary. I couldn't help myself, so I snuck up to the back door and tried to peek inside through the small glass window. They were doing sketch practice today. Mr. Wen was standing with his back towards me, looking at Rocky's sketch. What was Rocky's drawing? That Mr. Wen could be watching so closely. I stood up on my toes. He suddenly turned around. Thank God I crouched down just in time. However, a sudden movement must have caused my stomach to start hurting. It felt like it was a bad cramp. Fortunately, it wasn't too bad. Finally got to the point with a hand pressed against my stomach. I stayed there until the end of school. So Jimmy finally came back. His gaming console was lying in the middle of the spilled water like an island in the middle of a dark lake. He lost it. How dare you break my console? How dare you not wash your clothes for so long? That's none of your business. Oh, but it is, and it's not even the first time. What are you talking about? I'm talking about those photos that you secretly took. I'm the one who posted them. What did you just say? You have a crush on Lima, right? You even stalked her. You're such a psycho and loser. If you like her, why don't you just tell her already? None of your business. Jimmy tossed his console away and lunged at me. We were wrestling and rolling in all the dirty water until the RA pulled us apart. It made it clear that if he hadn't already graduated, he would have made sure that we suffered the most severe consequences. Then Jimmy and I went to the grill bar near school and ate an unhealthy amount of chicken wings. That was the end of our high school era. I would miss it. Rank A. I was half-assed everything here for all and everything. He'd never learn if I didn't teach him a lesson this time. Plus, I really couldn't stand this any longer. There goes mushrooms that spilled on the floor, with the smelly water flooding throughout the room. Ah, here came the star of the show. Jimmy just walked in. Here. Alright, he let grab his prize, immediately walked over to his bed to pick up his precious gaming console. He had even stepped over a few mushrooms. You win. He recognized my anger and started cleaning the room without a word. As long as he had learned his lesson. Alright, rank S. They were staring at the gray sky. I was counting the clouds. To go. Not to go. To go, not to go. Didn't know how many I counted before I fell asleep. Didn't wake up until it was already dark. There was a new text message on my phone. Classroom was full today. Should've been there.
I'll try that again.
No. I probably should have gone to the class. What should I do about the class they have tomorrow? Bad. It's kind of strange, or strange as usual, I would say. Well, if it had gone bad, that would actually be good for me. So I must remember being insane thing to tear up her sketch this time. Standing with his back towards me looking at Jean's sketch. He must have liked it to be looking at it so closely. I stood up on my toes and tried to see her sketch for myself. We sang turned around. Thank God I caught on just in time. I felt like I was dreaming. In the dream, he was carrying me on his back and asked me where I wanted to go. I said I wanted to go and see the rainbow on Shuanglong Mountain. I heard that the rainbow was gorgeous there. He said okay. But Shuanglong was hard to get to. Even taxis wouldn't take us. Mr. One kept carrying me on his back, and he kept running. Running. I fell asleep in that dream too, but did we ever get to see the rainbow or not? Nevertheless, it didn't really matter. I just wanted the dream to last a little longer, and longer, and longer.
And longer and longer.
That's rank S? She just passes out in the fucking hall?
Poor girl. Dun, dun, dun. Oh no, the poor thing, she passed out in the hall. Dun, 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 dun.
Let's see.
有没有搞错？
Yeah, what he said.
为什么？
2 p.m. Second, 32nd floor of the Shenglong Corp building. Woman's restroom. I pressed the button on my phone, timed to the movement with the hand on my watch. Almost immediately, I heard a muffled boom from the front of the building. The tab shook slightly for a few seconds and made a subtle grinding sound. I had the latest instructions come from the building security team leader on the radio, broadcast through their dedicated security channel. He wanted 2 guards on top floor, and the rest on the ground floor. Turned off the radio and walked out of the bathroom in a janitor's uniform. I blended into a crowd of panicking and confused salarymen. Then I ducked into the security stairwell and went up to the third floor, the highest floor of the building, which is reserved exclusively for the chief executives of the corporation. Reached the knife hidden at my waist. I planned to ambush 2 guards before they noticed me. However, there was no one in the hall. I opened the door to the president's office. There's no one there either. Then the scour through the office. When I opened the closet, a body rolled out from inside. The door was kicked open. I took 2 seconds and sprinted forward and burst through the window. Held onto the rope with my right hand and descended all the way to the ground from outside the building. A couple people had seen me while I was dropping down and let out some admiring and terrified gasps. But their attention was soon put away by the explosion from the top floor. The body in the closet had been my target tonight, the president of Shenglong Corp, Liang Zilong. Someone had gotten to him before I could. What I couldn't understand, though, was why a bomb was tied to his body. It's the kind of bomb that would detonate upon disturbance, or when the timer ran out. It was much more powerful than the one I had made. I could only think of one reason. The other assassin had known that someone else was at the same target, so it had been a prank. In fact, the mission tonight was more than just killing Lang. Ha, pranked it. There's something else. I was supposed to retrieve a black metal box that he had. I had no idea what was inside the box, but it must have been something extremely important. However, it's like the box had fallen into the hands of the assassin too. Who could this person be? Had he known that Ray had also been looking for the same box? Was the prank specifically designed for me? Pain from my left arm interrupted my thought. Only then did I realize my left arm had been blown into pieces. The left palm had completely disappeared. Alicia. Huh, look at that. Yeah. It's gone. Huh.
Oh. Well.
Then came was not here, and neither was Officer Minjun nor Officer Jiyoung. I was alone in the office working on the suspect's statements and feeling a little lonely. The lieutenant had told me to make him pay. Officer Jiyoung had said to me that he used to tamper with the amount of goods and money when dealing with smuggling cases so the criminals would get a heavier sentence. This guy was already an accomplice to a murder. How could I make the case worse? Didn't know what to do. Scratched my head when the phone on the pen's desk rang. It was an anonymous tip to a murder. However, Unifor usually handled cases relating to gang violence or drugs. Why would we get a tip about murder? I wasn't even sure how to deal with the situation. Although I didn't have much at hand to deal with right now. It's a murder? My heart of justice was beating with excitement. I grabbed my gun and walked out. I was about to take the stairs when I heard someone yelling loudly behind me. Turned around. It was Lieutenant Kim Jung-ho of Unit 3. Lieutenant Kim asked if I was heading to the murder scene reported by the anonymous tip earlier. He said I should not go alone, that he was coming along with me so that we could look after each other. It seemed like a good idea. We got into his patrol car and started the siren. 2 minutes later, we arrived at the apartment building of the scene. It was a 2-floor rental building. I could see fire through the window of one apartment in the middle of the 2nd floor. Something wasn't right. Anybody home? Knocked on the door. There was no response. I knocked even harder and yelled some more, but still nothing. Then Kim stopped me and said we should just wait for the apartment manager to open the door for us. Nowhere had been engulfed in fire. When the manager turned the key and touched the doorknob, he suddenly jumped back like he was shocked. He'd been shocked. As I grabbed the knob, it felt like a soldering iron burning my palm. I bit my own lip to stop myself from screaming. As soon as I forced the door open, flames leapt out of the apartment along with a wave of feet. I could almost smell my hair getting burnt, and then Kim and I had to take a few steps back. If that's something true, there might still be people inside. I took a step towards the door, but Lieutenant King grabbed me. Are you crazy? Look at the fire! You'll be burnt to ashes! We're here for over 20 minutes. Whoever might still be in there is already dead. He made a good point. We waited until the firefighters put out the fire before we finally went into the apartment. Everything inside had been scorched. All the furniture had been incinerated. We found 2 bodies that were completely unrecognizable due to the fire. One in the bathroom, the other in the living room. We had to send them back for autopsies. We didn't learn the identities of the bodies until the next day. I couldn't have imagined that they were Officer Minjun and Lieutenant Kang. I should have charged inside. I could have saved them. Lieutenant Young-min.
Are they just incompetent or what? Because so far I've counted a bunch of their own guys dying.
Well, no, they're not incompetent. Because they never are. No one was in the bedroom. A lot of empty beer bottles just got on the floor, most of which were empty. Some of them were not empty though. The beer had spilled all over the place. There were still a lot of burning candles on the floor too. Lieutenant King is passed out over here. Lieutenant King's voice coming from the bathroom. Right to the bathroom. Lieutenant King looked extremely pale. His lips were purple and he was unconscious. Then I wonder how on earth Lieutenant King had ended up here. We drove him to the hospital immediately. Doctor told us that Lieutenant King had suffered from alcohol poisoning. Thank goodness that we got him here in time. If we had been a little bit later, the consequences would have been severe. Lieutenant Kang survived. However, we had left Stacy. We hadn't noticed the unusual thing hidden in the living room at the time. Next day, I went to visit the lieutenant, who was still in a coma, but a bunch of men from Unit 3 kicked me out once again. They told me that Officer Minjun's body had also been found in Lieutenant Kang's home. They had reasons to believe that Min Jun was murdered, and the lieutenant might be heavily involved. From now on, they were putting him under 24-hour surveillance.
It was a murder.
As Rain lying on the floor, Officer Min Jun's eyes were wide open. There was a dark brown stain near his chest and his dark-colored shirt. The blood had already dried. Before I could check any further, the officers in Unit 3, who had followed us here, had pushed me aside and saw examining the body themselves and taking notes. It was so strange. I was the one who received the tip in the first place, but the scene had now been overrun by Unit 3. Soon the CSI unit arrived too. I still couldn't quite accept Officer Min Jun's death. As the guys from Unit 3 wouldn't let me near the body, I had no choice but to wander around the living room. I walked past the dressing room and there's a knocked-over picture frame. Flipped it over. It was the photo of Lieutenant Kang with a woman in her 30s. Hey, you! Don't touch anything! Yes, you! The men from Unit 3 kicked me out of the apartment. I had to stand by the door and watch them carry Officer Min Jun's body away in a body bag. Rumor was they had found Lieutenant Kang passed out in the bathroom due to apparent alcohol poisoning. And they found out later that the place had been Lieutenant Kang's apartment. And descended all the way to the ground floor from outside the building. I was also carrying a black metal box on my left arm. I suddenly found the box when I dropped down to the floor to get away from the heavy smoke. It had been glued to the bottom of the couch. Although laying the zone was nowhere to be found, Ray had instructed me that the mailbox was my top priority. The doctor went into his office just after I had escaped through the window. I could hear him directing their whole team to go after me. But it was already too late. I started my motorcycle and went to the full throttle. Minutes later, I had arrived at the back alley behind Melody Hall. We opened boxes around me. Inside the box were 2 cubes the size of a palm, with different markings on them. Ray gave me a reward after he made sure the items were intact. At that day, I had a dragon tattoo put on my stomach. Ray said that I earned that mark as evidence that I had truly become his. Rank A. I was supposed to be in the office, but he was never to be found. More part text was to find a black mailbox. Got lucky. I accidentally found a mailbox that Ray had asked me to find when I dropped down the floor and feet away from the heavy smoke. I'd been glued to the bottom of the couch. Leaving the office, I ducked into the security stairwell again. There's almost nobody in it. I was wearing a janitor's uniform, then calmly walked down from the 33rd floor. Got down to the 5th floor. 4 security guards, followed by someone in a doctor's coat, walked past me and climbed up the stairs. The person in the coat looked a little familiar. Turned my head and took another glance at him. Then I realized he was looking at me too. And then I remembered, it was the doctor summoned to check up on me at Moneyji's mansion. Moneyji's entire household had been wiped out, and everyone in the underground world knew that the Black Dragon Gang had done it. Yet nobody dared to say a word about it. After all, Moneyji was merely a money man who had no other connections or support. Nobody knew that there had been any survivors in the unfortunate accident, but if anybody were to survive, that person must be deeply involved with the Black Dragon Gang. The doctor read me and told me anyone present staying along the corp would be able to connect the gang to their boss's death. Ray would be in serious trouble. We were getting further away from each other one step at a time, and this uneasy feeling kept dripping from my heart like a leaking water tap, one drop at a time. I made up my mind just before they were about to disappear at the corner of the stairs. The dagger cut through the air like a silver lightning bolt went to the doctor's throat. In the next second, 4 bullets left the silencer of my gun and took out the others in the stairwell. Yet the doctor had saved my life in one last look. He was lying on the stairs, with his left hand over his chest. I never learned what his name was, and I would never have a chance to ask him. I closed my eyes, shook my head, and turned around. It was too late when I suddenly realized something had just touched my back. A cold, familiar, strange sensation kept pushing forward through my skin, through the gaps between my
it was
back
just
ribs.
stabbed?
Yep, through my heart, and finally through the gaps between my front ribs and my skin in front. My doctor had missed the artery by just a little. A tiny bit of mercy that remained in my heart had turned to be a fatal mistake. I watched this box off my arm and fell down the stairs, clanking the whole way down. I reached out, intending to catch it, but I couldn't. Smashed the window of the bathroom. To my surprise, I found Lim King passed out on the floor. Even more surprisingly, when I carried the living room with his foot accidentally bumped the doors of the closet, which was knocked open. Then a body rolled out from inside. I recognized the body. It was Officer Min Jun. It had only been a few days since we last saw each other. Never would have ever imagined that I'd be seeing him again like this. Couldn't think anymore, so I had to leave Officer Min Jun to Kim at the scene. I drove Lieutenant Kang to the hospital myself as fast as I could. This was okay. The doctor said he'd only had some serious alcohol poisoning. However, this is only the beginning. Only some serious alcohol poisoning. It's fine. The next day, I went to visit the lieutenant, who was still in a coma, but a bunch of men from Unit 3 kicked me out once again. They had reason to believe the lieutenant might be heavily involved with Min Jun's murder. From now on, they were putting him under 24-hour surveillance. Damn it, I had no time to check on Officer Minjun. I had to rush Lieutenant King to the hospital. Yasti had concluded that in the entire investigation process under the complete supervision of Unit 3. We wait to look for more clues at the scene now. Alright. To the my hand, that's not what I'm doing. A couple of people had seen me while I was dropping down and wet. Jin's eyes were right open. There's a dark brown stain in his chest and left right. Right. So go back inside. We had to wait for reinforcements from firefighters. We waited until the firefighters put out the fire before we went to the apartment again. Found another completely mutilated body in the bathroom. Next day, while I was still limiting, shocking news. The second body was Lieutenant Kang. He was lying on the floor. Officer Minjun's eyes were right open. The shape of it must be a gunshot wound. Why would he be here? Where on earth was this place? What had happened to him? I looked around the living room. A lot of empty beer bottles.
What's the color green? Who named it that? Those questions were not as important as now.
Lieutenant Kim just looking at him like, why does...
What are you? What are you talking?
This
is why we keep kicking you out.
This is why you're not from you're not in Unit 3.
Oh.
Okay, why was he here too? Got back up and walked to the bathroom. Session in the living room, I noticed a knocked over picture frame. It's over, it's a photo of Lieutenant King with one in the 30s. He looked much younger in the photo. He even seemed a little shy. Both of them were in uniform with their guns holstered. I couldn't look away from the woman in the photo for a long time, and I finally remembered. She had been previously at Unit 2, Ji Gal-seok, the legendary figure in the Busan Police Precinct. She was a beautiful woman, but more importantly, she was considered to be better than any of the male officers on the force. She was famous for being incredibly courageous and decisive. She was the idol of almost every young police officer. Even during my days in the academy, a lot of my classmates had her photos in their private sections. That was how I had recognized her. The photo had obviously been taken before she had been killed in the line of duty. Lieutenant King looked like he had just joined the police too. Perhaps he was a fan of hers too. There is nothing strange about that. So this might be Lieutenant King's home. Why would Minjun's body be here then? Suddenly remember they'd done his tip, and I was starting to get more and more suspicious. Officer Minjun had been shot. He was still in his undercover outfit, which I had seen a few times. I went back to check on his body, and there was nothing else in his pockets, but I did notice a keychain attached to his waist. Lieutenant Kim walking over from the bedroom. You must be wondering why I hadn't responded yet. I quickly took the keychain off and hid it. Please, Buddha, please bless me. Bless me so I can find the truth and avenge Officer Minjun. How did it end up like this? How could Officer Minjun be dead? Will I ever see you again?
I assume no.
Oh, it was just a nightmare. No, it was more than that. Everything has already happened in reality, but I tried everything I could. I thought it was raining. However, everything outside looks exactly the same as when I first woke up after losing my memories. The sky is still red. Snow keeps falling down. Even the snow looks red, perhaps because of the light. There doesn't seem to be anybody in the buildings on either side of the street, and there aren't any people on the street. There aren't any animals either. No small birds or little dogs, nothing. There aren't even any trees or grass. Rain only appears in my dreams. It's never stopped snowing outside the window. Is this what the gods' world looks like? I wonder what the humans' world looks like right now. Yo, you're up early. What time is it now? 4 o'clock in the morning? It's only 4? Nothing seems to change inside the window. I can't even tell whether it's morning or not. Humans' world has day and night, right? Why don't we have that? That's because we live in a different world? Only I want to go for a walk outside. I'm afraid you can't do that. Why not? To us, there is no outside. Everything you see from the window is just an illusion. This house is all there is to our world. Are you telling me that everything that I see outside the window is fake? That's correct. Everything outside is fake. Even the house that we are living in right now doesn't really exist. All of this is built by our combined imagination. Our world and the human worlds have no intersections at all, not in time nor in space. Well, could we go to their world at all? By teleportation, for example, like you did earlier? Or maybe there's a door of some kind that could go to any other place you want to go. Why do you want to go to their world so much? I haven't been feeling too well recently. This job, it's not like what I first imagined it would be. I thought I could give everyone a perfect, happy ending, but tragedies keep happening one after another. I don't know what I have done wrong. Do I not understand them well enough because I'm not human? Or is it because I'm not familiar enough with their world, so I can't understand the consequences of my decisions? So you want to go there, witness their lives for yourself? Yeah. Fortunately, we are unable to go to their world. Besides, we don't really need to. We are gods. All we need to do is fulfill the humans' wishes. It is not our duty to create a wonderful world based on our judgment. You have too much kindness in you, and that's why you are overthinking it. No matter what decisions you make, the humans will accept them. Simply because they don't have other options. But we're gods. How can we be so careless about their sincere wishes? Psst. Humans never truly understand what they want, ever. They get themselves in trouble, but they are afraid to take responsibility for their actions and choices. That's why they always hope the gods can fix everything for them. God will help me. God will bless me. They are nothing but a bunch of cowards and losers. As long as we help them resolve their immediate dilemmas, we have done our job. As for other problems that lie in their future, those have nothing to do with us. The bottom line is, even if we don't want to help them at all, they have no right to complain. After all, we are gods, and they are just mere humans. Therefore, no matter what you do, you are always right. You will never be wrong. But I understand it might be a little difficult for you to accept this right now. You should just go take a nap and get some rest. We talked enough today. I'll go make us some breakfast. Was I really overthinking things? Well, maybe I have to do it myself.
하나님, 나를 도와주세요.
젠장, 어떻게 이럴 수가?
No puedo regresar.
An 18-year-old boy.
Yeah, that was a dark moment there.
What? Just that conversation?
Don't worry, just that conversation.
So in the exam room of the hospital, my fingers kept tapping my knees. Maybe it was because of my past experiences, but anytime I had to deal with a hospital, I would always worry about the worst outcome. After a long while, the doctor finally came in. He closed the door and sat down in front of me. My hands clenched into fists. He opened the test results and read through them. Then he looked up from the document and stared at me. I meant, what is your relationship with her? The diagnosis is stomach cancer. I was stunned. It really was the worst outcome. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't really remember what the doctor had said afterwards. I took the test results and went back to the patient's room. I looked at her, still sound asleep. I wonder if she could just keep sleeping like this. Maybe she would never wake up again. Yang Ying had told me her story. She had been all alone, with no family for a long time, just like me. And now with this diagnosis, she would have to deal with this all by herself. I could see her bright eyes looking into mine in the flickering candle lights. I crumpled the test results in my hands when Zhaoren.
It's super cancer. Oh no, not that.
Who's Yang Ying?
What's your relationship with her? The diagnosis is stomach cancer.
Bad. So I was stunned. I thought the doctor was going to tell me about her condition, but he had given me the test results from my previous hospital stay. About a month ago, I had been in a fight with someone. I had been a little rusty and too hot-headed, and one of my ribs was broken. I had to ask for sick leave from school because I had to stay in the hospital for a while. The doctor was very attentive. After I recovered, he just said I'd get a full physical. It is, I hadn't had a physical for a long time, so I thought I might as well get one. Little did I know that I would be getting such a surprise. It had gone dark outside now. I picked up the test results, got up, and went back to the patient's room. The nurse must have taken her temperature. As I saw Li Wen's hands hanging outside of the sheets, her collar was messed up. I carefully tucked her hands back in the sheets, trying not to wake her up. She seemed to be dreaming. She suddenly turned her face aside and mumbled something. Her face was only inches away from mine. I couldn't move for a second. I remember what had happened the day I had fainted in my apartment. Even though my heart stopped, I hadn't been breathing. I had been conscious. I felt someone pressing my chest. I felt someone yelling my name. I felt someone... I knew it was her, but I couldn't move at all. No, actually I could. But I was thinking, perhaps I could just let go, and all of this would be over. However, when I heard her crying, my heart suddenly bounced. I opened my eyes with all the strength I had, and I saw her sobbing uncontrollably. Why would she care so much about someone whom she barely knew? Why? And I suddenly realized the reason why I'd cared about her so much. We were just like each other. We must have similar pasts. My strength started coming back to my body. I grabbed her hand as soon as I could, just so I could tell her I was okay. I didn't want to see her sad. A buzz from my cell phone pulled me back from my thoughts. I had a text message. I walked out of the room, leaned on the wall in the hallway, and opened my inbox. It was from Yang Ying. She received my text message about my condition, and she wanted to see me at the coffee house later. I pressed the delete button. It had been a habit of mine for a very long time. Always delete my texts as soon as I read them. I would always get annoyed if I had too many texts in my inbox. There are 4 other texts left in the inbox. It's raining. Remember to bring an umbrella. There's a book. There's a book signing at the West Entrance right now. I've just bought our collection. Deleted. Hey, Miss Run. I'm in the gift shop near the north of right now. They have a lot of cute things there. Are you coming today too, Miss Run? Deleted. Miss Run, I'm about to head back. Thank you again. Deleted. You have stomach cancer. Rank S.
Yay.
The largest arcade of Mongkok. Time Reversal Cup. The Prince of Fighters 97 Nostalgia Tournament. King of Fighters.
Yep.
A giant banner was on display. The Time Reversal Cup had been the biggest tournament for classic fighting games in Hong Kong for a few years. It had also been an important source of income in my post-college independent life. After graduating from college last year, I had moved out of my parents' house and rented a 30 square meter studio with a standalone bathroom. I never knew that rent could be so expensive. I never understood why people would want to buy stuff on sale. I never realized that part-time jobs barely paid anything. Not until I lost financial support from my father and mother did I begin to appreciate the challenges of life. Therefore, I must win the tournament. The prize money for winning the championship would be enough to cover my expenses for 3 months. I arrived not too long ago, and I had been testing my machine. People were beginning to gather around, many of whom kept taking pictures with their phones. As the 2-time defending champion, I had been placed directly in the semifinals, so I was expecting a little tension. However, today I was feeling very suspicious about every one of these people. I was about to go and hide in the bathroom for a little while before the match. Suddenly, a wave of excitement washed over the crowd. A small kid had just walked up to the machine opposite mine. He was in a school uniform, wearing a pair of glasses, and his hair parted to the left side. The staff thought we didn't know each other and started making introductions. This is the primary school killer. You must have heard of him. He has no more rivals left in Simsha Sui area. Last week, he challenged the entire North Key arcade. Nobody dared even say a word. Never thought that he would be my opponent today. I silently cursed all the gods and goddesses in my head, and then the punk kid held his thumb down and made a face at me. The crowd booed loudly. The booing went right into my head, along with the history of our rivalry. Now, watch out, you punk. Big Brother's going to teach you a lesson for the sake of your parents. Let me show you how to be polite and respect to your senior. My Yogami versus his Kusanagi. 2 games out of 3. In all honesty, our raw skills were mostly on the same level. Every time I played this kid, he would always be able to get into my head and mess up my inputs. I would be thinking of a punch but press a kick. I was trashed in the first game, and I tried my damn best to win the second game. Here came the deciding game. The crowd had become wild. Time to go to hell, you little punk! Hell! 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 At this point, both of our HP gauges were alarmingly low. Our special moves were both
Are you
charged.
okay, Basta?
Our special
Must
moves
that be
were
one of the answers?
fully charged and ready to go as well. If either of us made a mistake right now, the other would immediately land a combo and finish the game. I slightly wiggled my sweating right hand and feigned a retreat. The punk kid took the bait. His punch whiffed. Now's my chance. I commanded Yogi to jump behind him. Ready to unleash the final combo. Gi Shiki Yoi Yoi!
Oh
2B!
god.
5A! 127 Shiki Akai Hana 1! 127 Shiki Akai Hana 2! After 2 consecutive Akai Hana, my opponent had just been thrown into midair. It was finally time to end this game with a desperation move. Joystick. Right. Bottom right.
Quarter circle
down.
back. Quarter circle back.
Quarter circle back? Okay.
Yeah.
Joystick.
Quarter circle forward.
Hard punch. See. Ghostly profanes appear on his hands. Light pillars are bursting
I
from the
knew
ground
it.
from one
I
ground.
knew who he was playing. He's playing the girl with the psycho power.
Desperation move. Ira 108 Shikio Sakazuki. Oh crap, that was the wrong move! It was an amazing move that could stun the opponent, but it was only wrong was that it was also slow. I could get air teched away from the pillars, nullifying my attack. Oh shit! The punk kid smiled behind his glasses. Kusanagi jumped on top of me.
Looks like I got you.
I was still in recovery from the previous move, so I couldn't defend myself. Kusanagi then kicked me into the air. Raging fire erupted in his hand as he held it high.
Okay, so Kusanagi is what's his name? Who's the main guy? The one that's rivals with Iori.
Ah.
No, I'm asking.
It's Iori.
I know, but who's the rival of Iori? Because I'm pretty sure that's who they're
Oh, I forgot
they're
the
supposed to
name.
be playing. Because his last name is Kusanagi, but it's spelled different.
Yeah, I forgot the name. He was actually just revealed also in for the next Kingdom Fighters.
I have no idea what's going on.
Hi,
Also,
Shay.
hello.
Oh, hey Shay.
I've been here
Why did
for
you
5
know it?
minutes.
Leave argument to this guy. K
And you didn't
O.
say anything?
Nah, I was wondering what the hell was going on first.
You're weird.
Well, yeah, I had like some time before work, so I thought I'd chime in real quick.
You're old and wrong. As Yogami kept flying upwards on the screen, my heart was sinking all the way into the ground. I lost. My prize gone. Might have to borrow money from my father to cover the rent this month. He would once again try to persuade me to go and work at his company. Mother would then try and set me up on a blind date, forcing me to meet people who I had absolutely no interest in. You'd have to pretend to smile the whole time. No! My dear goddess of fortune, please take me away from here. Jimmy. Alright.
Now you gotta put the correct inputs to win the tournament.
Oh no. How would I know what the correct input is?
It's because it's the opposite way.
Oh,
Yeah, it's quarter circle forward and then quarter circle back. If it's supposed to be her,
let's see.
let's do it.
His hands morphed to a blur. He grabbed Kusanagi in the air and slammed him onto the ground. Sax, fueled with every last drop of his power, washed over his opponent like an unstoppable waterfall. Kusanagi couldn't even hold his posture anymore. Desperation move. Kin, 1211, Shikio Otome. KO! Yes! 3 months of expenses. See how it's done, you little punk? That ceremony, I was about to duck out of the arcade quietly when the punk had suddenly blocked my way. What, you want to look for a real fight now? Don't you know my fame of beating up both a senior home and a kindergarten on the same day? I quietly thought to myself, congratulations, mister. I bought you this newspaper as a special gift to you. I took the newspaper. It was some random tabloid. Cover page, headline. Despicable. Hong Kong youth molests child in the street? What the hell was this? Several months ago, I'd beaten up the little punk primary school girl pretty badly in another casual tournament. Then again, a few days later, an article being circulated on the internet about me taking off my pants on the street and mooning some kid. There was even a picture to go with it. Yet, whether you judged it by the shape or by the percentage of body fat, that was not my butt in the picture. And the funny thing was, when I tried to remove the censor boxes from the picture through some technical magic, I realized that the kid in the picture was exactly this little punk. When had I ever taken a picture with him? Besides, what kind of twisted mind would make up such a gross and embarrassing idea in the first place? Not to mention actually going through the trouble of faking a picture. Afterwards, I had to hack a dozen websites to delete all the related articles. Just like that. Now, you had it printed on paper? Didn't know who was more despicable in this whole ordeal. In any case, the more despicable the poorer was, the faster travel. People would always believe this kind of garbage. People in the arcade were starting to stare at me. I knew they had not just come here for the tournament today. What? Did you expect me to tear the paper into pieces? Make a scene? Screw you, little punk. I stuffed the newspaper into the bag with my prize and walked out of the arcade. It was drizzling outside. Life is Good was playing on my headphones. I decided not to take a cab and just walk back to the apartment. Bumped into a few people.
What a weird state of effect. Like, just weird all around.
Yeah. Nobody gave me any trouble or even a second look. Yeah, why bother myself with other people's opinions? This was my life. The one that I had always wanted. Let's see what's going on with the child. My name is Park Sang-gun. I'm 14 years old. I lived in a mental hospital. The vice president of the hospital was Dr. Lee Yun-seok. He was also my supervising doctor. Ever since I'd been sent there at 12 years old, he'd been abusing me for sadistic pleasure. I used to cry out loud in my room and hide, but they would scream at me to shut up. I tried to keep a diary to relieve my stress. My days as nurses would read it behind my back. When I was feeling extremely desperate, I would pick up the pen and stab myself with it.
Oh.
I forced myself not to cry, no matter how painful it was. It was an exercise. After a while, I gradually became numb to the pain. That way, it'd be less painful when I had to go to that room again.
That's hitting close.
Most of the nurses in this hospital were men, but I did come to know one male nurse. His name was Lee Young-cheol. The other nurses said that he was the nephew of Lee Young-seok, and that was the only reason he got the job. Every Tuesday night, he would take me to Lee Young-seok's office. He would then just wait outside until it was over. He would then bring me back to my room. One day, he noticed my scars. He would tell that some of them were not caused by his uncle. After he found out that I had been hurting myself, he decided to confiscate my pen. Coward! He knew what his uncle had been doing to me. I also knew that he had read my diaries too. He was too afraid to stop his uncle, but he would take away my pen. I closed the door. I threw myself at his feet, held on his legs and me crying at the top of my lungs. I suspected he panicked and touched my head with his hand, trying to console me. Since that moment, he had become an ally of mine. As an ally, Lee Young-cheol would sometimes use his limited power to get me some small privileges. For instance, I could walk in the garden a little longer than the others. If I could hold on a little longer, maybe I could even find a chance to escape from here. Just when the tiniest ray of hope was beginning to show, I heard a piece of horrible news. My mom had died. I overheard it from the nurses. None of them would even tell me the news to my face. But they would gossip about me behind my back, commenting on what a poor child I was. I didn't want their pathetic sympathy. I just wanted Mom. For the last 2 years, no one had ever visited me. Why had Mom never come to visit me? I knew why. It must have been something to do with Dad. He sold me off first, kept torturing Mom at home, and prevented her from visiting me. He was not my dad. He was a bad person, a monster. I wanted to kill him. Pretended that I hadn't heard the news. Every night, I would cover my face in blankets so the nurses wouldn't notice me crying. In secret, however, I began to plan my escape. Another Tuesday night, in a room without light. There was only pale moonlight. He and I, 2 people. Everything was exactly the same as 2 years ago, except for the lack of sinister smell in the air. I had long given up the fight, so I no longer needed something like that to subdue me. But this night wouldn't be the same as usual. He didn't expect me to pick up the chair and throw it at his head. He pushed me to the ground. Lee Young-seok was outraged. He slapped me square in the face, twice with both of his hands. I fell to the ground. Everything looked like a blur, and I didn't have any more strength to fight back. The chair only broke the phone behind him. I knew I had to be physically stronger to have a chance. But the horrible diet and the mental and physical torture I had been subjected to was only making me weaker and weaker every day. The door opened. I didn't have to look no, it was Lee Young-cheol. He had seen this scene countless times. He isn't feeling well today. Shall we wait until another day? Hey, pigs are flying. When did you start defending me? I chuckled twice despite my bleeding lips. Who gave you permission to speak? Facing the rage of his uncle, the little bit of courage Lee Young-cheol had mustered up and crumbled immediately. He walked out of the room in silence and closed the door behind him. Nothing had changed. Lee Young-seok took off his belt and thrashed the back of my legs, followed by the usual routine to add to the myriad of scars on my back. Nothing had changed. No, that wasn't true. Something had changed. I had changed. As long as that same kid from 2 years ago, even though I couldn't really remember what I had been like back then. Nevertheless, I knew one thing for sure. Even if I had become a pile of worthless human garbage, I would not stay here forever. I wanted to go home. I had to go home. God, do you hear my wish? Park Sang-gun. Park Sang-gun.
What game are you in playing?
It's called Will, A Wonderful World.
I didn't hear that wonderful part yet.
I mean, you missed the cat part. That
Yes.
one was pretty wonderful.
That was pretty good.
Where we changed a black cat fighting another cat. Like he slapped him in the. At first, he hit him in the face with like a dried fish.
Then we switched
And then
around
we
some
changed
words,
it
and he
to
had
the
a.
point. Yeah, where he had a gun.
He has a gun. The cat had a gun, and it's canon now. It happened. That's what happened in this. A cat had a gun and shot it at another cat. Nothing's still on.
You're pretty much you're a god, and you change the events in people's lives.
Yeah. But with my eyes closed, I could feel the breeze coming and going. The annoying mosquitoes kept interrupting my thoughts. Damn pests! I flicked the bloody body of a mosquito away like a small booger. Dinner time.
I gotta get going.
Oh, alright.
Alright, man.
Yeah.
See ya.
I'll see you guys later.
Later.
Alright.
Oh, I got a voicemail. Oh, let me listen to this.
You want to mute yourself, just in case?
It was Spectrum telling me that the internet came back. We lost internet like for like an hour, like half an hour, a couple days ago, and we got it back that same day. And I even told him, yeah, sure, call me back when the internet's back. And they just did that 2 days after.
Cool. Glad to know that they're on point.
Dinner time. A small tray was pushed aside through the tiny window. A bowl of rice, a plate of cabbage, 2 pieces of fried chicken, and a banana. Sounds awesome. Why do I only get 1 piece of chicken? Fat man in the opposite cell yelled at the guard who was serving the meals. He didn't get an answer. I picked up the banana from the tray and started peeling it. My diet had actually become much healthier ever since I had been sent here. I never had a meal on time back at the police station, and the food was always burgers, chicken, fries, and occasional leftovers that had been around for far too long. There had been a few times I got to eat some nice meals, though, when Chang Young-min would bring over some of his homemade bentos. The kid would always say something like, "A healthy body is necessary to defend justice," which made him sound like a whiny old lady. But I was starting to miss that kid. I had no idea how he'd been doing. He must be in a lot of trouble right now. Or maybe not. People who had framed me must be keeping him out of this case altogether. What had happened to Minjun was all my fault. On the day I went to rescue Ji-yeon, I had tried to get Minjun to join the mission, but I hadn't been able to reach him. Kid had always been the one person who would never miss a call. It was the first time ever that I couldn't find him. I should have realized that something might have gone wrong then. He never showed up at the police station afterwards either. I told Chang Yong-min that Minjun had been sick, but I honestly had no idea where he had been. It turned out that he was dead, and his body had been hidden in my room. He must have known something, and they had killed him for it. The murderer must have also known that it was the same day as the anniversary of the lieutenant's death. He even knew that I'd be very drunk that day, so he would have a better chance of success. 2 birds with 1 stone. I had some idea of who that bastard could be, but I had no evidence at the moment. I needed to find a way to get out of here first. A tall shadow moved on the cell floor. The guard who had brought the tray was still here. He was watching me eat, almost like he was monitoring me. His name was Yong Hyuk. At least that was what I heard the other guards calling him. He was
Yong
over...
Hyuk.
Yong Hyuk. If he ever speaks, I'm gonna give him a goofy voice. He was over 2 meters tall and very muscular. He might be the most menacing person in the detention center. Anyone who stood before him might feel like they were standing in front of an impenetrable wall. However, Young Hyuk had a secret. Detention Center Number 6 was a prison that was used to exclusively hold police officers who had been in trouble. And it did not belong to the police system, and therefore was not under the supervision of the police bureaucracy. Therefore, everyone who had been thrown in here had to go through a ritual. The fat man in the opposite cell was locked up because of a 50 million won bribe. Every day, he and I were forced to strip naked and were blasted by cold water. It wasn't that much different than a cold shower to me. That fat man, he would be screaming bloody murder every time the water hit him. The more he screamed, however, the more excited the guards would get. For them, it had turned into a kind of entertainment. Oh, don't worry, Ari. Oh, welcome back. For them, it had turned into kind of entertainment. Young Hyuk's reaction, however, seemed a little different than the rest of the cheering mob. One of my best buddies was gay. I could sense the same vibe from him. The fat man yelled at me in a lower voice. "Hey, can I trade there for your chicken?" "Screw you!" I suddenly had an idea.
It's my chicken nuggets.
But I needed someone's help. 20 minutes later, Young Hyuk came back to take the trays away. There's something extra in the tray, a small paper note. Now, all I could do was wait until the middle of the night. 12 a.m. Most people here had fallen asleep, but I was sitting in a chair in the interrogation room that had seen numerous occupants. A piece of yellow tape covered my mouth. My hands had been kept behind my back. Many brand new scars had been added to the current collection of my body. I had made a mistake. Young Hyuk was standing under the fluorescent light with a belt in his hands. His uniform was now soaking wet with sweat. Just a moment ago, the belt had hit me on my left eye, which was also bruised that I couldn't even open it anymore. I absolutely hated these simple-minded meatheads, especially when they could overpower me. If he had simply agreed to my proposal, I would have let my buddies find him a few handsome guys as a thank you. Then everybody would have been happy. Now he was just torturing me for nobody's benefit. Well, since enticement had not worked out, that left me with only one other choice. Threats. Although, how was I supposed to threaten him under the current circumstances? Should I summon that guy? It didn't seem like a good idea. You know, he seemed like he would never get tired. The pain he had inflicted on me was almost to the edge of what I could tolerate. I had been trying my best to control it, but in the end, he still woke up. The light from the swinging light bulb cast some moving shadow on his impatient face. Idiot! I took out the pen and stabbed it into him. The pen went right through his eye socket into his brain.
Ooh, I already know what you have to do for to make it an S class for the other guy.
Yeah. He was dead in an instant. So was my consciousness. When I woke up, I found myself back in the cell. It was different from one this time. There were more guards at the door. You committed a hate crime. I felt my pocket. As usual, there was another note. I opened it, and it said, "Your clothes stink. I told him to get you 2 new sets. That bastard landed me into such a big mess. All I cared about was some clean clothes." I now had another life on my hands. Min Jun's case was still highly inconclusive, but this one was much more straightforward. I had indeed killed young Hyuk. How could this have happened? Damn it. King Baekyo.
You know what you need to do.
Stab the dude with the fucking pan.
Yep.
What about the push to the ground, though?
He pushed me to the ground, and I took out the pen.
Took out the pen and stabbed him in his face.
Eric was sit straight in the face by the chair. He lost his balance and fell to the ground. He watched his eye burst the handcuffs with my bare hands, and he couldn't process what he was seeing. 1, 2, 3. I stomped his bloody face with my feet over and over again. I had once seen myself break another unfortunate bastard's arm with one stomp. If I kept going, he was going to die. I stepped away from the corner of the dark room and walked towards the center. What the hell? Mr. Fantastic! The mysterious invisible force appeared again almost immediately. It was as if there was numerous dark hands that were pushing on my shoulders, grabbing my ankles, trying to stop me from walking to the light and regaining control of my body. I was pushed down to the ground, but I kept crawling.
Why did this become Silent Hill?
More hands were grabbing my feet, my legs, and dragging me into the opposite direction. I could not give in.
Yeah, they didn't expect me to pull out a chair.
And I hit them with the chair. And then I pulled out the cat, and the cat put out a gun. At last, I grabbed my feet. Enough, you bastard! Get out of here! The hands suddenly scattered away. I could see clearly again. Young Hyuk was crouched in the corner, looking at me with fear. He reminded me of a frightened little rabbit. I had scared him, and he had not realized that the person standing in front of him was a different one now. There was a wallet on the floor. It wasn't mine. I picked it up. There were a few bills, a credit card, and a receipt from a gay bar from only a few days ago. As well as a family photo. A beautiful wife, a lovely daughter. What a happy family. The happy lady surely had no idea the secret life that the husband and father of the family had been leading. The little rabbit had no other choice. Boy, interrupted. Complete the profile of Park Sang-gun. What? I plunged the pen deep into his throat. He stumbled back, pulling out the pen and threw it onto the floor. Lots of blood was gushing out of the hole in his neck. I could see that he wanted to kill me very badly. However, with one hand covering his wound, he tripped and lost his balance, making a mess of his office. Soon, he was lying on the floor with his eyes wide open, but he was no longer breathing. He was dead, but that was too good for him. Before anyone noticed what had happened, I quickly searched the entire room. I found his hospital keycard, some cash, and a Swiss Army knife. I ripped the clothes off him and put them on myself so that mine wouldn't get bloody. Then, I decided to cut him. He couldn't feel it, and I thought it was his turn to suffer. In that moment, I felt so relieved.
Yeah, we were straight up just making a serial killer.
Yeah. Even the air in this room felt suddenly cleansed. Out of the window, it slid down the drain pipe. Security guard on duty was watching TV in his office at the main gate. I ducked down and snuck past the window, opened the main gate with a swipe of the keycard, and ran outside. Finally, I was free. Finally, I could go home. I walked all the way home with the flimsy clothes I was wearing. I walked past Alex's seafood store. I walked past Sumi's family bakery. I walked past the tobacco and alcohol store that I'd forgotten to lock up. I picked up the most expensive bottle of vodka from the shelf. It was for my dad. Twice a week, 8 times a month. Multiplies by 12, 19, 96, times 2, 100, 192. Let me round it up to 200. I was walking briskly. At the same time, I was quietly calculating how many times Mom had been hit by Dad for the past 2 years. Just as an estimate. It was almost sunrise when I finally saw my family's yet strange home. I suspected Dad was sound asleep. I changed Mom's favorite coat. Then I went to the kitchen and picked up the knife that Mom used to cut meat. At last, I came to my dad's bed. Dad, I'm home. 1, 2, 3, 667.
Yep, we just made a serial kill.
For stabbing him as many times as he thinks that his
The
dad
sound of
is
the knife
mom.
going in and out of his body is almost a musical melody. 122, 123, 124. Keep in mind, he rounded this up to 200. 199, 200. Blood was splashed all over the bed and the floor. It was disgusting. I sprinkled the vodka that I brought home all around the bed and the room. Then I lit a match. Bye, Dad. Bye. Mom. Small flame was jumping and growing. It was becoming bigger and bigger.
Oh my god!
Oh my god! At the point where he found someone dead? We found a lot of people dead.
He literally just made Jack the Ripper.
It's gonna have a close-up of his face, and he's gonna be grinning ear to ear.
It's gonna be that one shot where it's like above the head, but it looks like their face is like wide. Like when the person like breaks.
What is that called?
It has a specific name. I forgot what it was though. The full flame was jumping and growing. It was becoming bigger and bigger. In the end, it grew so big that it swallowed this place I used to call home. I'd never seen anything more beautiful. From the ashes, I would start a brand new life. Phoenix from the ashes.
Park escaped his
I guess.
S rank. Oh my god. So you think she's gonna look at the dog and be like, what the fuck have we done?
Or the next line the dog will give us, you did a good job.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Let's see, I think we have one more. Is that all of... that it for Rocky? Rocky's just done?
Yep.
Just did one for Rocky. Alright. You go, Rocky.
The kids is done too.
JL7.
He's not done. He's definitely gonna be coming back.
The flight from Hong Kong to Tokyo. This was my first time playing, yet I wasn't as excited as I imagined it would be. I closed my eyes, hoping I could fall asleep until landing. After a while, the plane encountered some turbulence. My face tightened a little, not because I was scared, but because I was annoyed that I had disrupted my dream. Yeah, there are one-shot characters. Fisheye? I don't think it's fisheye. I think that's the camera lens, but not the shot. That is from my dream. I was dreaming of Carlos. In the dream, we finally got to see each other again. It was late at night, even though we had not seen each other for a long time. Neither of us said anything. It was so dark that I couldn't even see what he looked like as a grown-up. We haven't done anything with Carlos in a while. His lips moved, and he was about to say something, but suddenly the ground beneath us morphed into an enormous wave and swept me away. I opened my eyes. The boy next to me handed me one of his earbuds. He probably thought I was afraid. Some tender music was flowing out of the earbud. I smiled at him with gratitude. He had short and curly dark hair. He looked like he was about 18 years old. Carlos would be around the same age now. I thought that was what you were talking about. I fell asleep again.
It's this expression that they'll make like when characters snap.
Yeah.
Usually.
Yeah. I remember from like Steins Gate. There was one in the Steins Gate room. Though I didn't go back to the same dream this time. 4 hours later, the front desk of the Prince Hotel in Shinjuku. I was checking in. Coincidentally, I ran into the boy who was next to me on the plane. Also coincidentally, his room was right next to mine. He said his name was Lin Wei. He was here on a trip by himself and insisted that we could travel together. It was okay with me.
He kept asking if he could put his Minecraft bed next to mine, and I don't know what that was.
I don't know what's a Minecraft.
Is that anything like a Terraria?
You'd have to wait until after I finished my business here. The sun was about to set when he knocked on my door. He told me he had rented a car and asked if I would like to go take a ride with him along the beach. I said yes. His eyes were a little red, and we didn't say anything to each other on the way. He didn't go directly to the beach. Instead, he circled around Shinjuku a couple of times at first. If he weren't so upset, I would have almost suspected that he had figured out who I really was. I never knew that the target this time was still a kid. Half an hour ago, I received an instruction from Ray. Target sign was a person staying in a room next to mine, Lin Wei. He was the only child of the boss of Lin Inc., who ran the Black Dragon Gang. Whenever Ray gave me an assignment, I never questioned the reason, although this time, I didn't really need to ask. The big boss of Lin Inc. was in his 5 years. That was a corporation that brought the idea of looking for a successor. Obviously, the big boss wanted his own son to succeed him, and everyone knew it. But I knew Ray too well. He wanted to be a successor. The gang had plenty of enemies in the criminal underworld. This time, Lin Wei was traveling to Japan alone, without any bodyguards. It meant that this would be the perfect opportunity for Ray to take him out of the equation. It was quite windy by the ocean. There were a couple of tourists hanging around on the beach! There. I planned to complete the assignment once they left. Lin Wei stood there, facing the ocean! He closed his eyes and spread his arms. He looked like a bird who was about to ride the wind and fly into the sky. Miss, have you ever thought about what we live for in this world? I fixed my hair that was flying in the wind. For me, simply being able to live is good enough. I never thought about something so deep. Lin Wei kept his posture. Well, do you have an important person in your life? I do. I looked at the ocean. He put his arms down. What would you do if you couldn't be with that person? I'd wait. He looked back at me. His face was covered in tears. What if you know that you'll only be waiting for nothing? Jeez, dude. I suddenly realized I had never thought about this possibility. Miss, I know what you were doing here. I've seen many other people like you. Lin Wei unbuttoned his shirt and revealed numerous horrifying scars on his body. In 2 years, my father will hand the company to me. Miss, you of all people should know how many people want me dead. Of all these years, my only wish has been to be with that person on my birthday. I was born in the winter, near Christmas. I would always dream about the two of us decorating our own Christmas tree, walking on the festive street, and holding hands like a real couple. But year after year, I could never make it happen. And I'll never be able to make it happen in the future. I will not let the person I love get hurt because of me. So I can't be with that person. Not in this life. I'm tired. I'm tired of a life like this. The last tourist had just left the beach. He gave me one last smile and started walking to the ocean. The water gradually went over his waist, his shoulder. A few minutes later, I dived into the ocean. I grabbed his hand. I gasped this salt tasting air, feeling like I was going to be swallowed by the crushing waves at the very next moment. I lay there on the beach. I was completely wet. Lin Wei was lying next to me. Why did you just let me die? Isn't that your mission? Why? I didn't know. Perhaps I was hoping that there would be another possibility for him. It had been 10 days. I still didn't have a strategy to help him. Although I worked for Ray, I didn't really have all the information in the organization. Even in the gang, not a lot of people were aware of my existence. Therefore, I didn't have any useful connections. I was sitting on the couch in my room. A bunch of empty candy boxes were piled up next to my hand. Lin was an extremely important target to Ray. Letting Lin go meant that I had betrayed him. I might have made the stupidest decision of my life. Just out of that one moment of sympathy. I heard footsteps in the hall outside. The person was intensely keeping them light, so I knew instantly that it couldn't be a regular tenant. After 4 years of training told me immediately that it was someone like me, he or she was good at this job too. Ray surely wouldn't show me any mercy. Alicia. I don't know what this is gonna do.
Oh, what have you done?
No way was right. I had the blood of over a dozen people on my hands. If I were to be with Carlos, I would bring him nothing but misery. The difference was almost pitch black, beneath which hid many invisible but violent torrents. The water was also much colder than I expected, and I could feel the chill in my bones. Lin Wei grabbed my hand, and he was guiding me ahead. I suddenly understood. Heavenly Father was giving me a chance for redemption, right here, right now. We held our hands together and disappeared into the darkness. Bad!
Both died.
Both died.
Bad!
But according to God Dog, that doesn't matter.
No, he was right. I love.
Yep, same.
It's not the same. That's it? Okay, then why'd it allow me to do it?
Because it happened quicker.
Nah. Alright, let's see. Hairdryer was buzzing. Sitting in my hotel room, drying my hair with my eyes closed. I was afraid. I was afraid that I would see myself in the foggy mirror and that I wouldn't even recognize my own reflection. In the dark water, I watched Lin Wei as he struggled to breathe. I felt his grip on my hand tighten, then loosen. After confirming his death, I came back to the beach at a different spot and took a taxi back to the hotel. It was just another assignment. Even if he had lived a hard life, even if he had reminded me of someone, there was nothing else I could have done to help him. But it was just another excuse. The truth was, I simply couldn't stand the thought of leaving Ray. Same evening, I told Ray about Linway's final moments. But his response surprised me. Starting from tomorrow, you are free. Rank S!
好想再见他一面。
Lo siento.
I noticed Jimmy's face changed. His little thing changed. He didn't have glasses on. As did Alicia's. Alright, I'll be right back.
I mean, they're changing to the looks they've had last.
Yeah. I'm back.
Hi.
He's on the stream, by the way.
So what?
He's on the stream.
I'm on the stream?
No, my dog's on the stream now.
Oh.
If you want to check.
Wolfie.
He's a good boy. Such a handsome boy. Oh my goodness.
Dog.
I love you, buddy. Such a handsome boy. Oh my goodness.
Ari says to tell him that she loves him.
Ari says she loves you. What are you sniffing at? Sniffing at the dog food? I mean, at the cat food? No. Go away. No eating the cat food. That's for Minnie. Oh, you can eat the scraps, I guess. The ones that... See, I put... Because he kept eating from the cat bowl, I changed the location of the cat bowl. It's now between my desk and like a bookshelf. Because Wolfie's head's too fat to get in there. No, you can't have this. This will probably kill you. Continuing. I opened my eyes. Hi, Wolfie. Wanna get on the bed? Oh, come on. Yep. There you go. Buggy. Alright. Open my eyes. I saw a white ceiling. I saw white walls. I saw white blankets and beds. I could smell the strong odor of detergent. How did I end up in the hospital? It was very late. There was no one in the hallway. I found the nurse station and asked for my record. I said I had gastritis. It says it's like a stomach inflammation.
Yep.
The new gastritis can make someone pass out. No, it turned out I was mostly fine. I just needed to take my medication for a couple more days. But it's already too late to be discharged today, so I'd have to wait until tomorrow. Just to mention that it was a middle-aged man who had brought me in. Middle-aged man? Could it be him? Probably not. There are plenty of middle-aged men out there. So I was mostly fine. I decided to go home anyway. Couldn't stand the sight of a hospital for one more minute. I had too many bad memories of being in a hospital. I think the man was sitting at the hospital entrance, looking down at the ground. Maybe he was feeling down because a family member had been sick too. I walked towards the subway station. At the last crossing. Lights had just turned from green to red. I saw two people sitting next to the window in the coffee house across the street. Two very familiar people. Miss Yang and him. I stepped forward without even realizing it. I forgot about the red light. A truck charged directly in front of me. Its headlights had blinded me. My entire body was swallowed by the light. The truck didn't stop after hitting me. Oh. I had been left lying in the street when someone found me. It happened to be the same young man who had been standing in front of the hospital earlier. I went back to the hospital, but this time I wasn't mostly fine. I probably would not survive the night. I realized I had so many regrets. Why couldn't I tell him how I truly felt? Why would I always have to be torn apart from the most important people in my life? Li Wen. Well, girl, I can't help you with your relationship problems right now.
Should have stayed in the hospital.
But I can keep you alive. "9 a.m. It was the least busy hour of the day in the coffee shop. I was wiping the glass carefully with a cleaning cloth. Mama, who loved and happily shared his feminine side, was sitting next to the bar and perusing a woman's fashion magazine while occasionally letting out a yawn. There was also a customer in a strange hat that had been here since we opened this morning. He had his 8th cigarette in the ashtray, put down an adult magazine that he had brought with him, left his booth, and went into the guest restroom. There was no one else in the shop but the three of us. I had left Ray half a month ago. I didn't know where else to go, so I came back to Maple House. It still had the same decorations, but not the same people. Raji got back to India. Hang had become a legal resident and got married. Oh, good for him. On my first day, I told Mama everything about being auctioned off and abused, but I left out everything related to Ray. I was trying to sort that his entire face was wet. He hugged me so tight and told me of course I could come back, and I could stay here for as long as I wanted to. I tried to get back to a normal life. I wanted to save up a little more money so I could bring Carlos over to live with me. Ring, ring. A middle-aged man with a thick beard had just walked in. I was carrying a glass pitcher of water when I accidentally bumped into the door. Water spilled everywhere. I caught the pitcher 20 meters off the ground before it got smashed into pieces. He was carrying an umbrella with a long handle. It was raining heavily outside. My clothes were soaking wet. Water spilled onto my clothes. Oh, water all over my clothes. Oh, damn. Oh, man. Life jacket and something became vaguely visible through my wet shirt. I apologized and turned around to go to the back room so I could change into another shirt. I'm in a hurry. I heard something else hidden inside his 4 short words. It was an extremely familiar sense of menace. And I noticed his umbrella out of the corner of my eyes. I didn't suspect anything earlier because of the rain, but now I realized that this umbrella was completely dry. I backed down and sprinted to the kitchen. Multiple deafening gunshots erupted behind me. Meticulous painted walls were littered with holes from the shotgun. I dragged Mama into the kitchen. His fake eyelashes had fallen off. There was nothing but a bloody hole where his left eyeball was supposed to be. No! Mama! His and my blood were spreading all over the kitchen floor. Suddenly I heard a flush come from the restroom outside, nothing else. He was so confident he wouldn't even bother coming in, make sure that we were dead. Aaron must be coming after me. He couldn't be here for any other reason but revenge. I had made a mistake. I should not have come back. I should not have expected to lead a normal life. My mind was becoming cloudy. Mama, I'm so sorry. It was my fault. Alicia. Alright.
I really need to start downloading Dark Souls 3 and putting in mods.
Which ones in particular?
There's this one called the... What is it called? Hold on.
The Daughters of Ash.
Yeah, there's not Daughters of Ash. What's it called? It's called the Cinders mod. And there's a new one that's called Convergence, the Convergent mod, which is heavily focused on spellcasters.
Ah.
So it adds like, I think it's like 100 or 200 new spells of different types. So you have like pyromancy, and then you have the opposite where it's cryomancy. You have druid spells which let you summon monsters. You have necromancy spells that let you summon undead, stuff like that.
I'll probably download Dark Souls probably within the next month.
I do know at the end of this month, I'm planning on downloading Payday because these guys got me Payday and been wanting to play with me for a bit.
Would you like to join us, Tom?
I have to get Payday.
Yeah, it usually goes on sale for pretty cheap. The Payday 2 Ultimate Edition. So.
I'm still playing Monster Hunter on PC with mods.
I apologize to the guest who had just come in, showed him to a booth and poured him a cup of coffee. Then I went back to the door and started cleaning the wet floor. Then I heard a flush come from the restroom. The guest with the hat walked out. He walked past the new guest booth and went back to his own. He took a night cigarette out of his pack and put it into his mouth. Then I noticed a flame pop up near the end of his cigarette. Walked over to the crab. He never refilled his mug. I whispered into his ear. Excuse me, but this is a non-smoking establishment?
I whispered into his ear, Hail Hydra.
If he were a fellow hitman, he would have understood. The guest with the hat heard my words, nodded gently, and put the cigarette back into the pack. The menace that had been brewing in the air had suddenly dissipated. It wasn't a regular cigarette. There were probably some elaborate mechanisms inside. I myself had never used...
Actually, Tom, that Payday, one of the bundles at least, they are on sale currently.
I'll see. I have to check about the price in a little bit.
I myself had never used gadgets that were too complicated. I did sometimes hear that some fellow workers in my field would often use some unusual murder weapons that I had never even heard of. He probably wasn't here for me, but if he had insisted upon messing up the shop, the dagger under my skirt would have to stop him. We had put down some cash on the table and left. Soon, the guest with the hat gathered his cigarette pack and adult magazine, gave me a nod, and left too. I soon noticed I was being followed for the next few days. There was more than one tail on me. None of them was just some random slob. I could tell if it had anything to do with the guest. I couldn't tell if it had anything to do with the guest from that day. I asked Mom for some time off and decided to stay out of sight alone for a while. At the very least, I could not bring Mama into this. For the nightmares. Well, now that my clothes were already wet, I decided to go home in the rain. Walked into heavy rain. Walked towards the subway station. The last crossing, the lights had just turned from green to red. Felt people sitting next to the window. I had forgotten about the red light.
And she still gets hit by the car.
Isekai! And open the recording app. This time, no matter what, I had to tell them how I felt. Let's run. I think I'm dying. Hair's really bad. I want to tell you something. The day of the exhibition was actually my birthday. I haven't celebrated my birthday for years, so thank you for the ticket. I really wish that I could go. I could go see the rainbow in the mountains with you. It must be beautiful. Too bad. I probably can't make it anymore. I want to leave you everything I have in my apartment. There are so many boxes.
Can you please not make the crying sounds?
Don't let them go bad, please. I really liked your sketch. I was only kidding last time. And I phoned out of my hands. And I kept recording the sound of the rain. And I kept recording the sound of rainfall. Alright.
Lol. Pranked, bro.
So the umbrella didn't help.
Bad. And it doesn't change hers, so she's still dead. Just come in, showed to the board and come back. Then went back to the door and started cleaning the wet floor. Flush from the restroom, the guest with the hat walked out. That's the guest room. That's the guest room. Our eyes met. Then I saw him raising his right hand with the umbrella, which had been hanging from the table earlier. He pointed at the guest with the hat and me. I never suspected that the umbrella would be his weapon. The guest with the hat reached for a cigarette pack, but it was already too late. Multiple deafening gunshots erupted. Dozens of bullets went through our bodies. Blood and flesh went flying off of us, painting the shop a bloody maroon. I did put it all on Lee Wen's side. That was the first one. I don't see any reason why this bitch would just not go out then, not walk onto the street then.
Why don't you just put that it's both raining on the other side? Leave the umbrella on that side only. Nothing?
You gotta press start first before anything happens. This I was being followed for the next few days.
Yeah, so hers stays as a B then.
Rank A!
No, hey.
No, okay. Subway station? I nodded. Let me walk you there. I've got an umbrella. He showed me a umbrella in his hand and squeezed out an unnatural smile. We stood on the platform silently waiting for the last train of the day. Another young couple was there too. The lights of the train lit up the tunnel. I was looking at the train and didn't notice what was happening behind me. When I heard the young couple scream, the young man who had walked me here had already laid down on the rails. The train kept running as if he wasn't even there. Well, yeah, that's the train.
Choo-choo.
Not the train would go, oh shit! Hold on.
Hold up.
Only drowned out by the wind. Also bad.
God damn. She didn't die, but someone else did.
Okay, so if you find one more new one, that's the one. No.
That might be it.
Went back to the room and held under the blanket. Even my eyes closed, the detergent smell still kept reminding me of where I was. Still couldn't escape those memories. In my earliest memories, my father was the only person I could picture in my mind. He was a great painter because every painting of his was great. As far as I could remember, we had always lived in a big house. It was so big that sometimes I couldn't even find my father. When I was in elementary school, we moved into an apartment. Father and I would often play with each other in the evenings by throwing pillows. When I was in middle school, we had moved into a single-room studio. Most of the space was occupied by his paintings. The pieces of furniture sat in the rest of the room. We would sleep on the floor when it was bedtime. The place was so small, and many mornings I would wake up and realize I had called my father's bed in the middle of the night. Life wasn't easy, but I was happy. Father began to take on more and more assignments, most of which were not in his style. He would also set up a booth on the street to paint portraits for the pedestrians. Sometimes I would fall asleep before he even returned home. We lived like this for 2 more years. Then, as I can remember, Father started drinking. He spent more and more time inside and less time smiling. He would often tear up his own paintings, too. On that day, Father woke up early in the morning to watch a tennis game while he drank. Empty beer cans were all over the table. His stomach hadn't been doing great in the first place. The excessive drinking was not helping. I had a huge fight with him. I had never been angry in my life, and I had never seen Father so mad either. Still, whatever he had said to me, had done to me, I should not have said what I had said. I hate you, Father! It ended up being the last words I ever said to him. When I came home from school that day, I found the TV on the same channel as it was in the morning. A commercial was on. There were paints all over the floor. Father was lying in the middle of them, motionless. I was standing in the corner of the emergency room when I watched him cover his face with a piece of white cloth. He said there was no need for further medical assistance. Death felt so unreal to me at that time. I wasn't able to process any of it. I sat on a hospital bench in complete silence for a long time until a doctor crouched down in front of me and softly said my name. I finally cried. Cried my heart out. I love you, Father. But he couldn't hear it anymore. I woke up, and I couldn't tell where I'd been in my memories. The boundaries between nightmare and reality had been blurred by my tears. I sat up in the hospital bed, sobbing uncontrollably. If only everything had just been a nightmare. A wrinkled blue jacket that smelled like paint was placed softly over my shoulders. He had come in without me knowing it. He didn't say anything, just quietly put his arms around me. We sat there like this, until the sun came out. Water had spilled on my clothes. The black dragon to his stomach came to me. Sure, as I apologize. Noticed the umbrella, something was not right. It was a sunny day outside. He was here for me. I jumped behind the bar, pulling out the gun Mama had hidden underneath. Multiple deafening gunshots erupted outside the bar. Ticket's painted walls were littered with holes made by a shotgun. Mama was hunched over a shotgun and his fake eyes had fallen off. There was nothing but a bloody hole where his left eyeball was supposed to be. I stood behind the bar and aimed at the visitor. Sweat, tears, blood, and my makeup were smeared all over my face. Suddenly I heard a flush come from the restroom. It opened quietly and a thin silver thread flew across the air and went through the forehead of the bearded man before my bullet could. The thread morphed into a needle and pinned itself on the daily special menu on the wall. The guest with a hat walked gracefully out of the restroom with an unlit cigarette in his mouth. He gathered his adult magazine and left. But he left a business card on the table. It had a simple design, but unusual contact information on it. A few words were printed in bold on a thin white card. Zuko! Assassin! For business, text 999966668888.
Well, alright then.
Rank S!
S rank.
Mama's dead. Rank S. Alright.
Yeah, her story's not done yet, so.
Oh, new character.
老天爷，请赐予我勇气。好想再见他一面。
결코
Two new characters.
이렇게 되진 않을 거야. Porque siempre me pasa esto.
What's going on now? I've never seen a blacked out letter before. Let me explain. A letter will turn black when its precondition ceases to exist. So a black letter means that the events inside the letter never happened. What is happening to Carlos might have something to do with his sister. Do you mean that something that is happening to his sister might have an impact on Carlos? Yes. Judging from the letters before, I don't think they are writing to us at the same time. Alicia's 9 years older than Carlos. Both of their first letters were from when they were 18 years old. You're exactly right. That's why the events of Alicia's letter will have an impact on Carlos. What is happening to Alicia now happened in Carlos's past. Oh. I think I get it now. By the way, we will not be able to process the blacked out letters. As you can see, the other letter connected to it is also in a locked state. A locked letter means that the other letters connected to it are blacked out. If you see a locked letter in the future, go and check the status of the letters connected to it. When you see a black letter, you may try to open it to obtain more clues. Clues are shown as these black dotted lines. Letters connected by these dotted lines are the reasons the previous letter is blacked out.
So it's the same thing with 13 Sentinels. The events.
Yeah.
You gotta complete someone else's first.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna take a look at those letters then. Oh, here's one small tip. Remember what happened in Carlos's previous letter? If I remember correctly, it was about what happened in the auction house after he brought Yi there. Right, do you remember which ending you chose for him? Of course, he saved Yi and also managed to escape himself. Then what happened? Then? Oh, he was taken away by the police, wasn't he? Yes. Go and check again. Because of the impact of some other events, the ending might have changed. You mean that even with the same ending, the TS list could be changed at any time? Yes, such changes might happen in non-ending parts of the stories too. It doesn't happen very often, but if you pay attention, you might find it interesting.
To go back to his previous one.
Jesus Christ. I know what you need to do, I think. Alright. Well. Stunned. Seemed to remember that Alicia mentioned a place like. Wait. At the end of the alley, there was a small coffee shop. The sign looked like a maple leaf, and it said Maple House on it. I was stunned. I seem to remember that Alicia had mentioned a place like this in her first few letters. Yes, she used to work here. Since Alicia had never mentioned the address of the coffee shop, I've never been able to find it. Yet here it was, right here. Finally, I was about to find my big sister Alicia. I burst into the coffee shop, ignoring everyone's startled looks, and stopped in front of the barista. Took a deep breath and asked if he knew someone named Alicia. Alicia? Yeah, she used to work here, but she disappeared a while ago. Actually, I'm not entirely certain, so don't take my word for it, but I heard that I heard she might be dead. That couldn't be true. I stumbled back in shock and fell into a couch. The barista put a hot latte in front of me and sat down by my side, trying to comfort me. But I couldn't hear anything anymore. It must be a lie. Big sucker, she couldn't just... There's a smiley face on the latte, but it started to blur and turned to a frowning face. Eventually, the frowning face was gone. Alright. It's just been called the making of a serial killer. This was the last simulation exam that I would be in charge of this year, and Gaokao, the real one, would be coming up next for my students. I unintentionally let out a sigh upon realizing this. The most special time of being a head teacher was the senior year. Time was always tight and the job was difficult. To make things worse, I still had to watch over these pubescent and rebellious teenagers. Some of them might be over 18, but mentally they are all still just kids. Back in my school days, I had only heard about so-called young love, and I had barely seen any student couples. Nowadays, these couples weren't even something worth mentioning. Love triangles, gay relationships, teacher-student relationships, all kinds of stuff can happen nowadays. Well, I suppose I was already too old to understand kids these days. All I wish for right now was for them to graduate as planned and to leave me a decent graduation rate. I need to go and take a good vacation after the exam. The exam had been handed out and everyone was ready to begin. The bell rang, I walked around the classroom and sat back in the chair next to the lectern. I had been having trouble standing for too long these days. Maybe I'd been too tired, or it was just a natural part of getting older. The room felt stuffy. The cicadas outside the window were very noisy. Look outside the window, lost in my thoughts. Somebody coughed loudly. Mine was pulled back. Lee-Wen looked a little nervous and her eyes were drifting all over the place. Very few students ever realized how good the view was from up here. I didn't go towards her directly. Instead, I walked out of the classroom and circled behind her through the door in the back of the room. It is that she was copying Jimmy's answers. I left a note. I told Lee-Wen to come meet me in the tutoring room after school. I intended to talk to her about her cheating. I had no intention of reporting it to school. I've been teaching her since freshman year in middle school. She had been through a lot, so I always looked out for her. While her grades were never the best, her character was beyond reproach. She was not that kind of student. She hadn't arrived yet. I stood in front of the window watching the clouds gathering over the track field. It might rain tonight. I remember the last time I had seen W. It had also been raining that evening. He asked me to meet him in the coffee shop. He told me that he had gotten cancer and might not have much longer to live. He decided to resign from the school and leave Beijing, maybe even leave the country, at least for a while. He asked me to keep it a secret, and, if possible, to take care of all the relevant matters when he was gone. I didn't know what else to say, so I just asked him what he was going to do. I also contacted a doctor I knew and asked him if there was any other feasible treatment plans. Later, he told me he had other things to take care of and said goodbye. I watched quietly as he walked away. As soon as he walked out of the coffee shop, I buried my head on the table and cried. I've always been so self-righteous and self-centered. I wanted to think of and do everything for him, and yet I had never thought about or asked him what he would have wanted me to do. That must be why I had to watch him over and over again. I'd watch him leave over and over again. When we had been kids, our families lived next to each other. We had known each other for as long as I could remember. He was always playing alone in kindergarten. He was never bullied or isolated or anything like that. He's just too smart and too different compared to the other kids of his age. When we had gone to the same elementary school, same high school, and same college. No matter where we were, he was always the best at what he did. And I always had been so proud to be his best friend. We would call each other by just one letter as our nickname. He was W, I was Y. After we had graduated from college, we went on to study abroad, and I started working. He wanted to study abroad. I really wanted to go with him, but I didn't feel that we were close enough to broach this idea. So we parted ways, and I began to lose touch once he met his girlfriend abroad. It was many years later when we finally met again. He had lost his fiancée, and his spirit had gone with her. His life had become a mess. I never suggested he come teach at my school. He finally agreed to come. I was so happy. Something blossomed again in my heart. However, nothing more happened between us. We could be childhood friends who could talk about almost anything with each other, but we could never become more than friends. I never had the courage to tell him how I really felt, or how I had always felt. I was afraid that if I ever did it, it would have cost us our current relationship. I just wanted to stay beside him, talk with him, and laugh with him. Years had gone by, the three-word spell that I had hidden inside my heart kept getting buried deeper and deeper. But it never lost its power. It was just getting harder and harder for me to speak those words out loud. I found myself slowly turning into an utter fool, but I couldn't help myself. Lee-Wen had finally come. I didn't ask her the reason for cheating. I just told her to come to the group study session. No matter why she had cheated, the study session could only help. But I suddenly realized I was being my usual self again. I was making decisions for her without asking her about it. I could have simply asked her to tell me why she had cheated. I suppose I just couldn't change myself. Right? Yang Ying. Feels like you don't want. I don't know if there's anything to change about this one. After being hospitalized for gastritis, I learned from Mr. Wren that he had never blamed me for the photo incident. He and I were able to go back to how things were, like nothing had happened. Occasionally, some fools in the school would still gossip about us, but I had learned to stop caring and pretend to not hear them at all. As Gakko kept getting closer and closer, everyone, including those gossiping idiots, had to focus on the exam. Even my life had turned into a constant migration between classroom and home. I barely went to the tennis court anymore. Before we knew it, the final simulation exam was upon us. Since anxiety filled the entire school, rumor had it that anyone screwed up on the simulation exam, he or she would be required to stay in school for an intensive study session until 2 days before Gaokao. It was my lunch break. It was lunch break. Everyone was sitting in their own seats, trying to study for one last time. My phone suddenly buzzed. Text from Jing. Breaking news, Mr. Wen resigned last week. Sob. I can't believe my eyes. I turned around to look at her. She made a sad face. How could it be? The art class had been cancelled for the last 2 weeks. I'd also been hitting the books. I didn't realize that I indeed hadn't seen him for a while until just now. When I went to my balcony, the lights had always been off in his apartment. I thought he had simply been going to bed early. The exam began in the afternoon. I looked at the paper in my hands, but all I could see was a random gibberish that was jumping all over the place. All I could see was Mr. Wren's resignation. Jimmy was really going at it. Half his papers were hanging off the side of his desk. A thought that never occurred to me appeared in my head. Should I just copy it? But I never cheated in my entire life. If I didn't, I would have to stay in detention for extra study sessions after school. I didn't want to stay. I just wanted to go back home as soon as I could. Take a peek at Miss Yang. She seemed to be lost in her own thoughts. I made up my mind and decided to copy Jimmy's answers. I knew that Jimmy was such a genius. No one ever paid much attention to him. So I ended all his answers when I felt a tap on my shoulder. Oh no! I had been caught! A note had been left on my desk, asking me to go to the tutoring room after school. After school, Miss Yang met me in the tutoring room. She said nothing about the cheating. She only asked me to stay for the study sessions. During the session, I kept staring at my phone, hoping that he would respond to my messages. Nothing. It was 11 p.m. when I got home. I knocked on his door softly. No response. Went to check his balcony. The lights were still off. I sat on the floor with my back against the door, thinking that I would be able to hear him if he came back in the middle of the night. 1 a.m., 2 a.m. It began to rain outside the window. 3 a.m., 4 a.m. It was almost morning. What should I do if I still couldn't find him tomorrow? I suddenly had a bad feeling. Would I never be able to see him again? Li Wen. Alright. Bad. Why would he resign? Did he not like this job? Or was it because of my mind was drifting farther and farther away? Thinking about the exam pulled me back to reality. I couldn't even look at myself when I turned in the paper. I'd only solved 2 problems. Now had been left on my desk, asked me to go to the tutoring room after school. After school, Miss Yang was waiting for me in the tutoring room. It was extremely poor this time, but I had to stay for study sessions today. In the session, I was kept staring at my phone, hoping that he would respond to my messages. Would I ever see him again? In my other window, she seemed to be staring at the test blankly. Was it really so hard? Left a note. I asked anyone to come to meet me in room 2 after school. She did unusually poorly today, almost dropping to the bottom of the class. It was very unusual. Anyone had been through a lot with her own family. Since Gaokao was almost upon us, as a teacher, I decided to give her some tough love. However, no matter how hard I scolded her, she was barely paying attention. Other than the occasional yes and she didn't look like she was listening at all, not to mention self-reflecting. I told her I shouldn't go overboard either. I figured I had said what I had wanted to say, so I sent her back to the group study session. I shouldn't wind her up too tight. Bad. a peek at Miss Yang, and she was staring right back at me. I was so startled that I almost jumped, and suddenly I could understand the questions on the exam again. Thank goodness. Whatever. I needed to finish the exam first before worrying about anything else. But goes up, I won't be able to go anywhere after school. I know I'd been left on my desk, asked me to go to the tutoring room at the school. After school, Miss Yang was waiting for me in the tutoring room. She told me I didn't accept her well this time and encouraged me to keep it up. She had told me that if I needed any advice or help with anything else in life, I should feel free to come talk to her. I kept thinking about her words on my way home. That was the first time she had ever said something like that to me. It felt a little strange. It wasn't too late when I got home. I knocked on his door softly, no response. Sent him some more texts, no response either. His lights were off the whole evening too. And she was looking right back at me too. She should be focusing on her test. I shook my head and signaled to her to get back to the test. She lowered her head. Half an hour later, the exam was over. I left a note. I asked anyone to come and meet me in the tutoring room after school. I knew many senior students were going through a lot of pressure, but there were probably less than 10 students who were willing to talk to their teachers about it. Liwen had been through a lot with her own family. I decided to give her some encouragement for Gaokao. We greeted each other. I told her she had done well on today's test and to keep it up for Gaokao in a few days. She was barely paying attention though. She seemed distracted, and she wasn't following the conversation the whole time. I figured I had said what I wanted to say, so I sent her off. And then I saw her from the window, running out of the school like an innocent little deer. That kid. She didn't have a worry in the world, did she? Well, W. I'll make sure to keep my promise. Rank A. Oh. I was sitting by the window and she was looking back at me too. What the fuck is this? What was that? I was go to tutoring at school. At school, I came to tutoring as Liwen had asked. I didn't have any senior students going through a lot of pressure, but there were probably less than 10 students who were going to talk to me about it. Nonetheless, I was thrilled that Liwen had come looking for me. However, she was not here to discuss the pressure of the exam or going to college. Instead, she asked me about W's abrupt resignation. I was a little unprepared, but I still remember my promise to him. I made up something on the spot, telling her that he had gone traveling abroad. Her eyes lit up when she heard my lie. She asked me a few other questions about schoolwork before she eventually left. She was very polite and nice the whole time. But the moment she closed the door, I saw her turn around and run away so fast that her hair was flying behind her. And then I saw her from the window, running out of school like an innocent and joyful little deer. For a moment, I thought I'd just seen my younger self. I took a peek at Miss Yang, and she was staring right back at me. So startled. No, after school, Miss Yang came to the tutoring as I expected. Anything I can help you with? Well, Miss Yang, do you know why Mr. Wen resigned? Miss Yang gave me a look. Oh, him? He said he wanted to go travel abroad for a little while. He said he'd come back in a month. He went traveling abroad? For a month? I thought it would be over by then. I was also hoping I could ask him for advice on what colleges to apply to. Although, as long as I could still see him, that it would be okay. Meanwhile, I need to work hard for that one last exam. Done.
好想再见他一面。
3 years. Alright, well, we're jumping.
And it jumped off to a side path by the looks of it.
Yeah, it did that for Alicia as well. Okay, so we gotta get these open somehow. Does that have something to do with like going back and looking at stuff like this?
I don't think so. Look how it was connected. Go to the side. No, the other way. Look at Carlos. And
oh
then
yeah,
look
there's the dotted line
it
going.
connects all the way down there. So you have to go all the way down.
Well, it didn't have any family in Hong Kong. A few regular customers and I held a funeral service in his name, but not many people showed up. There were some familiar faces though, for instance, Ray. Though, that's hers, we had kept our distance, pretending not to know each other. People thought Mama died because he had been accidentally caught in the crossfire between some of his customers. They meant it his bad luck. However, I knew the truth about his death. It was because of me. It was all because of me. Half a month later, I began to consider leaving this place full of nightmares and going back to Mexico. Thus, I was a famous local shopping center with an unusual name. The prices in the center were even more unusual. I hadn't seen Carlos for so long, and I wanted to bring him something nice. Looking at those fancy men's coats, I couldn't help but be at a loss. It had been so many years, I didn't even know what size he would be wearing. I was sizing a brown coat against myself while looking in the mirror, when I felt a sense of danger coming from more than one direction. The elevator at the southwestern corner. Discount department in the northwestern corner. The food cart that sold juicy beef balls in the southeastern corner. If I were an assassin at B+ level, they were probably around C-. Still, I was outnumbered. Besides, I didn't have my dagger or gun on me since I didn't expect I would need them. I pretended to not have noticed them and slowly walked towards the security stairwell in the northeastern corner. I tried to keep close to the other shoppers. However, the security stairwell turned out to not be so secure either. The only route left was to go towards the 4th floor. They were doing some renovations on the 4th floor. Construction materials were everywhere, but there was no workers around. Then I spotted a sniper with a rifle on the roof of the building across the street. I had to scratch my plan of escaping by the window ledge. I could hear fits of different sizes coming from inside the stairwell, even though they were clearly trying to keep it light. I had no choice but to hide in the storage room full of cleaning supplies. I sat down upside down bucket, feeling defeated. I'd always dream about the end of my life every time I went on a mission for Ray. I had the same kind of dream over a dozen times. Therefore, my current situation was completely unexpected to me. Still, I felt a little choked up. I put my hand into my pocket, hoping to find a napkin. Instead, I found a wrinkled business card. A business card that was very suspicious by all standards. I half-heartedly texted the message to the number, asking Assassin Zuko for help. I was surprised to soon receive a reply, albeit an automated one. The number only accepts messages in Morse code. Your message was not valid. Please edit and try again. Morse code is a method of transmitting text information as a series of on-off codes. Different combinations represent various letters, numbers, and symbols. It was named after its inventor Samuel F.B. Morse. The most well-known Morse code is SOS, which became the worldwide standard distress signal in 1908. The letters were not an abbreviation, nor did they have real meaning. It was chosen simply because it was the easiest code to be sent and recognized. That was interesting. My training didn't include Morse code, but I hadn't used it in a long time. Let me think, it should be... SOS, sent. Got another response. ADS. Short for address. I wanted to know where I was. Before I could respond, the people outside had shot the storage room door full of holes. Strangely, I didn't die. Every day, people came in and out of the dungeon in which they were holding me. They tortured me in various and creative ways, day after day, unleashing their profound hatred. They pulled off my fingernails, cut off my fingers and toes, and dipped my hand and feet into salt water. They burned me with a red-hot iron poker and poured boiling oil on me. They had gouged out my eyes, so I could only tell them apart by their voices. But they kept all asking me the same question. Who do you work for? I would never tell them. I would take it to my grave. No, to my hell. Eventually, I could no longer tell who was torturing me anymore. My only regret was that I didn't have a cyanide capsule with me. However, there was this young man named Ren who asked me once if there was anything he could do for me during his shift. He said he tried his best to do whatever I asked, except for letting me go or killing me. I thought for a while and smiled. I have a younger brother named Carlos. If you meet him someday, please be nice to him. Well, didn't deserve to ask for forgiveness from the Heavenly Father. I was doomed to go to hell. My only wish left was that my brother could be well and happy. Morse code. That was an interesting human invention. As A is Z is C is... who am I talking to? Alicia. Start.
No.
Oh, god damn it.
You gotta get another message out.
So what? Hold on, go back down.
How far down?
Oh wait, are we trying to send an SOS?
Yeah.
No,
Well,
we
he already
already
sent
we
the
already sent
SOS.
SOS. Didn't work. God damn it.
Isn't
Ari,
it? Okay, so yeah, SOS is
we already did
3
SOS.
short, 3 long, and 3.
Yeah, he already did that.
And it failed.
Yeah, it said they responded with another
Asking for the address and it was
Short.
too late.
asking for the address, but it was too late to put it in.
I didn't realize that we're gonna be looking at Morse code.
Neither did I.
All right, help us.
Nah, she literally just said, "Hey, have fun."
uh,
All right. Pretty sure they gave you a guide to actually spell out what you need. If that means anything. It do. It do.
do it.
It do.
What's the address of the mall?
Good question. Let me just take a picture of this.
The Morse code.
Yeah. Alright.
Can you take any out?
No, they only give you 3 dots, 3 dashes, and 3 more dots.
Okay, so.
Zas.
Oh, okay. So XAS.
AS.
Oh.
GG.
I'm sorry. Alright, let's see. X. Okay, so X would be, yeah. Oh no, you know, it's dash, dot, dot, dash.
That's X.
That's X. And then dot, dash, and S is dot, dot, dot. Dot, dash. Yeah, no, that's good. Ari literally said, listen, okay, like, it's really not that bad, there's actually worse. Are you exciting? Alright, Zas. Sent. Near the shopping center. It wasn't really my mess, there was no way they could save me in time if I wanted to. If they got here, there were 10 floors in the center. No, I'd be long dead. I was right. In the end, I wasn't saved by the Zuko man. Instead, I was filled full of holes behind the storage room door. Strangely, I didn't die. Okay, I get it. Stop telling me about how they tortured you. I had to bust out paper and pencil at one point. Let's rank A. Okay.
So,
check back in.
getting closer.
Zas.
4th floor.
Oh, shit. Shit, I already put the picture away.
So 4 FL.
Alright. 4 is 4 dots and a dash. And a dash. F is... I don't think we have enough dots for this.
One, 2, 3, 4.
Because F is dot, dot, dash, dot.
Check what other stuff. Check what anything else is in red. Because 4th floor doesn't fit. It has to be something else.
Fourth floor.
And that's what you had put.
Yeah. Ah, damn, I don't have enough dashes. I was gonna send gay.
And then they just immediately save you.
What's the Morse guide again? Is it in here somewhere? It's here. And yeah, I have it here on my computer. Here, I'll bring it. We'll take this off. Here, we'll start. And then we're gonna put the picture up here. Okay.
You have enough for 4F or F4?
I might. Alright, let's see. So that would be.
It's either going to be 4F or F4. That's 4.
It's 4. And
And then F.
F. Not enough dots for F.
So it can't be a number then.
What about L? Again, not enough dots.
Yeah.
Don't have enough dots to spell ass either.
Are you trying to? Also, hi, Rock.
Hi, Rock. We're trying to spell things out in Morse code.
No, Free's trying to do that. The rest of us are just kind of along for the ride.
Oh, I know. It's infuriating but obvious.
Love.
It can't be. Oh. No, I don't think it's enough for that.
Chew on it.
What?
What?
Is this shoe on head?
Yes, I did.
I feel like they would just shoot me instead.
Not hungry yet.
Yes, you want the? No, I don't want the answer. What if I sent them sex?
They just break through the wall.
I would have enough. I would have enough dots for it. For sex. Okay, fair, have fun. Thank you, Ari. It's obvious. Should be obvious.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ari. Let's see.
Go back to the Morse code sheet again. How many dashes and dots do you have in total?
I know I have 3 dashes.
That's all you have?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 dots.
6. Go back to Morse code again.
I think it has to have something to do with the 4th floor.
04.
Oh. Why would it? Wait, no. 04 wouldn't work.
How many dashes do you have total?
3.
You only have 3 dashes.
Yeah.
Okay, so 3 dashes.
3
So
dashes.
0.
3 dashes.
Yeah.
6 dots.
6 dots.
And 0 is 5 dashes in a row.
Yeah. So it's not a. None of them is going to be a number.
How about the word just for?
Yeah, it won't fit.
Won't fit.
Yeah.
Won't fit. Won't fit.
Each letter's either 3 to 4 dots. So 3 slashes and the rest are dots. Go back to your Morse code sheet.
Wish they had a better way of just being able to look at it. Yeah, about. Okay, alright. See ya.
Right.
She says we're close.
Wait a minute.
Hmm.
It's 3 lines and 6 dots.
Yes.
SOS.
Already did.
We
No,
already did that.
that's the first
That's
one.
the bad ending.
Yeah, bad
That's the
ending.
bad ending. 2, 3. And you have 6 dots.
Sus. Here, just to make this easier for all of us, I'll post a picture of the Morse code in the general chat.
Let me see. Go through the rest of the words so I can say it again.
The terms?
Yeah.
I just sent this picture to the general chat.
No, no. The dialogue leading up to it.
It's nothing there. What does 968 spell in letters?
Yeah, I was thinking that too.
968. If you have it on a phone, look at it.
The number 9?
No, it's too much.
Oh, yeah.
Z. Yeah, I don't know.
Nah, it's not because it's too many letters. Go down again on her dialogue. No, for the red parts of her dialogue. That's what happened to you.
The time they found out belong dead.
So the thing is, there's no way to put 4th floor because you don't have enough of the dashes.
Yeah.
Dad.
That's the name of the mall.
Wait,
which
where?
got
Hold on.
A.
Go down. Go up a bit. Alright, go back down. More down. Alright, go more down. A little bit more up.
AZ. AZ.
So we're on the 4th floor.
I'm on the 4th floor.
What's the building?
Zas.
So put ZA. Sorry, not ZA. Z4.
It's XAS.
X4.
Oh, right, X. So, X4 or X. Sorry, X4 or 4X. Like 4th floor of Zach's.
It's 4. Sent. X for Zas, 4th floor. There's no time to send something more specific. I didn't even know if they could read it. The entire storage room shook. Couldn't hear any people outside anymore, only the sizzling of burning flames. Pushed away the mop that had just fallen on me. Opened the middle door. The entire floor appeared to be being bombed by a fighter jet. People weren't able to escape from the attack. They were all lying on the ground dead. The across the street was gone too. Jumped off the ledge from the 4th floor and grabbed a hoodie in the nearby shopping stall. And I followed the safest path back to Chungking Mansions. I opened the door and the first thing I saw was an adult magazine. You're breaking and entering. No, I'm just reading in my good friend's home. I'm not your good friend. I noticed the intrusion before I came in. Right now. Hello, sir. Right now, the surprise visitor was sitting on my bed. He was holding an adult magazine from 3 months ago. And he had a sarcastic smirk on his face. Well, would you like to be my good friend then? Or, to be more precise, my associate? Well, thanks, I intend to leave Hong Kong soon. I miss Mexico so much. I miss Carlos so much. That's my phone. I announced all list names on the screen. Every name was followed by a photo and series of digits. I was the 8th name on the list, and the number after it looked massive. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. $2 million? Doesn't it look fantastic? Do you have any family? If so, it's time to cut them off. Tossed the phone back to him. I looked at him and sighed. Why didn't you just kill me? You still owe me for the RPG. It was really expensive, and $2 million is nowhere near enough to cover it. Bullshit, did anyone ever tell you that you're full of it? Fine, this is the real reason. He rolled up his sleeve and saw a tattoo. It was a little rabbit carrying a carrot. It's actually a number. Can you tell what it is? Pulling ears of rabbit, the carrot that was sticking out of his body, and the big feet. It was 3? I believe you have something similar on you. I won't tell you to touch the tattoo on my upper stomach. Dying at it too. I remember exactly what it looked like. It was also a number, 6. The go left. I collected all my important possessions and put them into a small suitcase. I asked him once to send all the money I had to an orphanage anonymously. From here on, I would never write another letter. I had nothing in my wallet but a business card. It had simple design, but unusual contact information on it. A few words were printed in bold on the thin white card. Zuko, assassin broker. Send your resume to me. Alright, that works. And now Carlos and whoever this is open.
Wait, Alicia became an assassin?
Alicia became an assassin.
Yep.
The kid became a serial killer.
Cool.
Who stabbed his father, who might have been innocent the whole time, 200 times, and then set his house on fire.
Yep.
Okay, great. Awesome. Cool.
Yep. I'm going to go to the bathroom.
I can't wait to see more of his adventures.
His picture will probably turn to like someone with like evil like red eyes.
And Carlos is gonna become like a gang member.
I mean, kind of. He's arrested. He's in jail at the moment. I think so.
I'm back. Alright.
Lo siento.
부처님, 나도 좀 도와줘요.
Let's go to Carlos. We haven't been... Oh.
He's still locked. He has a lot to go.
Thought I was opened up.
No, he didn't.
No, you need to do the other one first.
You need to do more. Look.
Ah. We got an exclusive and secretive business app for himself. Turning guests and people who had a referral contact him directly on the app instead of texting some ridiculous Morse code to the number on his card.
Also, I like the fact that her shadow changed.
Yeah, a lot other people's did as well. He was good. Even if the targets had somehow learned that Zuko was after them, they would never be able to guess how they would be eliminated, nor when or where it would happen. He was like a magician. Business was good, but he always referred most of his jobs to his associates. He really got his own hands dirty, and he never asked for a cut of the proceedings. He told me that he wasn't doing this for the money, but for information. Occasionally, he would bring up some stories from the days when he had been working for Ray. A lot of them reminded me of my old days. He eventually made too many enemies as well, and had struggled for a while after leaving Ray. Once he was already too deep into the assassin for pay business, he realized that he had to give it his all to survive. He also learned that the information is more important than your kill count. Thanks to his connections, I was able to learn the identities of the people who had been after me. They were exactly people who I thought they would be, yet it was practically pointless at this point. Right now, my head was worth quite a fortune. If I ever showed up on the street without a disguise, someone would be gunning for me in no time. I'd move to a new place every 3 months. All the locations were scouted in advance for me by Zuko. He was the only one who always knew where I lived. Currently, my hiding place was at Pitt Street 96. Funny enough, it was only 20 meters away from Pitt Street 99, the home base of the Black Dragon gang. Once I had even spotted Ray from the window. I heard that he'd become the new big boss of the gang. Zuko not only helped with covering my tracks, he also took care of me when something else went wrong. Like today. I was lying in my bed, bandages on my legs, and an ice bag on my head. Zuko put a bowl of hot porridge on the nightstand. I could smell a hint of overcooked rice. Then he sank into the couch and began to peruse the 3-month-old adult magazine that he brought over. 4 days ago, he gave me 3 big envelopes. He wasn't the kind of person who would lecture me about justice, but he had his moral preferences, and he'd put his preferred target on top of the pile. The first target was a greedy boss who had been stiffing his workers for 3 years. The second target was a paralyzed rich man who had been depending on his children. The third target was the boss of the newest gang recently established in the Bay Road area. I picked the last one, and I'd gotten into an epic battle, which had led me to this. Don't get me wrong, I was never some kind of vigilante assassin who had the moral high ground either. I had no right to be, nor did I want to. I was merely someone who had no family, no friends, and no reason to live. And being on the edge of life and death was the only thing that could make me still make me feel alive.
Oh my god, she's Widowmaker.
I tasted the porridge and fell asleep again. I seemed to have heard the doorbell ringing, and then I heard the door open, then close. It seemed to be a package delivery. Package? Who would send me a package? I turned from my bed and yelled out Zuko's name. There was no response. I walked to the door of my arsenal. Every time I moved, I would turn the smallest room into a mini arsenal, enhancing it with a security door with a keypad lock. Since I was moving in a few days, I'd already packed all my weapons and ammo. There was supposed to be nothing inside the room, but I saw an open delivery box just outside the security door. I entered the passcode, didn't notice that there was someone behind me. Someone grabbed my neck from behind and choked me. Raised my left hand and stabbed finger towards the throat of my attacker. He did a backflip and got away from me, landing precisely on the window ledge. His lower baseball cap covered most of his face, so I could only tell that it was a slim, fit young man. You are indeed as good as they say. No matter, my mission is done anyway. See you never. The weird sounding boy left me with his final word, jumped off the ledge, and disappeared. I had more important matters at hand than going after him. Back to the security door. It didn't open, even though I had entered the passcode. The information was that Zuko had locked the door from the inside. He must still be in there. Why would he do that? The numerous force blew the door off its hinges and twisted it and tore it into a million burning pieces that were flying towards me. Zuko was flying in the air along with all of the debris. His neck was bent at an inconceivable angle due to the explosion. When I finally woke up in the ICU, I realized that my left arm and both my legs were gone. I knew that I probably didn't have much time left, yet the doctor still bluntly told me the other piece of news. The man that had been found at the scene with me was already dead when the ambulance arrived. Strangely enough, when the doctor said, "I'm sorry for your loss," I wasn't really feeling too much loss. Alicia. I sat in my seat opposite the bathroom. The office felt empty. Officer Ji Yeon was still in the hospital. Lieutenant Kang had been sent to the detention center. I couldn't find out where. And Officer Minjun, I would never be able to see him again. So I was the only one left in Unit 4. Officer Min-jun had been murdered. This case had been turned over to the Superior Investigation Agency, with Unit 3 assisting. Yesterday, people from Unit 3 had come over and taken everything that belonged to Lieutenant Kang. Fortunately, I had been prepared in advance. I had made copies of some of Lieutenant Kang's case files and reports. Let's get the red folder with files on Unit 2. Files and reports were mostly about the cases that Unit 4 had solved. Nothing too important in there. Although I did read a lot of familiar words in my reports. My words. His reports, my words. Finally understood why he had always told me to write longer reports. He probably had not just copied my reports. It looked like he had also done the same to reports written by Officer Min-jun and Officer Ji-young. Shook my head, put them away, and opened the red folder. After they had taken Lieutenant Kang in custody, I read everything in the folder multiple times. I learned that Lieutenant Kang had been the only surviving member of the old Unit 2. The files in the folder had records of the details of Operation White Bay, which had been initiated by the previous police major. They also included every mission that Unit 2 had been involved with. Every mission had been a success, except for the last one, named W620. It was during that mission that almost the entire unit had been taken out. Lieutenant Kang must have been reading these files as a memorial to his former colleagues. I can still remember him crying when I saw him looking at the documents. I can also remember Officer Min-jun telling me awkward military jokes while he was reading an encyclopedia of firearms. It almost felt like everything had only happened just yesterday. I fought so hard to be a proud member of Unit 4. I thought I would have a chance to spar with Lieutenant Kang every once in a while. I thought I'd be able to listen to Officer Min-jun's war stories telling me of events that had happened a long time ago on some distant islands. I thought that one day I would be fighting side by side with the three of them, all in the name of justice. It had never occurred to me that that day would never come. It had been 3 days since Officer Min-jun was murdered. I heard that they had found an unregistered Glock 43 in Lieutenant Kang's home. They had also found his fingerprints on the gun, and the barrel matched with the rifling twist patterns that had been found on the bullet inside Officer Min-jun's body. The time of death had been determined to be noon of the day that we found his body. It happened to be the time when we had finished taking a drug dealer statements, and Lieutenant Kang had just left the station a while earlier. However, Lieutenant Kang had offered no alibi for himself. How could Lieutenant Kang have possibly done something like this? There must have been something he couldn't reveal. If only I could find out where he had been during that time. So far, that was all the information that I had learned about the case. I had tried seeking out Lieutenant Kang multiple times, expressing my wish to help out as much as I could with the case. Although I knew that being a member of Lieutenant Kang's unit, as well as a teammate of Officer Min-jun, I didn't have any right to be included. But as long as I could help Lieutenant Kang, I was willing to do anything, no matter what. However, Lieutenant Kim had only handed me all of the inconsequential chores of Unit 3. He wouldn't even tell me where Lieutenant Kang was being held. I was afraid that, as far as they were concerned, still allowing me to come to the station was already special treatment for me. I couldn't wait any longer. I had made a decision. I was typing on the keyboard while picking up the makeup mirror on Officer Ji-young's desk. I saw through the mirror that someone from Unit 3 had just entered a 4-digit passcode to open the safe. In the Investigation Division, every unit had their own safe to temporarily keep classified documents. As Lieutenant Kang's case was still under investigation, there must be relevant documents inside Unit 3's safe. Seeing classified documents would be something that was way beyond rule-breaking. If I got caught, I didn't even know what kind of punishment would be waiting for me. But as soon as I remembered Officer Min-jun's death and Lieutenant Kang being framed, I knew it was something that I had to do. This would be my justice. At 7 p.m. Last person in Unit 7's Officer Lieutenant Kim had finally left. I stayed in my seat and kept typing my keyboard for another 5 minutes. Didn't stop until I made sure the entire floor had no other people, and then I walked over to the safe of Unit 3. There was a basket of candies on top of the safe. I opened the door. There was nothing inside. There's nothing in the safe. Lieutenant Kim had opened the safe earlier before he left. Maybe he had taken everything inside with him? I went back to my seat, defeated. What else could I do to help Lieutenant Kang? What else could help me now? Alright, I should go and see Officer Ji-young. I hurried to the hospital, but I didn't get to see her. The nurse told me that she had checked out and left the hospital earlier that day. I didn't have a phone number to contact her. Damn it. Was there nothing else I could do? Please, Buddha, please guide me. What should I do? Jang Gyong-min.
Professional. I entered the passcode. It can't be that easy.
Can't. Yeah, of course it can. With a big hand pat on my back. Hey, kid, what are you doing over here? I had heard the footsteps coming towards me, so I stood straight in front of the safe. I pretended that I had been trying to take some candy from the basket. You're giving me too much work, so I want to take some candy, relax a bit. Sure, how about we go take a bath? It should be even more relaxing. It was already after hours, the spa in the station was quite crowded. I only kind of was soon chatting and laughing with the other people that were hanging around. I stayed in the corner of the spa and didn't join the others. I remember the time when I was in the spa with Lieutenant Kang. His chiseled body, his firm legs.
rainbow physique.
Yep. Maybe it was because of the steam as well, but I felt my eyes watering up. Zuko wasn't in the arsenal, nor was he in the apartment. Somewhere on the street, I heard what sounded like an explosion. I ran the stairs and heard people screaming and crying in agony. There were injured people everywhere I looked. The source of all the suffering was a small square that had just been wiped out. The food carts that sold beef balls were all gone. A dark radial scorch mark was left on the concrete in the middle of the square. But in the center of the darkness, there was nothing. There was nothing left.
Okay, she got A rank.
Hey, so what's happened with Spotty? Has she become like the ultimate assassin cat or something?
No.
Not yet. We're trying to get there.
Yeah.
With her gun?
She doesn't have a gun.
He doesn't have a gun yet?
No. Only Blackie has
Everyone
a gun.
else has a gun.
Blackie has a gun. If at the end, they were exactly what I had been looking for. Before I could find out where the lieutenant was being held, I heard somebody walk in my direction. I had quite close to safe, hid the files in my jacket, and stuck it to the bathroom. In the bathroom, there was a stall that had a window to the outside. It wasn't too big, but it was enough for an adult like me to climb out. The back door of the station was not far away from the outside of the window. I opened the door to the stall and stepped on the toilet lid when I heard a deafening scream. Meow!
Buddy!
Oh no, you stepped on the cat with the gun.
The door opened. The person who just come in was no other than Lieutenant Kim. From what I even suspected that he had seen through my plan to steal the files the whole time and
Lieutenant killed after stepping on cattail.
pulled me up from the floor and took the files away from me. Then he said in a lowered voice, "For the sake of us having worked together for a while, I won't tell anyone about what happened today." Lieutenant Kim would be saying this in an accusatory tone. When I looked up his face, I realized that he was actually smiling. Why would he be smiling? I couldn't figure out what he was thinking. All I could feel was a chill run down my spine. Zuko grabbed me from behind and dragged me away from the door. An orange force blew the door off its hinges, twisted and tore into a million burning pieces that were flying towards us. Zuko blocked most of the debris for me. His body had become almost unrecognizable. He was holding my hand so tight when he died. Zuko was gone. There was no funeral. A couple of his body handlers took care of everything. Blue tracksuits, white gloves, black backpacks, and a dark ACV are the trademarks of body handlers, who typically work in a two-person team. The first question to whoever that answers the door is, "Would you like some flowers? We have white chrysanthemums." The answer must be, "Do you have red ones? How many would you like?" 1. Then the duo would take out the right number of body bags from their backpacks and offer their condolences for entering the room. Sorry for your loss. If, however, the response is incorrect, or anyone inquires about the price of the flowers, they would immediately make up an excuse of having left the flowers in the car and leave the scene as soon as possible. The rules of body handlers are well known among the assassin community. Occasionally, they might knock on the wrong door and run into a professional by accident. Then they might be chased off with a scolding. "I'm not looking for flowers today. If you come here again, I'm going to send flowers in your place."
Lol, am I right?
During the night of the full moon a few days later, I opened my fist and examined my palm under the moonlight. Zuko gave me one last small present he had been hiding in his hand before stuffing into mine when he died. It was a small metal part that he had taken off the baseball boy's bomb.
She's done.
A little bit. Yeah.
Before I even tried to enter past the quarter safe open by itself, there was nothing but a note inside. It read, "Mind your own business." And back to my seat, defeated. What else could I do to help Lieutenant Kang? What else could help me now? Alright, I should go see Officer Gion. Oh, I didn't get to hear. Okay.
I think you
Roll
need,
down on his.
I think you need to do something with Spotty.
Go further down. No, there's nothing else. Damn it. So she's S.
I think you need to do something with Spotty.
I don't have anything to do with Spotty.
Yeah, I know, but it could be unrelated. Like the next one is going to be hers. It's like the thing with the cat. It's like the thing with the earlier
Yeah,
when
hers and his are the only ones that are connected right now. So
when he got the call, like way earlier. Remember?
Yes, I remember. I don't think that's the case here. Something very bad. Bad.
She's still S rank. No, now she's.
No, it's
First change.
just for Alicia. There's a bomb! It's screaming towards me. He reaches his hand out, trying to pull me away from the locked door. Go through the floor upstairs, twists the torch to me, piece through the floor towards me. Into my body.
Yep, you're dead.
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 Yeah, so that one has to stay on her. That's hers.
Maybe over here, it's still gonna be rank S.
Yeah. So it's with those three. Take everything off for her. See what it is.
Take everything off of her?
Yep. Nope. So she has to have that one.
Okay.
Yeah, so that has to be on her. That's her S.
Just changes her, it's just gonna explode in front of her.
Yep.
And drag me from the door that I just opened, but I caught a glimpse of the box on the floor and interview. Boom! Box forward to a play. It's all good with me without the door in its way. Bad. Nope.
Also bad.
Ah.
She's still S rank with that one, so.
What's the before?
What?
You need to think. Right. Yeah.
So we still have 3 options. One of the options is to put nothing on him. And put the open door as the last one on hers.
We're getting into the past. I heard truth was about it. No time to check who was coming, so I stuck back into a seat. Soon they pick up the mirror. Bad.
Well, at least you got that one out, so you know it's not like that.
As I hope. That was strange. Had I misremembered the passcode? No, not possible. I recorded the passcode yesterday. I even checked twice from someone. That was what I was saying. Last person to use the safe was Kim. If I hadn't changed the passcode, turn to my seat. Defeated. What else could I do? Hope.
Okay, that's another bad.
I opened the door. You're gonna have to do something with body freelance. That's the only difference.
Yeah, you might be right. Because you already done almost all the combinations. And the only thing that says is meow. So
Okay, then. Why hasn't Spotty fucking showed up? Come on,
because
Spotty.
yeah, he has something that he's connected
Have to
to.
do other things. Oh, a new person. Who's a new person? Oh, is that?
Don't worry, we're doing both of them anyway. I sat on the bottom bed of the only bunk in the tiny room. I held my head in my hands, thinking about the most baffling question of the moment. Why was I in prison? Half a day ago, 2 policemen had arrested me on the street, put me in their patrol car, and brought me straight here, Hong Kong Central Prison. No one would answer any of my questions, and they beat me up whenever I showed any resistance. Then they just threw me inside this empty room. There was nothing in here except a bunk bed, a wooden desk, a sink, and a toilet. It didn't even have a window. I suppose this was what they called a jail cell. So 28, open up. Door open from the outside. Someone came in. Right, it must be a prank by Ren and the guys. They were probably just trying to give me a good scare. Must be getting me out now. However, the person that came in had a pale face whiter than the wall and a pair of lips redder than blood. Also wearing a strange, long robe. It was a ghost! I'd always been afraid of ghosts since I was a little kid. Jumped onto the bed and hid under the blanket, trembling in fear. Get out, your bed is the one on top. Don't lie on mine, how dirty. I heard a soft voice from outside the blanket. It actually sounded like a human. Climbed out of the bed in suicide, watching the new person change into the prison uniform and wash himself. He seemed to be right at home. Soon the scary ghost had become a short young man with a clean haircut and an innocent-looking face. He was my cellmate, Hotaru. Although we had just met, Hotaru was a really easygoing guy, and he immediately told me everything about how he had ended up here. Hotaru was from Japan. He had a long-term girlfriend from China. The only problem was that the girl came from a very prestigious family. They didn't approve of Hotaru. However, they still kept seeing each other in secret. They would fly across the sea every once in a while just to be together. Eventually, they realized that they would never receive her family's blessing, so they decided to elope. Unfortunately, just when they were finally ready to run away together, the girl was killed in an accident. Hotaru was devastated. And so far away in Japan, he didn't even know what had really happened to her. He came to Hong Kong and tried to talk to the girl's relatives and friends they knew, hoping to piece together the clues. Efforts finally paid off. In the end, he learned that one of her family members was responsible for her death. She was merely collateral damage in a vicious power struggle. Hotaru wanted to avenge her death, but he didn't have any power connections in this land. He had to seek help. He remembered a professional assassin he had known in Japan. He was famous for creative ways of eliminating targets. Some people referred to him as the Magician. He also had a strange hobby, old adult magazines. Hotaru was able to find out that the Magician happened to be in Hong Kong at the time, too. Her hiring required lots and lots of money, which Hotaru didn't have. Hotaru began to do everything he could for money. Inevitably, he dabbled in some illegal activities. Eventually, he was caught and thrown into prison. He still wouldn't stop. To him, prison was just another society. Not unlike the one outside, it was populated by plenty of residents with all kinds of different values. It wasn't just the guards or the warden. Even some of the prisoners might have unusual and powerful backgrounds behind them. Hotaru hustled among these people. He was willing to do everything and anything for profit. He smoked contraband. He traded information with the prisoners. He gambled with them. He bribed the guards, complimented them, sometimes even sold his own body. Hotaru said as long as he could get his rent, he didn't care about himself at all. He began to choke up. I was so angry after hearing this story. I was also feeling both admiration and sympathy towards Hotaru. If I were in his shoes, I probably wouldn't be able to do what he had done. Unfortunately, I had no more than a few $100 on me, and that was all I could give him for now. I believed every word Hotaru had told me. Next day, during lunchtime, I was mocked endlessly by the other prisoners. Son, you should be thankful that you only had a few $100 on you. I told you he was gonna fall for it. Hurry, give me my 100. What kind of story did he tell you this time? Deceased parents? Although what he said, don't tell you made up either. I hear 9 guards out of 10 here have played around with him. So angry that I dropped my spoon and ran back to my cell. Hotaru was sitting on the bed with his legs crossed, making a pyramid out of poker cards. You lying bastard, give me back my money. Hotaru paid me no attention. He just put 2 more cards on top of the pyramid. Mini TV was playing a Japanese prank show near his knees. The sound of laughter came out of the TV right on cue, as if they were mocking me, too. I stepped forward and turned on the TV. You monster! Dragged out the bed angrily. The cards collapsed and they scattered all over the floor. The air in the cell seemed to have suddenly frozen. People began to gather right outside the cell. A tall, strong guard walked in through the crowd. I recognized him. He was the one who had taken my mugshot when I came in and searched my belongings. I seemed to recall he was from the UK. Everyone called him Morgan. Morgan?
Morgan.
I was about to say, Morgan, what happened? When he punched me right in the face. But it wasn't clear lying at least.
Morgan.
Everyone here might have some kind of unusual background behind them. Why was I so unfortunate? Not only did I end up in prison, I also had to live with such a bastard of a cellmate. Lord, was this part of your trial for me? Carlos.
Lenny, my boy.
I'm gonna be right back. I need to check this out.
So, how did Amelia Earhart become an assassin again?
I mean, Amelia Earhart.
The Mexican girl, I forget her name already.
5 years wasn't really a long time. But when I looked down on Hong Kong from the airplane window, all I could remember was some fractured memories about the city. Everything I could remember about Hong Kong seemed to be connected to a coffee shop called Maple House. However, when I finally found the old address of the coffee shop, there's only a real estate agency at the location. I started asking around the neighborhood, and people told me that the matron of the coffee shop had died in an accident. Also, that a few regular customers had tried to keep the shop open in his name, but the landlord refused to extend the lease. That meant that I didn't really have a reason to stay in the city any longer. I felt a little disappointed. Nevertheless, instead of wandering the streets aimlessly, I might as well go back to the UK sooner. My mental condition hadn't been very stable recently. If I suffered an attack here, my doctor friend half a world away wouldn't be of much help. For example, just earlier... No, actually, I couldn't even tell how much earlier just earlier really was. So as I can remember, it had been a clear night. I was walking out of the alley in front of the coffee shop while I pulled my blazer tighter around myself. It was quite dark in the alley, except for the pale white moonlight shining down from above. I unintentionally looked up at the moon. Then all of a sudden I felt the moonlight getting wider and brighter, and it was almost blinding. After a deafening moment of buzzing in my ears, I blacked out. When I woke up again, I found myself lying in the bed of the hotel room I had booked. On the other side of the same bed, another man with a scruffy face and long hair was lying down, snoring loudly with no inhibitions. Who was this man? Had he brought me back here? How would he even know that I had been staying here? He rummaged through his luggage. Besides a camera and some daily necessities, I also found a passport and a work ID. Apparently he was a policeman for Korea. Maybe here as a tourist? Perhaps he was just a good Samaritan who had decided to return the lost item he had found by the road. After I calmed myself down and realized that I was still wearing the same clothes as before I had left. The wrinkles on my clothes and the germs on the bed from the other man were both making me feel quite uneasy. In any case, I couldn't call for room service before I left, so I decided to get changed first. I changed into my clean clothes and walked into the main room. I sat down and sunk deep into the soft couch. The digital clock on the table said that it was almost 10 p.m. on Tuesday night. I decided to think about something before the man woke up. I used to want to become a doctor, but I never did. The reason was that while I had been studying for the qualification, I discovered that I had a serious condition. It was called selective cognitive dissonance.
Selective?
It's gonna be that kid. It's a hereditary disease. A person who suffered from the disease would selectively manipulate their own memories about people and events based on their own psychological cognition. Simply put, their own brain would tamper with their memories without their realizing it. When I first found out that I had this condition, I also realized that all my memories might not be accurate, or even true at all. I was terrified. I couldn't stop myself from second-guessing the truth of my own memories. I was in the UK at the time, and I had a psychologist friend. He helped by treating me with hypnosis therapy. The treatment allowed me to forget the unpleasant memories from my past. He told me that I was an entirely different person after the therapy. Afterwards, I had a few good years, but there were some side effects too. I couldn't remember what my parents looked like, nor where my home was. The past few years, there had also been more serious reactions too. Some fragmented, horrifying images would suddenly flash before my eyes, and I would feel severely sick or even pass out. My friend told me that the hypnosis might be wearing off, or that my condition might be deteriorating. Whatever the case, we decided to do another session after I finished my trip and returned from the UK. I was staring at the TV opposite the couch when I suddenly sensed an inexplicable chill spreading over my entire body. I felt like the entire room was spinning, and I could hear nothing but an overwhelming buzzing in my ears. At the same time, a number of unimaginable visions were swirling right through my mind. I could feel it. I could feel a crack opening in my brain, and something sticky, rotten, and pitch black was coming out of a cocoon. I was having a relapse. I held my arms tightly around myself. I knew I was about to completely lose control. There was a knife on a nearby desk. So always happens to be a knife there!
There's a lot of serial
probably a
killers.
little kid. I think you probably
I mean, too.
I could see my reflection in the blank TV screen. My face was gradually overlapping with some of the gruesome visions in my head. It was too late. I remembered. I remembered everything. My parents' faces, my home, and my hellish childhood.
it's a kid.
Buzzing in my ears and spinning were morphing into excruciating pain, itching every single nerve in my body. Those bloody memories and the cruel truth that they implied were pushing me to the brink of my sanity. If I was on that edge, my illness would take over my mind and push me over the cliff. And then history would repeat itself. I do not want to become someone I hated again. I do not. I cannot. I refuse. I must stop myself. I picked up a knife on the desk and stabbed myself in the throat at the perfect angle and the perfect depth. I cannot afford to leave anything to chance. Goodbye, Dad, Mom, this world. I just hope that in my next life I could be a good, healthy child.
Told you it's a kid.
Question mark? Oh, wait, I thought Park was in Russia.
No, he was in Korea.
Oh, he was in Korea. step forward and turn off the TV.
Yep.
Let's get that
Yeah,
knife
never
out of there.
You monster.
It's gonna kill him.
Like you took my $100.
Step.
Angrily dragged him off the bed. I grabbed the knife on the desk and held it against his pale and tender neck. Primitive cards collapsed and he scattered all over the floor. The air in the cell seemed to have suddenly frozen. I just wanted to scare him, and surprisingly it worked. Hunter said he would give me my money back next day. However, on the next day, not only did I not see a penny of my money, I was moved into another cell. Since then, I would often find my food tickets gone. Need to exchange for food. The earliest food, get out of the way. The first food ticket was the flower purchase permit, issued in November 1953 in Beijing. The face value of the tickets denotes the weight of the certain grocery or produce that one could purchase with the ticket, such as 1 pound, 0.5 pound, etc. During the period when similar tickets were in circulation in China, there was rampant black market trade for these tickets. People who were caught trading them illegally could be taken into custody and even sentenced to jail. In the 1960s, there were people convicted of forging fake tickets by hand due to severe famine. In November 1992, these tickets were officially taken out of circulation. Nowadays, such tickets do not have any practical value anymore. However, they are considered valuable by dedicated collectors. Their typical market value can range from hundreds to thousands of yuan. The rarest ones could be worth millions. For practical purposes, the food ticket mentioned today mostly refers to the tickets that could be acceptable as payment for food in some private organizations. Since there are usually a limited amount of them, they can't be exchanged for other items and they are typically non-replaceable. In certain situations, the amount of food tickets could signify one's social status in said organizations. When conflicts or needs arise, there is nothing one food ticket couldn't resolve. If there is, then you just need 2 tickets. Or my uniform thrown in the toilet, stained with filthy things. My cellmate was a huge meathead, didn't dare complain to anyone about him. Hoped he never returned my money, but somehow I found myself missing him a little. I could see my own reflection in the blank TV screen. My face was gradually overlapping with some of the gruesome visions in my head. It was too late. I remembered everything. The years of spring were morphing into excruciating pain.
Take over my mind.
My mind! I must stop myself. Pulled the window open and looked down to the ground 15 floors below.
Oh my god.
Stepped over the bars and fell to the concrete. Cannot afford to leave anything to chance. Goodbye. Goodbye. Alright. Dude.
Bad.
Me. You monster.
Okay, so you monster's good. I think you should take TV off because that's in too much.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, it did a lot. It killed him.
See, he was staying at the door to the bedroom. He was holding his head and his hands looked confused and neurotic. He looked at me as if I had just done something despicable to him. However, I was the one who was really losing control. The image of him screaming monster at me lingered in my brain. Horrifying fragments of memories were breathing to become even clearer.
He starting to laugh.
Chuckled, then laughed, and then screamed. I felt some changes happening inside me, something not quite right. Make sure I could still control myself.
Jack to let her rip.
I lunged at him. We were tangled together, hitting each other as hard as we could with our fists and feet. I needed to relieve what was piling up in my mind in the most primal way. I pushed his head with my hand and slammed it into the TV screen, which then shattered into pieces. But I didn't win the fight. The black barrel of a gun was pushed up against my left temple. The person who was holding the gun had the same face as the policeman. But I could see something different, something much more frightening. You're a monster. He pulled the trigger. And those were the last words I ever said in this world. Looked up for a knife and I had an idea. I decided to swallow my anger, for now. Late at night, I was lying on the top bunk, waiting with my eyes open. Hood returned in his sleep. Squeak! Bang! The bed shook violently and I heard a panic scream under me. I looked down, feigning ignorance. The bottom bunk only had a metal frame left. There were a few broken pieces of wood on the floor, and the screws that I had loosened up earlier were lying innocently in the corner of the cell. Hoarder sat on the floor in shock, still processing what just happened. Ah, you sucker. Back at the orphanage, there had been a fat little kid who always bullied me. I once saw him less in the same way. Although I was scolded by Alicia, it still felt really good. We needed a week to fix the bottom bunk. In the meantime, Hoder was temporarily moved to another cell. Being in the cell alone was quiet. Too quiet. I used to sleep on the top bunk in the orphanage, and Alicia would sleep on the bottom one. It wasn't a sturdy bunk bed. Alicia would have to hold the bed every time I climbed up. Otherwise, it felt like the bed would immediately topple over. Oh, how I wish I would find her sleeping down there when I woke up. I flipped the wet pillow, lay my head on it, and closed my eyes. I had to seriously start thinking about what to do next. Okay,
He's a
ask for him.
Flip him.
Okay.
They may have to put the step forward after you monster.
Yeah. Should we be concerned
You do
that
that.
most of his... Yeah, do that. Should we be concerned most of his endings, A, B, and C, are him dying or committing suicide?
The image of a woman on his TV circuit screen. Monster lingered in my eyes. Why? Why was I having such a strong reaction to this word? Blue visions were beginning to come together in my head. Some of them were starting to become even clearer. There's a room without lights. A man who looked like a doctor. And me, as a child. He was a monster, and his actions destroyed my sense of self.
Oh.
When he was clashed with each other, and we clashed with her, only one could survive. I felt some changes happening inside me. So good as if a group had been tolerating the smoker in a closed space, and then the smoker was suddenly killed by a falling meteor. Okay?
Oh,
I think it's the kid.
I left the hotel. I walked in the middle of the street under the pale moonlight. I used to believe God was real when I was a kid, but if he or she were real, none of those things would have happened to me. People like me, we didn't need a god. We just needed a dagger.
Ooh, yep, it's the kid.
I decided to stay in Hong Kong. There must be a lot of people here who could use a dagger like this. A dagger like me.
Yep.
Rankas! Good job!
And I watch it be the kid. It's the kid.
That's totally the kid.
It's the kid.
God. Okay, so he didn't turn into a straight-up serial killer, but he's about to turn into a straight-up serial killer.
He's gonna turn into the assassin Jack the Ripper.
Oh god, Jack the Ripper.
Alright, well, still nothing from Spotty. Do hers then.
Something else. There you go.
3 years after school. 3 years have gone by since I graduated from high school. College wasn't what I expected it to be. In my imagination, college was supposed to be a place where ambitious and hopeful young people would better themselves before they enter the real world. In reality, it was more like an amusement park. Most people never thought about their future. Professors barely cared whether anybody was even listening to their lectures. Rather than teaching students, they usually cared more about how much funding they could get for their own private projects. Even the library didn't have many good books. Instead, it was more of a hotspot for young couples to go make out. No longer even went to campus anymore. Might as well not even study at home. My friends were all super cool. Every few days, they would host a party at my place. We did karaoke, cooked hot pot, and called for fried chicken deliveries. My room was always full of the smell of cigarette and beer. Life like this had made me lose the concept of time. It also helped with alleviating my feelings of loneliness. I laid down on my couch and slowly fell asleep. These days, I'd been sleeping on my couch more often than in my bed. Mr. Wren walked up to the couch and gently took my hand. What?
What?
I opened my
They
eyes.
married?
I didn't go to the campus today either. After graduating from high school, I never saw Mr. Wren again. Not to imagine that he would suddenly appear by my side, and just like the day of the art exhibition. He would even show up in my dreams sometimes, but he never did show up for real. Every time I asked Miss Yang about him, she would always stop herself before saying a word. I stopped asking after a while. I knew I probably would never know where Mr. Wren was, but I hoped that he was doing great. Because the early summer that we had spent together would always be the best season of my life. Lee Wen.
Oh. I opened my eyes. Yeah, there you go.
I rubbed my eyes. It was Miss Yang, not him. I must have not been totally awake. Climbed off the couch, went to the kitchen, helped Miss Yang with dinner. I was a repeating senior student this year. Because of a stomachache, I had to miss one of the exams during Gaokao. What?
Gaokao.
Damn.
I was going to give up on going to college altogether. Miss Yang spent a long time with me to give it another try. Concerned about me being alone again, Miss Yang had moved in next door to help take care of me. She was living in the apartment that Mr. Wen used to live in. After Gaokao, Mr. Wen had vanished from my life entirely. I'd often imagine that if I started to give up on myself, maybe he would come back in my life to stop me from ruining my life. I would be willing to wait for 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, even longer, as long as he would come back. I've been thinking about this so much that I even dreamt about it all the time. In the end, he was probably just a passerby in my life. Look, there's a tennis match. Miss Yang put the remote down. It was the 4D Open. One of the finalists was a Chinese player. Father used to like him a lot. He would always watch his matches. Not only was he a tennis genius, he He was also incredibly popular on the internet. He was young and handsome, came from a rich family, and had a professional team handling his business off the court. Besides the astronomical prize money from his matches, his sponsorships were even more lucrative. Every time he went onto a talk show with his beautiful female assistant, he received more than tens of thousands in payment. Lots of people were always posting about him online. They adored him like he was a pop idol. Miss Yang kept staring at the TV while pouring some soy sauce on her noodles. Since you like tennis so much, have you ever thought about going into a career that has something to do with it? My chopsticks stopped for a moment. Maybe. Alright.
Mr. Yen. I opened my eyes first, and then Mr. Yen.
What's this? Are we somehow gonna uncancer Mr. Wen?
Oh, he died of cancer?
He's stomach cancer, yeah. I gave him stomach cancer.
Oh.
So that another woman wouldn't have stomach cancer. And then turned on the TV. I handed Mr. Wen a can of beer and got myself one.
What?
The news was on. It was about the wedding ceremony of a tennis player that was very popular for a while now. A few days ago, he had just announced that he was trying for tennis. He also announced that he was getting married to his longtime female assistant, who used to be a tennis player too. I was quite shocked, and I saw the name of his fiancée on the TV screen. Kim Suyu. That couldn't just be a coincidence. Ever since I was old enough to remember, I had never seen my mother. Father had only mentioned her once, but I had never, ever forgotten her name. I always thought that tennis was just a hobby from when Father was young. He watched the games all the time. He also had a yellow racket in storage. Under his influence, I started practicing tennis too, and the yellow racket was the first one I had ever used. Now that I thought about it, the only matches Father had ever watched all had the same person in them. He wasn't watching the game, he was only watching Mother. And that racket must have belonged to her too. I chugged beer and looked to Mr. Ren, who was supposed to be sitting at the table. Except, there was no one but me at the table. The can I had handed over was just sitting there.
She went nuts.
The hot pot in front of me was filled with overcooked vegetables and meatballs. Trash can nearby was stuffed with my yellow tennis racket and several bags of fried chicken that I had not even taken a bite of. I hunched over the table and burst out crying.
Oh.
That's her ass?
Don't be S. Don't be an S. Good.
God.
I'm like, whoa, that's better not be your ass.
It's about
Wait. So, hold on a sec. So giving Mr. Wen stomach cancer was an S rank?
Yes. Because it meant someone that his friend didn't have cancer.
Oh.
So yeah, probably dead. No, he still has a continuation.
Allegedly.
Alright.
Yeah,
Mr.
Flavor
White
what
probably
about
at the top.
Candace and Mr. Yen? Yeah.
Nope.
Not bad.
Nope. Already did that.
Mr. Wen's probably gonna be at the top. The other two switch.
Another dream. I climbed off of my couch. I changed my exercise clothes, picked up my racket, and headed out. I was a repeating senior this year. Because of a stomachache, I had to miss one of the exams during Gaokao. I was going to give up on going to college altogether, but Miss Yang spent a long time convincing me to give it another try. After Gaokao, Mr. Wen had vanished from my life entirely. I would often imagine if I started to give up myself. Anything about someone I joined all the time, and he was probably just passed by my life. Light over the tennis court was maintained by some of the residents themselves. Then light bulb kept making a buzzing sound. Noise. 1, 2, 3. I just hit all 30 of the balls that I had, so I picked up the now empty basket. I walked to the other side of the court and collected the balls for hitting them all again. No one was on the tennis court. All I could hear was the sound of the balls hitting my racket, and then bouncing off of the ground.
Separated.
Thanks, C.
Wait, is there? There wasn't too many.
There isn't too many.
Exit out for a sec. I don't think we can get an S on this.
Oh! Why do you keep toying with me? Why can't you just let me go? No. Nightmare.
Yeah, you couldn't get an S in that one.
Another nightmare. What is going on with me? I'll go downstairs and get some air. You can't go outside! Well, he must still be asleep. His door isn't locked. Come to think of it, I have never seen his room. Well, I'm going in. The Rock!
Rock!
Smells fade! He plays guitar?
Apparently.
He's not here.
Is that a Brotherhood of Steel logo?
Huh? Where?
Is that a portrait of his Steel logo? On the dresser?
No. It's pretty cool. This red thing. It's called a guitar, I think. Does he know how to play the guitar? I sat down in front of the desk. A picture inside the mail frame caught my attention. This photo.
Private eyes.
There are 2 people and a dog in it. The person on the right looks a lot like myself. And the dog, it looks just like Willie. Although it's a little smaller. I can't see the face of the person on the left very clearly. For some reason. Nevertheless, it looks like it's a boy. He's probably a harem protagonist.
It's probably us.
I feel like I have seen him before. As I was scanning my memories for the face of this boy, I felt like an electric shock had suddenly pierced my brain. Then, everything turned white in front of my eyes.
The dog just tased you.
Look. Look, Fluffy knows how to count. The die showed 4 and he barked 4 times.
Wolf.
Another game where an animal is called Fluffy. It's just counting. What's so special about that? Fluffy, go get my slippers. They just recorded an actual dog there. Like they got like someone's dog in the room with the echoing still in there. How smart Fluffy is. You're so lazy that you won't even get your own slippers. Fluffy, go get my snacks. Woo woo. Are you telling the dog to get your snacks? Do you have a hole in your head? Fine, I'll go get them for you. Here they are. Did you eat some? Who would want to eat your osmanthus cake? I hate that stuff. And why are there only 4 pieces when there were 5 earlier? Must have been Fluffy. See, there's some incriminating dog hair right there. Don't you frame Fluffy. Fluffy wouldn't do it. And you know what I just noticed? I saw you touch your head just now. You always do that when you're lying. I'm on to you. What? Do you trust Fluffy more than me? So?
Yes.
I like Fluffy. As long as I have Fluffy, I don't care about you at all. Idiot. Fluffy can't be with you forever. A dog's life is much shorter than ours. I, on the other hand, might actually be by your side until the end. You're lying to me again. Fluffy, you're going to stay with me forever, right?
Fluffy, no.
Ah, whoa. Wake up. Wake up.
Told you he tased you.
Why did you fall asleep in my room? Did I fall asleep? What happened to you? Are you not feeling well? I don't know why, but I suddenly want to bawl my heart out. I don't want to read those letters anymore. When I realize the humans have all been doomed to their horrible fates because of me, I just couldn't. Fine, I understand. Eh? Even though I couldn't say anything, Willie seems to know exactly what is bothering me. It's okay, don't cry. You've done a great job. I mean it. I'm the one who has been acting horribly. But don't worry, you won't remember any of this soon.
What?
He's gonna wipe your memory.
Huh? Bye.
Goodbye. Ah, my head.
My head hurts. Where am I? What happened?
God.
You finally woke up. I've been waiting for so long. I was beginning to worry that you might never wake up. It's a talking dog. Are you... My neighbor's dog, Fluffy?
Dog?
My neighbor's dog, Fluffy? Good. It looks like she has forgotten everything.
Oh.
How did you come up with a lousy name like Fluffy? Besides, we don't even have a neighbor. I still think he looks like a Fluffy. Wait, what does he mean by no neighbor? Have you lost your memories? Lost? My memories? Wait, did I fall down the stairs? And then hit my head? For some reason, I seem to remember losing my memories for... Does that make sense? Well, maybe you're a little confused after hitting your head. People sometimes think they remember some weird stuff after memory loss. Let me tell you my name first. My name is Will. Sometimes I go by Willie. Willie. Yes,
Wonka?
Willie. Willy Wonka? Never mind. You don't need to know my name anyway. You may just refer to me as your master. Master?
Oh.
Oh, he's the master now. Why is the dog my master? I'm not a dog. We are gods. How did you know what I was thinking just now? Wait, did you just say that? We are gods? As gods, it's our job to change the fate of the humans who ask us for help. Humans encounter all kinds of nonsense in their lives. Sometimes they pray to us, desperately hoping for some kind of miracle, as they call it. I could help them, or I could just toy with them for fun. Whatever I do is up to me. Wait. Stop babbling so fast. I don't understand what you're saying at all. I'm not babbling. You're just too slow. Never mind. You don't need to know too much about this either. All you need to be concerned about is preparing snacks for me every day. The room downstairs next to the staircase is mine. Remember to put the snacks on the desk every time you bring them in. I'm asleep unless there's something extremely important. Do not wake me up.
Extremely important.
What do you mean by extremely important? I forget to make the snacks. Should I wake you? Well, don't bother me for something like that, obviously. And again, why would you want to wake me up if there are no snacks? Well, let me think. For instance, if it stops snowing, then you should wake me up. That might never happen, though. Okay, got it. Well, you just woke up after having passed out, so you should get more rest. Just stay in bed today. I need to get to work now. Wait, I still know what my own name is. Why did you be in such a hurry? I really can't remember much else. How did I lose my memories? Oh, I'll take over from here. Huh. She's quite compulsive. She's given every letter an S ending. However, are these S endings really the perfect endings?
Uh-oh.
Do so-called perfect
Yes,
endings even
that's
exist in this world? Like here. Looks like getting good grades is a decent ending. However, Liu Wen would never hear from Wen Zhaoren again afterwards. I'm afraid Wen Zhaoren has... Could there be other possibilities between her and Miss Yang? Humans are so annoying. Maybe I should try some other possibilities. In future, I'll enter the ending selection mode by pressing square, and when I see the brown button on the right that has many branches. Then, I may switch between the previous decisions at will. Maybe I can discover some new possibilities this way. Especially when the letters from the same person are somehow not in a straight line, I should pay attention in these cases. However, not all of these new possibilities can be discovered so easily. Some of them might be hidden really well. Some imagination might be necessary to uncover these hidden secrets. Fuck.
Oh God.
So if they have a side branch, there's
There's more.
a lot more.
Fuck. Oh, he's quite compulsive. They knew. They fucking knew. Shit jerks.
Okay.
They need to.
The ones with that brown square are the ones that have the branching paths.
You need to go back in there and mess around a bit.
Fuck!
Oh, Alicia cannot become an assassin? But why would we want that?
Yep, hers branches right there. So hers could branch off.
Is
Yep, it branches off with the cats.
Fuck. Oh, his body's branches off too.
There's just so much to consider.
Yep, you have to go now one by one again. The ones that branch off.
Alright.
Alright, let's do Alicia and Spotty, because I want to see what other, I want to see what happens if she doesn't become an assassin.
I just gotta go back in and guess everything.
Yeah. That's why it's an S, because it can't be an S. Does Park over there have a branching path?
What spark?
Park.
The what?
Kid.
This one?
Crazy. Yeah.
He just a straight line?
He's a straight
He's a straight line.
Oh.
Because his adult version is the one where it continues, probably.
Does he have a... Oh, he's got a branch. We don't know what it is. Oh, Carlos has got a branch too.
Where should we start?
The assassin, Alicia.
Okay. Alright, let's see.
God.
Yep, hers does branch there.
Oh, it branches from not.
Yeah, and then
becoming
it
an
branches again.
assassin. Then it
Yeah.
branch.
She has a double branch.
All right.
Oh my god. Fuck. Give her everything. Oh,
Let's just start throwing things around until shit happens.
yeah.
This guy turned to a disgusting color. How dare you, you lousy loser! That was my lunch! I stared at the stone-faced man, waving my fist. You just wait. I swear I'm going to stuff dead rats in your bed tonight. The stone-faced man, however, seemed to have ignored all of my threats. He stood back up, happily, turned away, and walked to the nearby logging place. Meow? The cocktail seemed to have an extraordinary scent. I, being the bravest soul in this whole universe, drank the milk that looked like it was going to give me diarrhea. As a result, I did get diarrhea in the evening. As worse, it smelled absolutely horrible.
Oh,
Damn you, human. That's a B rank.
that was a B for her.
Okay.
Take off everything.
Both of them have new.
Our man put down the wine glass and picked up the phone handed to him by a scarface henchman. It seemed that something more urgent had come up. The gang left the mansion immediately. As soon as he had sent them away, the old man changed to his normal self and smashed the remaining bottle of wine on the table. Damn you, Raylan. How dare you belittle me like this? One day you'll pay for it. The wine was turning the white velvet carpet to a bright red color. I had mixed all the poison into that bottle. What was I supposed to do without it? Pretty over into my head. How dare you, you puny human! Let me give you a taste of my power! I jumped over the shoulder and pulled out my ultimate skill used by the one and only Spotty. The fist of the unbreakable cat, the Spotty! At the very latest waves attacks, his face again looked like a cross-cut fish fillet.
Oh.
While the stone-faced man had a bad personality, he wasn't a bad person, meow. He used to be a social worker. He'd go to the laundry place on the street, sometimes after work, to buy some tickets. An old granny used to live there and run the place. 2 years ago, she suddenly lost her sight, and he had resigned from his job to help out at the place. I've been living on the same street for a year, and there's nothing I didn't know, meow. For sake of the old granny, I would spare you, meow.
C. Ed.
How are we doing?
Alright, does that branch off?
No.
I mean, we don't know if we...
It does not.
No.
Alright, let's see. What next?
I forced everything, yeah.
Kept swallowing the flavored wine down my own throat. Rather drink the poison wine myself than have some innocent bystander die because of me. My breast pieces of floor as strange stitches took over my body. I could not breathe. I was wide open and grabbed my throat with both hands and fell to the floor. My whole body was twitching. As I gradually lost consciousness, I heard a couple of gunshots. The man fell in front of my face. His eyes were wide open in full shock. Blood was oozing out of his forehead, turning the white velvet carpet to a bright red color. Ha!
And
ha.
you're dead.
Even though things had not gone as planned, I could die without regrets now. You dirty old monster! I would hunt you for you on your way to hell.
It seems like everything worked out there for her. Okay.
I mean, I accidentally knocked over the glass. Wine split out, turning the white velvet carpet to a bright red color. I said, "Cool," and he gave me a glance. Get over here, clean everything up for Boss Ray. I knelt before the man and wiped his black leather shoes clean. I picked up the glass and brought it back to the kitchen. When I returned to the room, the one-armed man had already left, and so had the bottle of wine. I overheard the housekeeper saying that the old man had thrown the bottle away because he felt it was jinxed. I had mixed all the poison in that bottle. What was I supposed to do without it?
See.
One more,
For both of them.
Yeah.
No.
Everything on Spotty. There we go.
This is the last one for Spotty. Put on the bottle. He then spoke to me in his drunken voice. I have won the lottery! Take that chug of the beer. I have won 1,000,000 won. Brr. I'm going to get my son back. I looked at the spilled milk, feeling irritated. What the cat hell did that have anything to do with me? Maybe I pissed at the stone-faced man. You just wait. I swear I gotta stuff that rat to your bed at night. Damn you, human.
Bad.
Alright, now how many more? We need one more for her.
One more for her. Grab the bottle. Anything to do with the spot now. Yep. Knocked over the glass. I knocked over the glass. Or
It has to be all of them on her, but in a different order.
oh, there we go.
The flavor wine kept being forced down my throat. As soon as the one-armed man let go of my neck, a strange stitch took over my body. I could not breathe. I heard a couple of gunshots. The old man fell in front of my face. His eyes were wide open, full of shock. Blows to his head forehead. Turning white people covered.
Oh, so it seems like Alicia has to become an assassin.
That's how it seems.
Yeah. So all of hers are
Now I have to
done.
Now I have to pick one.
And
Yeah,
by picking it, it opens up her assassin route.
Are those different ones that are below her, or are they the same?
That's the
They're
same
the
one. That's
assassin.
the one where she becomes the assassin.
Okay, so you should have gotten post from her about like, oh, my life's changed, right?
No.
No. So switch it back to the assassin route for her.
Good. There's got to be something there.
Yeah. So hers is that. The cat's is the one that continues, but
You know what I just realized? He doesn't say he's won the lottery in a few of Spotty's in the S ending. Or maybe flip Spotty like A or B or something.
never hers doesn't change.
Yeah. No, I just meant like in the general world.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. Wasn't focusing on Alicia. Change, yeah.
That's the one that has the most paths.
Ugh.
God. These have paths too. Oh god, there's so many branching paths. God damn it. Goodbye. It continues.
I think they all have that same thing.
They all do. If you've missed what, sometimes according to what the dog said, is that sometimes when you choose another option, it could open up a path.
Yeah.
So it's basically telling you gotta get all the endings for every section to know whether or not there's a branch.
Oh.
This feels like something that we could do on another day.
We have to grind off screen.
So I did some grinding off screen.
Yeah.
No.
So if you look at
Oh god. It's gonna take forever. Fuck.
see, those are the ones that all connect with each other because they're related.
There's one that's like
See the last one all the way at the end?
branching
The
paths.
dark purple.
Dark purple, this one?
All the way at the end. No, to your right.
Oh, this one.
Yeah. How many answers can that one obtain when you hit square on it? So you
Boy.
see, we've only had the S one and then the bad one. So probably one of the other branches unlocks the other one to go down.
Mm.
Because when the two lines are going down, there's still continuation for that story.
Yeah.
So probably you have to find which of the stories that connects to unlock it.
You're gonna have to do every single one, Freelance.
I know.
You said the stars weren't important. God damn it.
Well, she said the stars aren't important for like completion. I don't think she necessarily said that you need to get all the endings.
No, you have to get all the endings to unlock every single path.
I was talking about my friend who recommended this game to me.
Yeah, but you have to probably get all the endings to unlock other paths.
Yeah.
And then get star in all of them. Because the star just indicates that all the paths have been done.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go take a bath.
Yeah,
Alright.
we're gonna probably finish up here.
Alright.
Next time, we'll,
I missed Alicia being a super cool assassin girl.
well, you'll
God
get to
damn
see it once we get back to Return to Hers and change around.
We're on the VOD.
Huh?
We're on the VOD.
Yeah, you can watch the one. Alright.
Next time on Will, A Wonderful World, we grind.
Brian.
We grind for endings.
Yep.
Which usually in a video game means we have to replay the video game over and over and over again. In this case, it's just a whole bunch of utter manipulation.
Yep. Alright. I'll
Alright.
see you guys when I do that next time.
Cool.
Goodbye.